Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. My name is Bryce. Joining me here for this broadcast of the last day of groups, Chris Tunn.
Yeah, Bryce, we are finally at the final day of groups, but it is all about those playoff spots today. A lot of things have kind of been determined, but at this moment in time, we're going to look through what still has to be decided. Very excited for the final day.
Yeah, me too. Everybody ready to try and fight out for those last spots. But here are the groups before our final set of games. In Group A, you can see Team Notorious leading the pack here. And then at number 2, bit of name change. Crud Muffins, currently 3-1. Then it's P7 Esports, 3-1. And Crud Muffins, well, that's the old Noctum team. There's been a bit of a name change, but we won't go into it. And you can see the fight for 4th ton. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's the real big one when it does come down to a P7 Esports, Crud Muffins, Team Notorious, all secured in Group A, but it is very much down to the wire for Revenge Esports and Disworld, who go up against each other. Pretty much winner goes through, so that should be a really interesting game. But looking over towards Group B, well, you would say it's a little bit more clear-cut. Katana Gaming coming in with the #1 spot, but interested to see how they're going to do up against Clutchrayn later on today. BBHH have fought their way through. There's a few more permutations for Group B, but I'm sure we'll go further down the line when we do get there for our second games.
Yeah, a bit of a tight one. That one could be either way as it goes through. But as we can see here, this is our schedule on the Alpha stream for today. Kicking it off, Disworld versus Revenge Esports. A big one for that 4th place to make sure they make playoffs. And then we're going Clutchrayn versus Katana Gaming. A little bit of a showdown of Titans here, Ton.
Yeah, big game between these two. It's going to be interesting to see who does come out as #1 in that group. Obviously, Clutchrayn losing the game last week. Katana undefeated so far, but it is very much to determine who's going to be sitting in a better seat. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. The other games going on in Bravo as well that do have some permutations, of course, pricey, but we'll be keeping it all up to date when we do get there.
We certainly will. And here's a little look at what's going on Bravo. Of course, you can check that all out on that separate stream, or stay with us as we will jump in whenever we get the opportunity. And I'm just going to throw this out here right now. Considering Crud Muffins had a last-minute name change, their logo is on point.
Looks AI generated to me, but you know what? I'm all for it. I'm really all for it. Have you seen the meme? Are you well aware of this? I almost feel too old to say, have you seen the meme at this stage, Bryce? Are we getting too old for this as well?
I don't think there's any way of salvaging this conversation, so go on.
You haven't seen it? Oh, okay. Well, you have to see it. I'm not going to actually, like, repeat exactly what happens, but it's just a kid.
This is just two old guys just talking about memes.
Literally, that's exactly what I feel like right now. As the days go on, I feel older and older, Brycey. But yeah, no, it's well, we did get told about their other team name choice, but we can't tell you what that was, so we'll just move on from that.
We certainly can't. So moving on to a team we can talk about. It'll be one of our teams in this first game. It's going to be Disworld, Dizzy, Chunk, Alpha, and Twisted, and we have a player profile picture for the first time in some time. Dizzy is on there, and that means he's going to have a phenomenal game, Ton.
I feel like this is your doing, and by some
it's
sense,
nothing to do with me.
It is nothing to do with you. I find it surprising. Look, these guys are, well, I was maybe expecting a little bit more, but we have seen some decent performances from them, but we haven't necessarily seen the results, and that means they have to go up against Avenge to get that final spot. In fairness, they will probably be favorites for this, and they will feel very, very confident going into it, but I think they'll be disappointed that they're in this situation.
All right, well, they've only got themselves to blame, and they can make their way out of it. Of course, standing against them, Avenge Esports, Heptix, Red, Julian, and Callum will be trying to make their own rush for playoffs. Going to be an interesting one, actually, this game, Ton. I'm not entirely sure which way I would be leaning. Both teams looking pretty good at stages, but not got the record to prove it.
Yeah, I think Avenge Esports, it's their second season, of course, when it does come down to Challengers Elite, and it's always interesting to see how players in those rosters and how teams will develop as they kind of continue on, because these guys kind of came out of nowhere. Just a few rank kids is what I was kind of told, and then all of a sudden, you know, they're challenging in the Challengers Elite. Okay, last season didn't necessarily do too hot. It's kind of been the same story this season, but this is a huge opportunity for them to go on and qualify through into the playoffs again. I think, you know, Disworld will be going to this as favorites. They definitely have the most storied players. They have more experience. But it's an online game of COD, and sometimes it really comes down to who's just playing better on the day. Protocol, Hardpoint, Hacienda, Search and Destroy, Vault, Control is what we're going to get to see. And then a double Skyline if we need it. Just trying to think as far as these maps do go. Protocol, Hardpoint, I remember Disworld being pretty decent at this one in particular. Hacienda Control, not 100% sure. Avenge will probably favor the S&Ds if they can get the most out of them, and Vault Control is a mount that could go either way. So we're set up very, very nicely for this one, Bryce.
We certainly are, and bearing in mind here, both teams know how important this game is and have had a week of prep time. So everything from kind of jumping in with these vetoes to exactly what they should be playing and how prepared they should be a bit of a chess match, if anything, when you've got 7 days to prepare for a game. So no real excuses can come out here.
No, of course. I mean, look, you have the opportunity to go over VOD, finding out what games are being going other people's way. Is there any particular, well, maybe weaknesses to the other team? But we're going to have a quick look over on Bravo before things really do get going. This one is actually for placement, though, as far as the actual standings go. Crud Muffins, formerly Nocturne, going up against P7 Esports. So P7 have kind of limped. I don't want to say they've limped their way through. They're definitively the third best team in this group, but going up against Crud Muffins, I'm interested to see how they're going to do when they do come up against these more high-tier teams. I'm very interested to see how PC7 Esports do overall. They are pretty much locked in, of course, into that playoff side of things, but interesting to see how they're going to do against Crud Muffins. So far, pretty well.
Yeah, locking it down quite nicely, and just fighting from the back foot here a little bit before they can kind of lose the hill, but 15 seconds and the rotator's on. Keep it on those spawns, though. Let's see whether or not they can get out of this.
Always a bit of a tough spot you want to not necessarily be in towards that backside, but works out now for Crud Muffins. They can spin it round, and now they all of a sudden do have a rotation over towards PK. I do wonder if Crud Muffins go on to win it, and we've got to go with that final call. Your Elite Challenger Season 2 winners are Crud Muffins. Have we had any ones worse than that when we've actually had to call them the winners or anything along those lines? I can't remember.
I don't think there's one for the winners. There's certainly been some imaginative names through the years, including probably quite a considerable amount of team names that have been rejected.
Oh, yeah.
Those are always interesting because they never really make the broadcast for various reasons, including ones that sometimes have made the broadcast and had to be retracted over time. But it could be worse. I did remember last stage, I did try to get a team that didn't have an org to change the team name to I Hate Ton, but they didn't go for it. I offered, at least a $5.
I don't think anybody really hates me, though. I don't feel like I'm a very hateable guy. Is that? Am I maybe just being egotistical here?
Just gotta, sometimes you got to do things for the entertainment value, and that offer is open to any team that makes the elite to change their name to.
Okay, thanks for that, mate. But P7 Esports right now are looking very, very solid. They pick up some decent time over towards P3 after the rotation really was there for Crud Muffins. Now P4 has popped 15 seconds ago, and they are still very much in control. Muffins trying to find themselves back into this one. Alpha, we are nearly ready to go, I do believe. Now a featured game here for Group A to finish things off. Very big game between Avenge Esports and Diswell. Might be trying to get something going here. We'll find the gunfight over towards the top side, but it just feels as if P7 Esports are getting the better of Crud Muffins here. I mean, it doesn't take a massive analyst to figure that one out. You can see the scoreline, but just feels as if the breaks are coming a little easy. The gunfights are coming a little easier as well. Denza, I feel like Denza is one of those players who will just pop up with a 4 or 5 piece after he's 6 and 13. So anytime soon would be great for the side of Crud Muffins.
You can see, still fighting for it, and I find this was always a little bit dangerous. Sometimes it looks like it's going to be an absolute lock, but a lot of the time it's just people get absolutely beamed off what must be an abundance of headies on this point. You can see it even now, like, it's difficult to shoot players. They won't really give it much, but Connor will fine too, regardless.
He's done well. P7 just seem to be finding big kills when needed. There's a third for Connor on this hill. Survive, but Kez will find 2. Connor should say thank you very much. Does he know if there's any others there? Bit of a pinch going to come on through. Bit of a split spawn. Yeah, that's a bit of a tough one. Tough scenes for P7 Esports with the break there. Nice spawns coming through for Crud Muffins, though. And, well, they need to make the most of it. Finding themselves quite significantly behind here, Brycey. 15 seconds to go. They haven't had a chance to jump onto the hill. The kills keep coming on through. P7 Esports doing a really, really good job here. For all that they were holding it down, they're keeping Crud Muffins up when they do find the break. So, after that first rotation, is about a 60-70 point lead heading in towards P1 again. So, yep, very nice from P7 Esports so far.
Carrier, really good time in keeping the flow of this match and the tempo to themselves, but Losing a little bit of time here on P1. It could be the opportunity Crud Muffins do need. Back just trying to hold down a little bit of control outside. He's going to lose it. And you can see that means the Crud Muffins have already backed off the hill. Didn't even lose a player for it. They just knew they had lost a bit of positioning.
Can't see what it can do from the middle of the map yet. Slow things down. He's having esports on, well, the right side, oh, the wrong side of things, I should say. Sorry, this is Crud Muffins we're watching. Just trying to find some picks. Slowly coming into this one though, Bryce. He picked up some decent time over towards P1 here. Well, two teams back and forth. All about these kids now through the middle of the map. But that game is going to continue over on Bravo. As you can see on your screens now, Alpha is up and running. P7 Esports in the lead in that one. We'll be looking to close out that hardpoint, see how they go. But our Alpha game between Avenge and Disworld is kicking off right here. And this one is to qualify for the playoffs. So a massively important game for both two teams, Brycey.
It certainly is. Let's find out which one of them gets ahead, though. That'll be the key. And as we go into P1, Dizzy drills a player, but doesn't have the positioning. The rest of his teammates really aren't going to contest this for a few seconds. Tries to stay alive, watching for the pinch, which actually isn't coming in yet.
Hasn't quite found its way around yet, but it's all about the rotation from 3 to 4. I mean, that's a massive, massive point of this map. I don't know how many times I've kind of reiterated it, but when we get over towards P2, keep an eye on teams trying to find a breakthrough to try to get inside the trips, try and get that rotation around, because the seamless transition over towards 4 is something to look out for. Nice play from Twisted, though. Gets the angle, 4 kills in a row. Love that from him. They have the side of the map as well that they really want to be on right now, and they'll continue to try and hold it.
Twisted just waiting for this one. Cannon going to find a player on the pinch. And a second. Possibly the third. Doesn't matter. Julian will steal it away from him, and that's a big wipe. Only Dizzy going to be left alive, but going to be outnumbered as Heptix takes him down. And for Revenge, that's pretty much given them the opening they want to really contest this P2.
Yep. Revenge now. It's about just trying to hold over towards that side, but Chunk can find 2. Trades will come through, though. Julian finds 2 of his own. Chunk finds his 3rd. Chunk all alone, no. I think the only sort of positive here for Disworld, in 40 seconds time they're in a good spot, but a long way to go on this hill. You don't want to be giving it up for absolutely nothing. Julian can try and find something here, finds one, should be picked up from the right hand side, says he can find one. Alpha finds another, Alpha finds another, and there you go, through the front door from Disworld. Need to make sure they keep a hold of the spawns that they did have. It looks like they are going to be able to. Avenge still spawning out.
Just did it all. Just not able to get through. Alpha under the gun. Second chow, and everything needed right there on a 4 streak. And the rotation. This is pretty big here from Disworld. If I remember correctly, didn't Alpha do this just last week on that same point? Held it down against all comers.
See if they can try and get this rotation actually locked in. Now you can see players over towards this back side. Gonna cause a bit of an issue. I love the positioning from Alpha, though, in the middle of the map. Is he now just gonna try and hold down the push that's gonna come from top rope? He does fall. Twisted Watcher on the back side of things, though, but, well, maybe not well enough. Now going to have to give this up right inside of the point. This world's starting to crumble.
Twisted firing back and forth and trying to dodge out of it.
How?
And somehow took a little bit of time to kind of die there, essentially. We did a while ago. Trying to fight from the back foot, and that's an outrageous second kill to give Disworld back the control.
Nicely done from Chunk. We've seen he and Alpha do seem to have these moments in games that can just drag Disworld over the line, but you need to have a few more here up against Avenge. It's not a bad lead, though. You're heading over towards P4. You've got the rotation in. Chunk's on a 3 spree. And you have about a 50-point lead. Nice kind of start, and, well, kind of ringing true, right, isn't it? When we said about that P3 rotation, you can pick up the majority of the time. You're the first ones here at P4, which is not an easy break whatsoever, especially if you only find one trade. You can now all be dropped, and Disworld in full control of this map.
They are just trying to lengthen this lead second by second. Twisted just making sure nobody comes through the front door. The players are going down spiral as well, and, well, doesn't even see him, and Twisted goes back and forth and helping out his teammates and everybody getting involved here.
Heptix.
He's just find 2, not going to be the third, though. Dizzy was very lucky there. 9 health before it started to recover.
20 seconds to go, though, and that pressure will start to come in maybe a little bit further. But, I mean, for Disworld, that is the majority of the time going to go their way. You can see Avenge not coming to really do anything about this now. Disworld lock that time in, and Avenge have very little to say about it. It's going to be over a 100-point lead by the time we head into the second rotation, Bryce. And it's all off that 3 to 4. Diswell locked down the majority of the time as 3. They seamlessly rotate over towards the bottom bunker, and that is all she wrote. Very, very healthy lead heading into the second rotation, and, well, looking to try and keep a hold of the spawns over towards P2 if you can. If you're Revenge, you need everything to go your way in this next rotation.
And that's a good place to start. A little bit of a wipe. Get some good time on a P1, and suddenly it becomes a much closer game, and if they can just hold on to that rotation of P2, it will be a fantastic recovery. Is it too much to ask, though, on a P1 to P2?
It's a long way to go, isn't it? But they have somewhat closed that gap. I mean, well, I'll get it extended here. Diswell picking on the scrap time if they can. Avenge Esports on the better side of the map for the rotation over towards P2. Maybe pushing a little overzealously for something over towards P1, because now they've all been dropped, and while Dizzy can seamlessly walk through and doesn't find the gunfight. Callum doesn't want to go for the chow here, but just trying to shoulder if he can. He's done so well. Fair play, Callum. Finds the gunfight. Avenge do eventually get themselves over towards that side of the map. Diswell, where they're in contention, but right now still find themselves about 90 points behind. Brycey slowly closing the gap.
Hold on to here as well. That's a big kill from Red. As you can see, the rest of the kill feed just holding up for Avenge Esports with 40 seconds to go. They want every single bit of it, and even Callum, that's a great read, and almost lost the gunfight. Could have gone worse, but just holds them off for a few seconds. Is now killed. Fly in from both sides. Still be Avenge that are happy for this until they lose that last member.
Alpha trying to stay alive on the point. Finds the gunfight, forces them back. And I mean, this is perfect scenario for Diswell. You're in for the scrap time. Avenge Esports spawning miles away. The hills that you had so much luck on the previous rotation, you're already there. You are set up. The trenches have been dug. We're in such a good spot if you're a Diswell player right now. You need to try and hold the middle of the map if you can. If Chunk and Alpha can stay alive as long as they possibly can, then that would be great. I'm not too sure if Heptix actually did spawn out towards the back, but he has managed to find a way through. Relevant of that, now Diswell need to be careful here. They have managed to find the majority of the kills, and they won't find the break back. Should still be spawning over towards the back side. Close spawns will be there, but Avenge are too.
Trying to stay alive towards the back here, but shouldn't be long for this world. But a little bit of help flies in as well, and somehow this world just absorb all of that pressure, completely rebuff it, as they are now very much in lethal range. Won't finish it on this hill, but considering the way it's going, should finish it on next.
Yeah, and next was so good for them as well. 16 seconds, and we will be heading there. This is just time that is bleeding away for Revenge Esports. Need to be down low already, and they are there this time. Yep, okay, they found the rotation. This is much better. Now it's a big opportunity for Revenge. They've seen what Diswell did to them in the previous rotation. If they can hold down a full 60 here, they are well and truly back into the game. But with the way that Diswell have been playing, that might be a tall order. Player's not positioned in the right place. Callum's had his head taken off. Alpha finds another. And, well, the hold was looking great for all of 0.1 seconds. Brycey, Diswell, what a break.
And that break might just be the final death knell for this team, as nobody gets through. Everybody falling down, and even with that kill there, you thought maybe they could get something. It isn't to be. Too far away. You can see Dizzy even pushing out towards the spawn because they have stopped. Avenge have given up. They know it is over, and that is a very dominant first map win to Disworld.
Sensational work. They find the breaks. And to be honest, it was more about the rotation, but that break towards the end kind of summed it up for Revenge Esports, didn't it? You eventually start doing something right, and then Diswell just show what power they've got. Just twisted, I want to say maybe, yeah, but I think this was from the very beginning. Finds a couple of kills. Another one down towards the stairs, and he actually jumps up on top of the gun as well and finds another over towards the helicopter side. But really, really good job from the side of Disworld. Again, we talked about the rotations over from 3 and 4, time and time again. It feels like I am really beating that drum, maybe too much. But at the same time, they found that rotation over and over again. When they didn't, and then they find the break so easily back, Avenge Esports have got to kind of be looking at that and sort of saying, right, okay, well, what could we have done better here? Diswell just outplayed them, to be honest with you. Really, really good job from them. They will take map number 1 away, and deservedly so, Bryce.
Yeah, realistically, that was about as clean as a hard point as you can get on this map, and I was not expecting that big of a gap. I think that's maybe the thing to take away from the map that we just watched, is every time we thought maybe Avenge will just look down maybe a P2 or really soak some time on one of these hills, but it was never really the case. They never found their money hill.
They never really got going, did they? It felt like they were in third gear the majority of the time. Never had any pop-off moments, did they? I mean, towards the end there, Avenge actually playing with 3 players. I'm not too sure the reason for that, but irrelevant of that. Disworld would have won out on that one. And I think, you know, you look at the slaying side of things, everybody finding those non-traded kills, everyone doing good damage. Just an all-round brilliant performance. 3 minutes and 5 seconds in the hill for Alpha. I'll not make any kitten sounds, yeah, because I'm 32 years old. But at the same time, that's very typical, to say the least.
Certainly was. And that was, you know, we talked about the P2 and his performance last week with it. Again, same thing, just holding people off while in a hill. It's pretty phenomenal. It's the quality of the kills. That's the thing. If you're defending from inside the hills and getting 2 or 3 kills while you do it, it's kind of like a force multiplier. You're getting time, you're stopping them, you're staggering them. Especially in the condition where if you're in a hill, you have limited room to kind of maneuver, and they know roughly where you're going to be. They're looking for you when you go into it. And to walk away still like that, it's why it was such a dominant kind of hard point for them. They were just doing things correctly and doing it even more than correctly, really. Stuff that shouldn't happen. And somehow they got it done.
Just a really all-round good job from the side of Disworld as we head into Hacienda Search and Destroy. This is the opportunity now for Avenge to try and turn the tables, but my worry for them is, and again, I don't know if I'm going to read into it too much, but players leaving the lobby when the game is nearly done, that kind of thing. As a player, a long time ago,
we need the stats.
I hate. Well, we need the stats, but I used to hate that kind of thing. People rage quitting. You look, you got to firm it. Take the L.
Yeah.
Go from there.
Yeah, Tom.
You know. What?
Yeah, I'm just saying you rage quit game earlier.
What game? What game? What game?
You know which game. As we go into this S&D,
I have my reasons.
we're going to have a look here as it all explodes straight to the middle of the map. Callum will find 2. It's already down to a 3 versus 2, a 3 versus 1, a 1 versus 3 potential here for Dizzy. Down he goes. That round is over, Tom.
Okay, well, my slander aside, that one went very, very quickly, didn't it? Avenge, straight through the middle of the map. No trophies available, just a fist fight in the telephone box, really, wasn't it? Into the middle we went, and Dizzy, yeah, okay, can find 1, but never going to get away from Callum. Finds 3 in the round with the Jackal through in the middle of the map. Sensational work.
That was a pretty much square up round. Everybody just going, right, middle of the map, let's have it. And Avenge Esports were better at it at that point. Well, that's a bit of a breath of fresh air for them as well, considering the hard point. So now, can they capitalize on it? A mental reset, that shrug off of all that weight on the shoulders of a bad hard point that's already evaporated. And this is aggressive again here. 2 by 2 they go. Julian will find 1. That's Callum who finds it, I think. It wasn't Julian. The scoreboard is, of course, messed up, but they have the advantage.
There's no doubt that who found that kill over towards that side. It was Dizzy. Oh, Callum getting a little bit of wayward here, and Julian now left in 1 versus 3. Alpha deals with him. Good God. Every single time I watch Alpha, it's just... Guys, a beamer.
And these are some very quick rounds. It seems like a lot of aggression probably on the side of Avenge. I wonder if that's the tactic. I wonder if they adjust at any point. Especially now that they've been rebuffed.
Trophies, etc. are going to be very much in play now. Do we see things slowing down? Well, I'm not 100% sure about that with how these 2 teams are wanting to play, clearly. Alpha now through the middle of the map. A lot of mid-map control kind of seems paramount for these teams. And Hacienda Search. It's actually maybe the first Hacienda Search that I've casted. Obviously not ever. Been around for a very long time, but... the players know how to play it. By the looks of things, Callum not stopping where he, well, kind of left off in round number 1. Aggression coming out from Avenge again.
How about just getting out of there? A little bit of information. Chunk goes for the chow and isn't going to get it. Everybody trading again, but this time it will be Avenge. 3 versus 2. Julian backing up. Not a lot of room here, Disworld, as well. We have to check so many corners to move forward on this map.
Feels like Disworld are kind of waiting for Avenge Esports to do something right now, and well, they're waiting and then getting slayed out. Callum, well, one that he is dead, is having a good game. Alpha will find 1 under red though. That opens up this A bomb site, but they are being pinched. And do they actually have this information whatsoever? Starting to put out some pressure towards the fence's side. Heptix gets the kill onto the bomb plant and gets the hell out. Does he? Oh, he's not even going to find it. I think the team shot did come through. But Avenge Esports is just manipulating this so well. They're getting aggressive, making sure they're doing it quietly. And all of a sudden, if you're this world, you just don't really have any idea where Avenge are, and it makes it extremely difficult to find the round win, I should say. Now, well, especially in the map win. This world find themselves dropping 2-1 down now. What do you think they can do to maybe try and bring this one back?
I think it's going to be about those adjustments in game, right? Like, Avenge have been aggressive. They've taken map control, which is probably the more important thing. And that closes down Disworld. So, realistically, if you're Disworld here, the call has to be to come in to either play like a default or work out to counter it, because here they come again. Avenge straight through, trying to get out of it, and down they go. And this is what I was talking about. Avenge, they want to hit this tempo, they want to take map control, and they're basically just making Disworld react to them.
They're just bullying them, aren't they? Chunk can find one up top mid. We do a hand with a hand here, but this is just so difficult for a break from this spot. When you're going through the smallest door on the map, there are multiple different angles you can kind of be being watched from. You need Avenge to make a mistake here if you don't want to go 3-1 down.
Not going to happen. Avenge again took the risk, ran the route, and it has to be an adjustment from Disworld. Avenge are playing this so well. Every route they're taking, whatever call is being made, is being followed, and it is working.
Seem to be playing together, using numbers to force a certain side of the map in their favor, and it's just becoming very, very difficult for Disworld to do anything about it. See if they maybe change tact a little bit here at Disworld. I mean, you're 3-1 down. It's not a disaster yet by any stretch of the imagination. You are letting rounds bleed away right now. Red backed up. I'll try and do something for his team here, but big aggression coming over towards the A side. Callum is the one in position. He's going to get caught out here. You best believe he is. 7-2 now out of Callum. He was not stopped moving forward throughout 5 rounds of S&D so far.
As fences are being destroyed, but Callum still lives.
You've got them scared here. That seems to be the problem. You can see Disworld's position on the map. Callum is just moving very, very seamlessly through the map, and it is making it very difficult for Disworld to try and deal with. They haven't got a clue where he is. They haven't got a clue where anybody else from Avenge are. And it's impossible to play this game of Search and Destroy. They need to answer fire with fire, I think, Pricey, but right now they're going to try and get this bomb down. Still a 4 versus 3. And oh, look, would you have guessed it? Here's Callum.
Oh, right, they just seem a little bit lost here. They're just not able to really get anything done. Chunk finds 2. That does just make it a 1v2 with 20 seconds, and Chunk may have to just go to the other bomb site. Is he going to full wrap this? He might go left here.
Yeah, I like it. He might run into them if they come this way, though. This is for a 1v4, by the way.
Took the chance. Avenge Esports didn't take the bait, though, and I can't say it's basically a 50-50. He knew he'd got away. He just had to work out which bomb site he thought they would be at, and he was hoping they kind of gave chase or rotated themselves. And it didn't work out, but they really are struggling to deal with Callum. They cannot keep leaving these sightlines open. They can't keep giving this map control away. And we saw it even when they went to try and plant there. Disworld was so compressed. There were too many avenues they could be attacked from.
Some small updates from some of the other games. Team Notorious are obviously sitting at 4-0 in their group and very much securing themselves as one of the best teams in Europe right now. Just won Protocol Hardpoint 250-5 against Annex Esports.
So they did okay.
Yeah, pretty good.
Oh, yes, actually, I remember speaking stuff about that game earlier. It looks like that probably will be a quick 3-0. But on the other side of it, as we can now see, that it will be Disworld who have an advantage in this round to try and stop the bleeding. They finally found Callum.
This is just what, the 8 or 9 and 3 now from Callum. Hard to deal with. Extremely hard to deal with. Avengers just seem to have the run of the map, don't they? It just seems a little bit easy for them just to dip in and out, find the kill. Not going to be the case here for Heptix, of course. Dizzy will find that. But I think everybody is sitting here watching this now will sort of say to themselves, you're watching the map, you're watching how it's played. See the scoreline. Avenge aren't bullying Disworld right now. But this could be a big round for Disworld. Is it this change of tact? Have they managed to work Avenge out? Red left in a 1 versus 4. Barring a minor miracle of him finding this, then it will be 4-2 to Avenge Esports Disworld. Stop the bleeding. But I wouldn't say it's quite too little too late yet, Brycey, but it's getting there.
Yeah, that's the point, really. Such a kind of a slow start maybe from Disworld as put them on the back foot, but it wouldn't be the biggest comeback we've ever seen, of course. They just need to work out how to deal with Avenge Esports aggression. Even on the defense, they've been taking so much map control away from Disworld. Maybe Disworld throw it up. Maybe they go, right, let's be aggressive ourselves and hit a bomb site.
Big win for Chunk. Second one is not found. His teammate right next to him was the one who dropped it. Look in there, just expecting the pressure to come in. It's almost the thought is what's causing the mission. Look at them backing up. They're so expectant of him. And you know what? They're right. There he is. They will find him in the end. So then the adaptation probably has to come through from a player like Callum. He has to sort of say to himself, right, okay, well, this has worked the last few times. Didn't work there. They're ready for me now. Alpha. Well, Red was ready for him. Dizzy is the one to chow back, though. That's lovely from Disworld. Now on a 3 versus 1.
You know he's going to be annoyed as well, because I don't think he knew the second player was there. Yep. So obviously he hit the first, and then Dizzy comes out with full health. So you know he's called that one. Probably said something rude to his team comms, like, how on earth has that happened? But for Disworld, maybe you're right, Tan. Maybe it is, you know, soak back and wait for those picks. Didn't work in the first few rounds, but the adjustment has been made, and Disworld making this look like a competitive game now.
For all I feel like I have been slaughtering them a little bit, yes, they have absolutely brought this one back. And not too bad of a spot down whatsoever. That's 2 rounds in a row. Now I'm really just curious if Avenge are going to switch something up. Are they going to try something different to maybe the all-out aggression that has kind of been there? Callum has been the dog without a leash. Maybe it's trying to put the collar back on and maybe try and move things around. Or do you just keep going? Because in the end, you are 4-3. A big hit over towards B. Here we go.
Oh, Chunk is actually going to find something and puts a bullet in. And, well, this time it's gone much better for Disworld. Huge counter. And this has swung this game. This should be a tied game unless Red can find this 1 versus 3. Well, doesn't have bomb, doesn't have positioning. The only benefits he has right now is they don't know exactly where he is.
He has a lot of time. Oh. That's a bit of unfortunate timing. As you come around the corner, as you try and break open the door, you are extremely dead, my friend. Yep, there you go. Another round for Disworld. This is much better. Big bang out over towards B works in their favor. It's a 3-for-1 trade. And then all of a sudden you are just hunting one final player down. It's Twisted who gets the final bullets in. Red dealt with. 4-4 now. Getting very, very tight. That's now 3 rounds in a row for the side of Disworld. One team with the momentum right now. You have to give them credit. I don't know necessarily if they've entirely worked out what Avenge are doing, but they have changed tact and it is working at this moment in time. For Avenge, do you have anything else in the locker right now? Because you are bleeding rounds.
That trophy going down is going to call this as well. I wonder if Avenge will bring the players over. You can already see they're making a move. The only problem Disworld are going to have is that while they're pushing forward here, if they lose that gunfight, they're going to be a bit compressed. They might be surrounded. Twisted makes a huge kill that they need. Everybody slowing down, wondering where these players are. Will Twisted be the first one to fall? You can see the players already on the map. Nobody is quite short on.
You could see Alpha was trying to make a play there to help his teammates maybe push through, but I mean, they had all this time to plant and they haven't done it. Now Alpha getting aggressive. If he dies here with the bomb, there's no way that's going to get planted. There you go. Yeah, Dizzy left on his own. That is a... I mean, I think it's... I always try to get myself not too worked about it because we can see where all the other players are. But if you run through fences, you have some sort of control over towards back 10. Big opportunity to get the bomb down. Should find a kill here. Did you know the second one was there? Yes, you did. Can't find the third. It was there immediately. Avenge will put themselves on map point.
That was a great trade there from Avenge. Just managed to get it. I mean, just finding that second one, it could have been disastrous for them, but you are right. Like I said, that was the issue. Once they lost that first kill towards the back, they knew they didn't have the map control, and they were hoping to find something, and they weren't really in great tradable positions. That's the other problem. They were hoping for a blood themselves, and they almost took down Callum when he banged the door open. Didn't happen. And now Avenge Esports find themselves on map point.
Opportunity was there for Diswell to get that bomb down. They didn't go for it. Well, they ruined that mistake. Avenge now slowly pushing B side. Going to try and find a pick up top. Diswell sitting very passively, expecting the aggression to come out. Time does start to play with you. Somebody throws a shoulder, somebody gives a check somewhere, gives information away. Can you find the shot? Can you find something? Made this attacking round just that little bit more difficult for Revenge.
Careful now. Hoping for something. The only issue Diswell might have is they have no eyes on A. Might be looking for a retake, and that causes its own issues. But Avenge still also a little bit careful about it.
It's nothing like the round that we have had previously so far in this game. Oh, Twisted. Just get off. Heptic's new. He dips away, slides away, and Twisted gets dealt with. Big gunfight's going to come through though. Dizzy and Chunk will find a 3 versus 2 in favor of Diswell.
And that bomb did not go down. Julian does not know he's there. He's right behind him. Oh, Alpha with the reflexes now red in a 1 versus 2 with 6 seconds. All they have to do is just not be next to each other and they're good. And that's going to take us to a round 11. What on earth was that round, Ton?
Oh, it was very slow and steady until it absolutely exploded into life. Oh, Alpha. I don't know if Julian knew if he was there. I wonder if he was just trying to wait to try and find the second, then pop him, but... Here we are. Round 11. We go. It's been a cracking S&D. What a map it's been. Really enjoyed it. Let's see who's going to come out the victor, though. It will be Avenge Esports on the attacking side. Diswell to defend. And is it going to be Shocking O again, Brycey, or do we have that slow passive on? Nah, I'm going to go for the ladder.
Let's work for them. And, oh, this could go great here for Diswell. They've managed to call it correctly.
Yep.
However, after that, Izzy's been left alone and isn't going to win the long-range gunfight, and it actually means that now Diswell are out of position.
I think for Dizzy there, you want to take the challenge on, but in those moments in defense, round 11, you back up. One player that could potentially do something here is Twisted, but he's just going to have to wait on the rest of his teammates. I think he had eyes on somebody, didn't he? Now all of a sudden, can your teammates pinch in at the right time? You can see they're now pushing all the way back around from the spawn. Twisted just trying to play with them for now. Oh, just trying to play with nothing but bullets. Red takes him down 2 versus 4.
Almost impossible, this retake. Even worse now. Chunk in a 1 versus 4 for the round. They fought so hard to get back to this point. And Chunk will find one, but with 19 seconds left to go, they would have to line up for him. Not going to find the second either. Heptics will take him down, and we go 1-1 in this series.
Avenge Esports take it away. Honestly, I think deserved overall. Yes, okay, they did start. I don't want to say crumble. I think Diswell kind of changed things up a little bit. But ultimately, they did seem the more cohesive unit when it came down to search and destroy on Hacienda. They will take that one away and level the series up, as you mentioned, Brycey. Very interesting one now. For all that map number 1 was very, very comfortable, that one wasn't comfortable for either one of those two teams, but ultimately it will be Avenge Esports who take it away. This will probably be disappointed. They brought that right back there and then just kind of crumbled. I just wonder, you know, Dizzy kind of gets caught a little bit laying down, just trying to hold a couple of different angles, which is tough. It's always a bit of an awkward position to be in, but when that happens, that completely opens up the other side of the map, because Avenge Esports seeing everybody over towards this B side think, okay, well, there's a lot of bullets coming from there. Let's maybe not go over there. Find the gunfight over towards A, and the map is wide open. Unfortunate for Diswell, but really good play from Revenge.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Diswell, I think, took the risk, and it was a valid risk, realistically. You know, Revenge looked like they were about to hit it in numbers again. So they did stack the point. Unfortunately, you know, Dizzy was out on himself, and you give up an awful lot of map control there, and he went for a long-run gunfight, lost it. And like I said, that kind of just flipped it there, because one thing that Avenge were good at all S&D is taking map control. And once that happened, it was always going to be a fight from the back foot. But a valiant effort there from Avenge to tie this series up after what was a very bad hardpoint for them.
Well, Control coming up next as well, so curious how the SMGs do there. I think Callum will be full of confidence after that one, but I think for Diswell, at least you bring it back to that stage. I think if you got whitewashed, you maybe feel a little bit worse about that, but you've pulled it back, you've made it around difference. I think as soon as Diz died over towards that side, that was their chances pretty much gone. But about Control coming up, they'll be feeling confident about that based on what we've seen in map number 1 when it does come down to the run and gun objective game modes, but you never know. It doesn't always translate. We will at least be seeing Skyline Hardpoint, which is another map that I kind of don't mind for Revenge, but if you are Diswell, you'll be happy with that too. Straight into it. Vault Control going to be coming up next, of course. Typically defensively heavy, but we have seen teams start to work it out a little bit more now. Attack has become a little bit... I want to say it happens more often, right? Especially as opposed to what we've seen in the first few weeks, Bryce. It was all round 5s. So it was like we're back on Fortress.
Yeah, it really was, actually. I think one of the kind of adaptations players was just found, and here's the thing we've always said about Call of Duty, right? And it's weird in this game, is the game gets faster as time goes on, right? And that always influences kind of how teams form and how the meta evolves and everything else as skill gaps are usually open. If anything, I feel like this game has maintained the same speed so far.
Oh, there's been lots of pace. I mean, you seen round number 1 of the Search and Destroy, and I almost forgot that we were playing Search and Destroy for a second. I was like, why are we 4-man in mid? But in the end, worked out. This is this attacking round for Avenge Esports, trying to get themselves through. Chunk with the flank, though, doesn't find the second. Avenge still working on something over towards this A side. Lives ever so slightly in favor of it as well, but Control was there momentarily for Avenge. Back initially by Twisted and Dizzy.
Bit of positioning here for both sides. At the moment, Avenge burning a few lives, not able to stop the clock, and now they will have to start thinking about committing. Even with Callum in the position he wants to be and will want to stay there and try to get some map control from up top. Unfortunately, he knew he might have to move, and well, that's a wipe, and this may shut the door here. You can already see Disworld have moved deep into the spawn, looking for them off the rip here. Already found one, surely not going to find that gunfight. But they are open B side as Twisted tries to just even that streak out a little bit more. Not going to happen. 9 seconds to go. Back into the spawn. And surely it's over.
Barely gets a touch either. That is not a good round for Revenge Esports. As well, putting them to the sword. And I think that's always the difficulty, though, especially if it does come down to these defensive rounds being so strong. I mean, I'm sure we'll get to see in a second what we really do think is going to happen here, but when you lose a round like that, you don't get any ticks. You're immediately on the back foot. Yeah, okay, you can set yourself well over towards defense, but the prerequisite is at least get a hold of it, right? Don't manage it. Disworld punished them for it as well. And all of a sudden, though, we are going to be changing sides, and Avenge Esports are going to have their turn at defending themselves. Disworld, what can you do to try and get out? And, well, for them, I suppose minor win would even just be 1 tick over towards A, but I'm sure they'll be looking for more than that.
Well, let's find out. Did pretty good on the respawn in that first one. Maybe it's just what they go for. Is that? It's just so many bodies all piling through. It's rare you see a break like that, and it has not worked out as Alpha goes to work. He's 9-2, and normally you can say, yeah, that's pretty impressive on the defensive side, but he picks up 3 on the attack, and that second tick is now rocketing forward.
Push was incoming momentarily for Avenge. Alpha will say thank you very much. Feels a little 1 by 1 from Avenge right now. Disworld slaying out. One player on the flank is going to be Callum. He's going to have to do something about this because the pressure being put in is relentless here from the side of Disworld, and he will find a kill over towards that B side, so he will just ease some of that. Now for Alpha, it's about staying alive. For Chunk, it's about finding a flank, and all of a sudden now, you have to divert your attention this way if you're Avenge. Big gunfight coming up here. Finds it on the Heptics as well. Chunk staying alive. There's a lot of pressure coming in from Disworld. Second round might be heading their way.
Oh, he's a bit Patrick Swayze with it. He is feeling the movement right now. You can even tell every single second they are moving further and further into the lead. Respawn seems to be their forte as Disworld are 2-0 up in the control. What is going on?
I mean, it's just unrelenting momentum, right? I mean, you find those kills in the middle of the map. For me, I think the mistake comes from Revenge trying to overforce the retake over towards A. I think you got to give that up, dig your trenches, put yourself in a little bit of an awkward spot. But if anything, they push forward, and then automatically they're already under pressure in their spawn. As soon as they come off respawn, you have to be aware of what's going on. Players coming in. It's not the sense of, right, okay, let's set ourselves up here, or maybe just try and make it a little bit awkward through middle of the map or something like that. Nope. They all pushed too late, died, and then all of a sudden Disworld can just collapse onto B, and you've got nothing to drop back to. Really good aggression coming out from Disworld. I mean, that's a nade over the top from the get-go from Chunk. He'll have a second as well. Welcome back to your respawn for 2 players already for Revenge, and Disworld, yeah, just absolutely flawless right now in this control.
This is a bit of a beasting, a bit of a beating, a bit of a horrible time to watch if you're an Revenge esports fan, because the respawns, they haven't been able to answer. Alpha's 14-3, and they've had their attack.
I mean, it's just incredible. I really want to give a lot of credit over towards Disworld, and there's still life in this game. Avenge, you know, you find your attacking side, and then maybe you can tighten up on defense. I think 3-2 comebacks on Control happening more often than you would like to think. It is possible. But with the way that this one's going, it doesn't feel it. Oh, Alpha, it's disgusting. Snap under the second. Julian's like, I didn't even see him. 16-6 from Dizzy, now setting up plenty of information, buttering them up. This is just wonderful, wonderful Call of Duty from Disworld.
A little bit of a break. Pretty much shut down. This is not normal. If you are watching this or have been watching a lot of COD, I don't know if you watch as much as we have, but this isn't how this map goes.
Well, I mean, we'll see more attacking rounds, but not typically that one-sided from Disworld. And defensive rounds, yeah, we don't see them that good either. Wow, Disworld 3-0.
Is that a record
to domination?
in time?
I mean, it might be. That was fast. It was really fast. I mean, Avenge didn't get a tick, mate.
It didn't, and it was very quick from Disworld, from point 1 to point 2. I don't know what the stats are for the fastest kind of controlled game, but that has to be up there.
It will be. It will be, especially for EU Challenger side of things. At least the games that we get to see. Of course, some of these teams who are sitting in 0-4, etc., do get bodied on occasion. But that, especially coming in for 2 teams who are going to be aiming for that final place for playoffs, that's a disappointing one for Revenge. Especially when you bring it back in that Search and Destroy. You find that 6-5 victory. You get the round 11. Bit of momentum, please. God, no. Disworld say, yeah, no, it doesn't matter. We lost the Search and Destroy, but we'll just win the next 2 maps. No problem. There's number 1. Done and dusted. Is there going to be potential for the map number 4 to look like that? I'd hope not, if I'm Revenge esports.
Well, that's the thing. That was so kind of crazy. I mean, we knew, obviously, Disworld had a very good time on the first hardpoint, right? Like, we said it going in. But when the S&D happened, I was like, hey, they're pretty even. Callum looked fantastic on there when he was winning his gunfights. And it's not the defenses that it's not the defenses that are really an issue. It's the fact that Disworld smashed through their attack as well. Like, you can be shut out in defense on this map, but to allow a team to very, very quickly take their attack both points doesn't happen that often.
Not great. Not great for Revenge there. And those are the kind of games that only can put you. I mean, look, I said that after map number 1, and they came out to win the Search and Destroy, so maybe I'm just clutching at straws, but yeah, that's a head scratcher. It's not. Look, I mean, we see defensive rounds won dominantly, but not 2 in a row like that. We don't want to see the attack as well won like that. It's just game mode for Revenge to work on. I'll tell you that for nothing. Skyline Hardpoint going to be coming up next, though, and is this maybe the map where they can get in amongst it? I thought that Vault Control could have been it as well, you know, especially the gun skill they do have. I mean, you would have thought that that could have been closer, but Skyline Hardpoint coming up, you have to get your gunny up here, big time.
You certainly are. Well, there's another respawn on the horizon. It's gonna be. I don't even really know how to put it, because both respawns have been so heavily favored to Disworld that you have to just give them this map. Like, realistically, unless Avenge can find a way to step up and be more competitive. But even then, in the S&D, Avenge, you know, they were very, very aggressive. They took a lot of map control. They got 4 rounds to 1 up, and then almost lost it because they took it to around 11.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, I think, you know, it always felt to me that Avenge, well, they seemed in control of the majority of the Search and Destroy. They bled a few rounds, but yeah, okay, a 6-5 victory might tell another story, but for me, the rounds that they won, they were good value for. So then when the Search and Destroy is either here nor there, I suppose, you know, they did what they had to do. Disworld now find themselves 2-1 up in this series and just need to find the Skyline Hardpoint. Testing times for Avenge Esports, though. You lose this, your challenge season does not continue.
That may be the scariest thing. The pressure really is mounting on what has been a lackluster performance in Respawn. For Avenge Esports, this may be their final map in Elite this stage, as Disworld look to continue that momentum they just had from the Control. The blistering Control it was, but here comes initial break into P1.
P1 has been big for teams specifically on this map, but it's also about the rotation over towards P2, and that is not easy to do if you're the only person left. If you're Julian Card, 4 men dead almost immediately. Disworld with a fantastic start. I wonder if Avengers course here has just maybe ran a little bit, but we're very ill in this hard point. They need to lock in.
And at least there's a little bit more parity on the slaying. Disworld are getting a bit of time here on the P1, but P2 push coming through here for Avenge. And that's what I want more than anything. Just a bit of competition. It's a very big game. It's a very important moment. Both teams really need to throw their all into it.
Good start from Disworld, though. As he left all alone momentarily, but the rest of the team are now here. Team are going to go down, though. Callum and Julian will find a couple of kills here for Avenge, and this is potentially some time on the board. There you go. 4-man wipe momentarily. Will have that time to set yourselves up. Still around 45 seconds to go on this hill. Nice position to be in. A little bit of kitchen control has been lost, though. Twisted will find a second. Those are the kind of gunfights you maybe just need to take your time with. Callum has it all to do. His teammates have spawned up with him, though.
Back into it one more time. They have control of this, and it's going to be a difficult break, though. Alpha finds the first, but they're not really in a great position to pinch here. Callum looking for the players as well, and Callum will find one, but the rest of the team has just walked in the front door, and they'll win the trades. With 16 seconds left to go, you can already see Twisted trying to push out, but hits nothing but air, as they know that P3 is where they want to be.
For Avenge to set themselves up and see if you can get anything going here. Bit of a difficult gunfight, that one. We all know it. Julian and Callum will hold it down initially. See one player trying to make a bit of a route. That is actually going to be chunked over the top walkway. Those get taken down. Good hold so far from Avenge. Not counting them out yet, Pricey. Heptic's finding 2 as well. This is good time.
Straight in. They'll find the second, but reinforcements are there as he stays alive trying to get his health back. It's going to go down, though. It's a great retake from Avenge. They hold the angles. They get the pinch. And they should be able to take the lead here. Here comes Disworld one more time, though.
Have a little stab at it here. Kind of need to in the position that they're in. B4 beckons and, well, I mean, you haven't necessarily done anything for the past 60 seconds. Callum's on a 5 spree. That's not good news either. Giving some confidence back to these Avenge Esports players after you've battered them between pillar and post on the previous map. Now you're letting them into this with Callum finding 7 in a row. The second is disgusting. Needs a little bit of help from his teammates. Needs to just clean this one out. Twisted trying to put some pressure down. Does so well to survive. And he's done even better to put those bullets in. Dizzy will find 2, though. The pressure is in. The break will be found. Disworld, a first opportunity in a while to find some good time.
I can't believe Alpha cut him down in the sky, but now we can see Dizzy looking for them. Without seeing them, he'll know they're behind him. Big call. Finds 1, 2, and the third. A little bit late, but better late than never as he now goes for the players off the rip one more time. There's one. Not going to get any more for his streak, but it does make them wait for corners. And that's what he was trying to do.
Oh, Twister gets a bit of bad timing. Somebody got through bedroom. Now back on down. Needs to help his teammates out. There's one. Everybody else doing their jobs, though. Disworld will somehow walk away into the second rotation with a lead here, Brycey. Really felt like Avenge had done a sensational job over towards P2. Got Mixie there. Tiny little bit of a split. P3 was all theirs, but Disworld breaks them far too easily early doors over towards P4 and finds himself in the lead heading into a second rotation. This time, though, for Revenge Esports, they've had time to set up over towards P1. You're in a good spot for P2 rotation, but that is a long way away.
Knows a little bit of play there as well, but this is a great job by Avenge. Just keeping them off the point, stopping them from getting any real momentum going forward, and now they tend to take a little bit of time themselves. Really fighting for these P2 spawns, but he's going to be outnumbered. No trade there for him as well. Alpha going around the houses. 34 seconds left to go means this is not about the rotation quite yet for them, as he's trying to put the pressure on.
Yep. Where the teammate's going to spawn. Yeah, there you go. You can see Avenge in absolute Narnia. And Disworld in a really good position. So that one push coming in from Alpha finds two. Puts his team in a really nice spot for the next rotation. Awkward gunfight will find onto Callum. Will help out over towards P1 as well. Heptic Snows found a way through and just about finds it. It was Julian, sorry. Big gunfight coming up. Big win from Julian. Can he find another? No. Unfortunately for him, Chunk has spawned directly in front of him. But he's the only one who does. So he needs to try and stay alive or just find something for his team to make it easier on this break.
Here we go. Huge push and comes down to naught. And this is about as close as a hardpoint as we could have hoped for, Tunt. That lead keeps looking to change hands every few seconds. Callum, one of the main reasons why, 19 and 11. Here comes the pressure on him. No Tunt's going to be here. Player has gone through. He's not going to get the double trade. But maybe one is just good enough with a better position as Julian goes to work as well. And they are holding off the pressure. Twisted tries to make a play by himself, but nobody there for the trade. And it's good time for Revenge.
Yeah, when they get a nice setup, they do well with it. Sometimes it's just about trying to do it a little bit faster. Red has not necessarily had the best games, but his teammates are there to pick up the pieces where needed. You can find one inside the hardpoint. Pressure is going to be there. Finds the gunfight. Nice shots onto Alpha. 10 seconds to go. That's some really, really good time for Revenge Esports. Last time around for them, they're on the majority of their time on the last rotation over towards P3. They're not going to be the first ones there this time. You do have a lot of pressure in over towards the top side, though. They will find the gunfights. This is working out for Revenge. Big shots from Red. He must have heard me saying he's not having a good game. He's found 7 in a row.
And this is everything Avenge needed. Holding here as well. This is such a big hole from P2 to P3. And while they lose a player there, they're still very much in the driving seat. Going over 190. 36 seconds left to go. And they don't even look like they've been tested on P3. Avenge shutting this map down completely.
Disworld, well, I was about to say they need to work on P3. Chunk will find 2, but Callum and Red can answer back. A little bit more pressure coming through. Can get 1. As he finds a second, and Twister will find some more. So a little bit of respite here for Disworld. 15 seconds to go on this hill. Rotation, not looking bad either. Fantastic, actually. The kit going to come through from bedroom, though, for the side of Avenge Esports. You have to be ready for this if you're Disworld.
A bit of pressure towards the back. Got to be careful, both sides.
Lyman. Oh, it didn't work out for Alpha. Really couldn't find it, so now all of a sudden you've got a couple of different angles to watch if you Disworld. You've got one man down and nowhere near. Only 2 of you left on side. The hard point, Julian's done well to find a second. Twisted and Alpha trying to survive. Twisted finds 3! That's absurd! Those are plays you can't let happen! How on earth does he lock that down?
Oh, the pre-fire for the win. He probably didn't even expect to get it, but he knew the push was coming. And gets away with it. Twitch is going to find 1 and not the second from the top row. The player's going to be all over it. They know this as well. Disworld worried about the pressures. They lose their teammate out towards Paul as Dizzy tries to fire the players again. Chunk going to be outnumbered. Finds one with a nade, but not enough to hold off the point. For Avenge, that's big time because now they are very, very close to winning this map.
Yeah, going to be around 26 seconds away by the time we get over towards this next hill. P1 rotation. Not necessarily looking too hot here for Disworld either. Can't contest this final few moments over towards P4. Don't know if that's going to make much of a difference in the grand scheme of things because now the P1 rotation for Revenge Esports, this is where they started to take the lead. They found some good time here. They made it over towards P2 in control, in the lead. And they have just not looked back since. But right now they can win it over towards P1. Disworld can close that gap to a minute amount if they can hold it down.
Problem here for Disworld is they got to keep this pressure on P1 at all times. They cannot allow them to soak, and well, that might have just ended it. That might be just enough. You can already see Disworld are not close to this. And they are going forward. Julian is trying to just make sure that door is slammed in the face. And that was always going to be the problem with T1 ready to go. Jump onto the point. Game should be over. It is. And Avenge Esports take a respawn and shut them out of this game as we go to map 5.
Ginormous map win for Avenge Esports here. Honestly, after the start, you know, the P1 to P2, we kind of like... I was going through the rhythms right. I was thinking this one's over. Especially after what we just seen in map number 3. It's the best play that came in from Twisted. Finds 1, finds 2. And does Julian just walk into the bullets? Yeah, he might have been weak from his teammates. Really good job, though, coming in from the side of Avenge. I think, as mentioned, after those first 2 hills, we managed to get over towards P3. They found some good time. Over towards P4, didn't do too hard, but every single time that they seemed to find a way through the hill, it was either feast or famine. They weren't finding anything, they were getting broken immediately, or they would find 50 points. And it's a big difference maker if you can convert your good moments into a lot of time. I think it's so important for teams. Like, you think of these good setups, you find, okay, 10, 15 seconds of time, yeah, that's great. If you can find 40 after you get your setup, sensational work. Avenge do a great job there throughout the majority of the map. And now we'll find themselves, Bricey, heading to a map number 5. They won map 2, Search and Destroy. We stay on Skyline as well. Interesting. Where does this map 5 go? And who goes through the playoffs?
Well, we will find out, because this suddenly has become much more of a game. I don't know about you, Tom, but I just wasn't expecting that kind of performance out of Avenge. The last 2 respawns, lackluster, lacking, surprising. But that is not to be. Everything we thought Skyline might turn out to be was not the worst case scenario as we go into the S&D. And I am looking forward to it. We're settling it in the last map. Who goes through into playoffs?
Here we go then. Skyline, Search and Destroy to decide it all. The nervy map for both these teams, right? No idea which way this one's going to go, but based on what we've seen on Hacienda, I'm expecting a lot of aggression towards Kitchen. And yeah, let's see how it's going to go down. Really excited to see how things play out here in map number 5 to decide who goes through to playoffs.
Well, all that and more coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere. More action here at Call of Duty Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are heading for a map 5, and this one is for playoffs. Whichever one of these two teams wins this final S&D will book their ticket. And we're going back to the scene of the crime. Avenge Esports just won the hardpoint here on this one. Can they make it a two-peat, or is it all going to be Disworld this time around, Ton?
Let's find out. You guys who missed it, it was Avenge who took map number 2, Search and Destroy in Hacienda. They were up 4-1. They only won at 6-5. Another round 11, Bryce. Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Me either. A lot of pressure there, and well, it's going to be a good opening here for Twisted as he finds 2, but does go down in the end as Chunk throws a shoulder, and we'll have to back off.
Difficult spot now for F6. Yeah, gonna get picked apart. Nice opening round coming in from Disworld, and that's a nice way to finish it as well. Very different to the opening that we've seen. I think for them, Hacienda, for them, the problem was keeping up with Callum, keeping up with the flanks. For all that, there is routes that can be taken, kind of undeterred, unawares from the opposition on Skyline. It's not quite as bad as Hacienda. There's so many different ways players can get behind you on Hacienda. That doesn't feel the same when it comes down to Skyline. Okay, down below does tend to be the default route for flanking players to try and pull off, but it's fairly predictable. So let's see how this one's going to play out, if this world are a little bit more comfortable in their shoes this time around. A lot of pressure.
He's so aggressive so far. He knows where this play's going to be. He's waiting for it. Just such a catalyst on Hacienda. An advantage. This is what they did that well, though. Again, yeah. Avenge Esports just taking map control away, and even with that being traded advantage to Avenge Esports. Red hunting them down. They know where they are. Desperately trying to get away. They've lost them.
Dizzy will find Heptics as well, because in the mix of it all, Alpha's now left himself in a big 1v1. He can't find it. Now Dizzy left up against Julian, goes for the Chal, can't get it in time. Julian will dip away. Dizzy, oh, he has to make chase. He has to try and find it. He does, but I don't know. Can he get back in time?
Oh, it's close. I think he might have just got it. Yes! What a clutch up in the end! Oh my goodness, Disworld pulling that one out of the fire. And just to be clear, the most pressure in there was not a gunfight. It was the mechanics to grab the bomb as he went to it with 0.2 of a second to spare. The old bomb side and grab. If he'd messed up the timing even just a tiny bit, he wouldn't have got it. He's 4-0 as well. Outrageous.
Oh, he's taking this Chal all day. 2 HP in a dream. We'll back on down. Alpha is there. He's already screamed one of them is weak. And this is just such a stark contrast to what we see in the map number 2, Avenge Esports. Don't know what's going on with them right now. Maybe Disworld. I'm just here to party on this Search and Destroy. Red can find 1. Making it doable. 2 versus 3 for Avenge. Need to find the next kill. Heptics might, and does. Be traded. Can he get out? Can he find it? Not quite. Chunk will answer back. 1v2 for Red.
Red just wasn't in the position for that trade, but I think he's found a player as well, but giving his position away, and now they'll just play with him. Dizzy trying to go for the challenge as well. Callum throwing his shoulder back and forth, and Red's like, which way do I aim? With 14 seconds to go, nobody is giving him the time of day, and it might be a case of off the map we go.
Yeah, they're trying to give this kill over towards Dizzy if they possibly can. Gonna go for the shots, and there you go. Disworld will close it out. Avenge are eliminated, and that is 3-0. It's Chunk who actually finds the final kill. Dizzy would have liked it.
Wow. Let's find out if this continues, because Disworld doing very little wrong on this S&D so far. Eventually a great job on their last attacking round, though. That was the thing. Took map control, got bombed down, technically got first blood as well. Still lost the round. And there's first blood for Disworld.
Wow. I mean, Disworld are having a hell of a lot of fun over towards the kitchen side. Seemingly can't lose a gunfight. be a shame for Revenge Esports and for us, actually, if this continued this way. You want to see some close Call of Duty. We've seen it in the previous Search and Destroy. Well, to be honest, I want to say every map has been relatively comfortable outside of that second map, right? Teams who have managed to find it, done so in, I don't want to say dominant fashion, but comfortably. Is he now going to get picked apart, though? This is much better from Revenge. Took their time. Tried to find the pick. They do so now. A 3 versus 3, I should say.
Bit timing for Chunk by the look of it, yeah. Just got through. Unbelievable. That's taken them off the bomb as well. Chunk wants to get out of it. Doesn't need to. Alpha finds it. It leaves Callum left alone in a 1 versus 3. That has fallen apart for Revenge very, very quickly. Just from a little bit of COD timing. And just to reiterate, if you didn't see what was happening there, Callum obviously was kind of keeping an eye on both ways. If he just kept onto his right for a second, Chunk would have not found that flank gap. COD timing paid out for him in spades, and that is unbelievable.
It doesn't rain a pause right now. Revenge. And yourself 4-0 down. Not working out at this moment in time. What's not going well? What can you change up? I'd love to tell you what the scoreboard's saying, but, well, you know. Here we are. Disworld now. What's the change of play? What can Avenge Esports do to stop this run?
Is he just trying to stay alive here? As Revenge, it's going from bad to worse. First blood's already gone. Lost full map control. They're hoping to find Dizzy here, and Dizzy's going to go for this with maybe an advantageous fight, but there's too many against him. Do a 2 versus 4. Chunk to the rescue. And while Dizzy does go down, Chunk will find 2. And there is no luck on the side of Avenge. None.
It's not working. It's not working. Your season to boil down to this. Yeah, that would be a shame for Revenge now. If your season was to boil down to a for sale, that would be nice.
I'm fairly certain Disworld will be very unhappy you've said that.
I'm sure they get over it.
Yeah,
Alright, well, here we go then. I mean, 1 round away for the side of Disworld. Not kind of what we advertised, but for Revenge Esports, it is a fully fledged rush onto the A side. This bomb is going down first, but again is there for Disworld.
The kill back. Unfortunately, it has been traded one more again. It's red for a 1v3 for playoffs. Well, not even for playoffs, just to keep the hope alive for a bit longer, and down they go. That will be a 6-0 clearance. Disworld will go to the playoffs over Revenge in an absolute thumping in map number 5 done.
Wonderful, wonderful play from Disworld. Every single round, they just seem to have Avenger's number. And they will take this one away. First S&D was close. That one, well, not so much. Oh, great series, though. Fantastic series between these two. But as mentioned, it will be Disworld now advancing from that group in, I believe they'll probably be in 4th spot. So that makes it a tough tie, but they will advance through either way. And I feel like for Disworld as well, you know, we'll concentrate on them. They're the team who've managed to get through. They have a lot of potential. We see from time to time performances like that. We see some good hard points coming up from them as well. Are they going to be able to bring it over the line next week? Oh, and tomorrow, of course, as well. We'll find out very, very shortly. But yeah, they'll be very, very happy to qualify.
They certainly will. Well, what a series that really was. We wander back down memory lane. 250-107. Then a 6-5, very close game. A Vault Control that was, quite frankly, just so one-sided it's not even worth talking about. Then a Skyline Hardpoint could have gone either way, but ended up being Avenged, taking that top spot. And then an S&D that the replay operator's probably got about 4 seconds worth of clips for.
Yeah, it didn't last very long, did it? Topsy-turvy series, though, like a comfortable hard point for one team. Close Search and Destroy, absolute smoking in map 3. Honestly, very comfortable for Revenge in map number 4. And an absolute drubbing on Skyline Search and Destroy. What did you call it? A thumping. I like that one as well. Yeah. A lot of distance between those two teams on maps 3 and 5 in particular. But it will be Disworld who get the job done. As mentioned, they will qualify for the playoffs, which start tomorrow, boys.
They certainly do. Well, we'll be right back with more action after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite Stage 2. We are ready for our second set of games of the day. One group is done and dusted, ton, and well, it ended pretty weirdly because there was a very one-sided game to end it, but this is how it looks in Group A.
Yeah, looking good in Group A for Team Notorious. Crud Muffins winning their game up against P7 Esports, and Disworld, the one getting the job done in their final game up against Avenge Esports. So Avenge and Alex not making it through. We're heading over towards Group B though now, Brycey, and we have a kind of a battle for that first position. Katana Gaming going up against Clutchrayn. That's going to be the interesting game. Just a note as well here on this one, Rousing Esports giving the game over to BBHH. So BBHH have qualified through, I believe. The only way that anything could kind of change now, and Glorious, I believe, are going up against Notorious, so there is something potentially there, but based on everything that has went down, Notorious look fairly decent, and Glorious have only beat Rousing. We've got one way we're probably expecting that one to go, but I mean, we'll be keeping an eye on that one, of course, but it's all to play for on that top spot in Group B.
It certainly is. We're going to find out how that all goes down, though, with these teams. And, of course, as we kind of keep an eye on everybody moving forward, it's kind of shaken out the way we expected it to when we started the Elite Ton. It wasn't a million miles away.
No, it hasn't been. It kind of has been where we expected things to go. I think for me, just maybe BBHH a little bit more clinical in their performance of qualifying for playoffs. Yes, okay, they did eventually get their wins, but losing their first two games was probably a little bit scary. But yeah, there has been not too many surprises, I would say.
Certainly hasn't. Well, let's talk about our first team up to the stepping block then. And we have another picture. It's Niall this time around. This is Clutchrayn, of course. Twiz, Fibrone, Ben W, and Niall will be the team looking to go forward and take the win here.
Nice to see Niall's partaking in the graphics. I'm not too sure if he would have sent that in himself, but relevant of that. Clutchrayn have actually been relatively impressive for me. I think a little bit unfortunate last week against BBHH with disconnect and whatnot. That is a little bit of a tough scenario. Relevant of that, well, no, we're at a different spot now. And for them, it is about fighting for that first place spot. But they are going up against a team who have currently not lost the game, Brycey.
They certainly haven't, and they'll be looking to continue that as well. This is a pretty storied team. A lot of people are looking at this team again, and we say this every season about, who goes up, who goes where. I mean, we know Vortex isn't going up. It wins every year, doesn't go anywhere. But people talk about Cobra already for a potential kind of pull into the big leagues.
Yeah, well, as I kind of mentioned last week, his big brother does technically own a franchise, or partially, at least anyway, in Gataga, so I mean, there's your automatic segue. But at the same time, I think if you are Cobra, I don't know him personally at all, but would you rather kind of get it off your own merit? I think he's probably deserved it over the past couple of years to definitely get a shot. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Cobra and whether or not he does get that opportunity. But the rest of the players on Katana have been really, really solid as well. I was speaking to Vortex about this roster. We know Brezzy has obviously been in and amongst the conversation time and time again. Was a sub on, top of my head, can't remember exactly, but he has kind of been in and amongst the league, whereas not necessarily making too much of a splash. But Steve, Vortex was speaking to me about Aspect and said that he really does feel as if he's one of the next ones who can get up there. Very, very good player. Wanted me to gas him up, but I can't be bought that easily, Bryce. He'll have to do it himself.
Well, that's one of the first times we've not shown bias to anybody here, but here's how the maps and modes are going. Hacienda Hardpoint, Hacienda Search and Destroy, a double Vault with Control and Hardpoint, and then Protocol Search and Destroy. People aren't really playing Vault S&D at the moment, Tom.
I don't want to say it's cheesy, but it can be an occasion. It's something if teams are kind of going into that game and you think to yourself, what's a map that anyone could lose to anyone else? Look, I know Vault, definitely the better teams do seem to win, but at the same time, it does feel as if it does have that element of unpredictability on occasion. So we don't get to see it this time around. And I, for one, I'm not that bothered. Hacienda Hardpoint, then Search and Destroy coming up in Vault after that. For me, I think I'm interested to see what Katana are going to be like on the Hardpoint. For me, their rotations hadn't necessarily been up to scratch on occasion over this season, but I mean, they are sitting at 4-0, so they haven't been doing that bad, obviously. Have I seen them on Hacienda, though? Top of my head, can't remember at all, Brycey. So we're going to get a double header here on Hacienda between the two best teams at this moment in time in Group B. Clutchrayn Or at least a 3-1. Would love to make it 4-1, and they would love to make Katana Gaming's record 4-1 as well. They're 4-0.
Well, we'll find out. Two big dogs going to war. It's going to be high level here, and this is the best thing about it. When we get games like this in the group stages, Tan, it could be a little showing of what to expect as we hit playoffs, because it's very likely they'll end up matching up again. But here we go for the first time as we actually switch over to Bravo, as maybe that's had a little bit of a reset. So Inglorious versus Notorious here.
Yep, Notorious having to win this game. I mean, that is just not a good gunfight for Nadox whatsoever. Kaleem's just absolutely bodied him. But we will get the permutations for Group B. I'll just double check on them from the side of the admins as well, just to make sure we do get these right. But this game does have some weight to it, so we will bear this in mind.
I'll have a little look as these two teams go to war here. And Nadox throws a long bomb, but as we can see on the map, nobody there quite yet as he tries to make his way forward. Unfortunately, horrible cross if you do get caught on it, and it is going to go down. And Muddy just fighting out here to try to give him a little bit of room for P3 time.
Take it all day long. And about the rotation over towards people, not too bad. The side of Inglorious, they are going to get it themselves over there. Inglorious have been another team kind of similar to Avenge, right? They're close to that kind of level where they want to be pushing for playoffs, want to try and get there, but just falling at the final hurdle to teams with a little bit more experience. Big fight win on the side of Aiden, no. It's a nice one to find. Now all of a sudden, that's complete lock on rotation. Yeah, okay, you lost some decent time over towards P3. Matters not, though, if you hold a full 60 over towards that P4 side.
And this could be a massive hold for them. They'll tickle the bullets here, just playing the angles, because while this is a good position, everybody else also knows it's a good position, so let's keep an eye on it. And I will say this, they let Notorious get really close here. This is going to be an awful lot of pressure to absorb with nowhere to really go. And that is not normally how you'd hold a hard point. You try to keep them pushed out.
And they're doing a fantastic job by the time they get in there, but I mean, you handed it to them just a little too easily. Well, this game is going on over on Bravo. We'll find out exactly what the permutations are for both these two teams and just get that looked in and confirmed for you guys. We'll be back and forth. But the main game we are concentrating on is Katana taking on Clutchrayn. Big game in the grand scheme of things. This one is for the first place effort. Katana game currently undefeated. We'll look to try and do the same.
Cobra! Big kill for him, but we'll go down. And there's the rest of the team as well. And it's ambitious sometimes to get onto that P1 to this map. It's really basically one of the more vulnerable P1s as well. None of them are particularly pleasant to jump on without support, but this one just feels like you're overwatched by an entire courtyard because you are.
Good start from the side of Clutchrayn. Some good time being found over towards P1, but P2 rotation. What Katana Gaming will be concentrating on. Cobra just trying to be disruptive. Over towards P1, he was holding down, just getting the information, but the rest of his team have backed on up. I think Clutchrayn for them as well, you know, like with how it kind of transpired last week as far as the forfeit went, that kind of thing. They felt a bit hard done by. Irrelevant of what I think. You know, it's still one of those things. Is it fueling the fire here in week number 2? Heading into this one, going up against the leaders of your group. Some statement to get the win back up against these guys.
Good, Brian. Trying to make this kill here. Very important towards the back here, but Omni movement not going to work out for him as Nile nails it. And now they've got to absorb the pressure themselves. Clutchrayn really have been a force to be reckoned with so far in this elite. Truth be told, I don't really know who's going to walk away the victor of these two.
You would think, you know, Katana definitely do have the pedigree, you want to say, but Clutchrayn have kind of had a very, very nice season so far here. And season 2 of Challengers Elite, but finding that break as well. Yeah, okay, for 10 seconds or so. You're in a good commanding position. Katana Gaming, well, they had rotation over towards P2, and are still 40 seconds behind, so that is a win. Katana, though, you feel as if a hold will fall their way eventually. They're very steady hardpoint team, but when rotations do happen for them, they do tend to win games. So far, so good on that aspect. They're just not quite converting those points.
Here Comes a bit of a push here. His kills do fall towards Clutchrayn. Just not really able to get in there where they want to be. Is it always going to be a kind of a square up here? Is it going to be a better position for Katana? NW just trying to go for that contest again, but losing position, losing teammates, and maybe lost a little bit of hope as he backs off and rotates.
Good hold from Katana. Steadies the ship. Take those all day long after necessarily the good start, and then getting it over towards fences, even nicer. Now trying to put a little bit of pressure on here. We'll find Vortex inside of the point, completely on your own as Brezzy. Like this from Twiz. Is he going to get caught? Did he see him on his right hand side? No, he didn't. And well, never mind. Cobra didn't see him either. Good hold so far from Clutchrayn. Very nice setup. Let me hard break here for Katana.
Here comes the push. Should be nades piling through here. Trophy will take care of a couple of them, but Trophy's only take care of so much. Here comes the slides. There's the first. Niall tries to line him up in the doorway. Isn't going to work out for Brown. Going to get taken down as well. Too many bodies now into the point, and it will be Katana that walk away with it as Brezzy gets 3 and says, hey, I've not had enough yet. Let's hit the flank.
Yeah, Brezzy will take all the plaudits for that one, but the rest of the team doing their job as well. Everybody already down water side. Brezzy will find 1, find 2, not the 3rd. NW is there to be picked up by his French teammate in Cobra. Both getting the job done here, and for the first time, Katana Gaming are pretty much going to take the lead. That's a lovely break that comes through initially. I love the movement from Brezzy straight away as well. Gets the read on the spawn and solidifies that time for the squad. No idea what that gunfight was looking like in the middle of the map, but irrelevant of that, Katana with a slender lead heading into the second rotation. I think if you Clutchrayn, you're disappointed by that. Get a really nice start, but a P3 to P4 rotation. Katana find the break, find some good time, and deservedly lead.
X tries to just hold his ground, but unfortunately really going to get shut down very, very quickly. An aspect, that's COD timing. That's one of the worst COD timings I've seen. As he's trying to stay alive as well, and well, it's all gone wrong for them as Clutchrayn basically walking to P1.
It's free time right now. Side of Clutchrayn, as it was last time. Ridiculous shots from Ben W. Aspect was shooting at somebody else, but either way, he really has been that guy for me on this roster, though. He just seems to turn up when he really is needed. 5 spree for him. Would love to make it a 6. Doesn't happen. Good job from Brezzy. He, well, seems to be the one that's finding those multiple kills for the side of Katana. Everybody else, yeah, trudging away, but I think they'll be disappointed. Not being a bit of a better spot. I mean, they won the rotation at P2, won it at P3. Did a lot with it at P3, not enough at P2. Lovely from Vortex. Well played. Finds both on the flank. Now the rest of his team just need to do their job inside the point.
Brezzy just holding it, doing so well so far on this map, and that's a huge kill for them. This pushes all the pressure back. Katana can now afford to stretch their legs a little bit, as Brezzy will do exactly that on the 6th streak. This player doesn't even know. 7 there. And now Brezzy, continuing the streak, may just go for the rotation here. There's so long left on this hill technically, but they're in such a good position.
And they did get the read on the other player over towards water, who's now going to try and work with the player that's inside the point. Twiz will get dealt with, as will Ben in the end. That is a brilliant hold, and that's more like what Katana would have expected on their rotation over towards P2. Vortex finds the 2 on the flank, immediately come through well. Everybody else holds it down. Rotational kill starting to come in though for the side of Clutchrayn. It's about a 60-point lead for Katana after a shaky start. Very happy with this. Big flank going to come through. 1 player coming over from the top patio. Everybody else around the back. Then can find the trade. Vortex found 1 for Broden. We'll find 1 back. So currently for Clutchrayn, steady time.
Clutchrayn. Oh, they're going to see this though. No, they're not. Brezzy again. He's going to eventually fall though. Not the break they were hoping for. And now a good couple of kills for Clutchrayn as Niall takes a few through the fence, but that gets traded out before he goes down. Vortex trying to make a hero play isn't going to work either. A bit of a pinch now developing.
Getting them off it, but to be honest with you, Clutchrayn will take whatever they've got from this. The gunfight going to go on down though over towards this rotation. Yeah, you're in a lot of trouble if you're Twiz. Yeah, big win. Coming in for a Brezzy. For Katana Gaming, yeah, okay, they give up a lot of time over towards the fences. We'll make sure with this rotation over towards P4, they'll let against the back, but other than that, Clutchrayn not too bad of a return over towards P3.
Brezzy not going to get that first one. This is a really good push here from Clutchrayn. completely taking control of it. Aspect finds 2 with a trophy system. That has fallen apart by just the luck of the draw.
I mean, what a satanic ritual of Katana Gaming being doing to get away with that. 2-piece trophy system. Oh, you don't see it happen very often, but there's Twiz with 2 of his own. Vortex now trying to get in, but doesn't have any help. Could get pinched, but finds 2, doesn't find the 3rd. 20 seconds to go here. It's some really, really nice time for Clutchrayn. Besides a 2-piece aspect trophy system, well, it would have been pretty solid for the rest of it. Yeah, Clutchrayn doing a good job over towards P4. Big win.
Now this rotation into P1, not always going to be a lot of points to offer here, but it will be Clutchrayn in a slightly better position. You can see it on the minimap. Niall's already lined up too. Cobra's trying to flip this, and while Clutchrayn will get a little bit of time off the back here, it's been Katana who've played the long game.
Katana really haven't had any good time over towards P1 over these last 2 rotations. They seem to be a little bit wayward on this hill in particular, but this is their first opportunity. Try and get something going. This P2 has been looking good for them so far, and that's going to just secure at least another 20 seconds over towards P1, which will put them in a wonderful, wonderful position. You can now set up, take your time, and set up aggressively here. They know that Clutchrayn are going to spawn back towards this side. See, one player's already on his way over. Aspect is going to be there. You can lose the gunfights up top, so maybe not as much time as you would have liked. Now keep an eye on the spawns. Yeah, that's a disaster. Katana Gaming had a plethora of time to set themselves up here, and at the wrong moment, they lose the gunfights, and rotation is there for Clutchrayn. This is only a 40-point game right now, Brycey. Clutchrayn hold P2. They're in the lead.
Here it goes. Clutchrayn trying to get back into it. Not going to happen.
No way.
Katana still holding. This is very, very winnable here for them as well as the pressure. It's 1 by 1. BWSR still gets through. Finds one. Not going to be the second. Twiz tries to go for the trade. Does get it as well. And that's opened up a little bit more than I thought it would do. Clutchrayn felt piecemeal, but they ended up having the meal themselves and back on the P2. But Cobra's found 2 as well. Twiz now coming under pressure. They know they are piling into it at the same time. It's still winnable for Katana off this point.
That's all on Cobra. Pushes through side door, knows they're going to be spawning in front of him, finds 2 massive kills. Rest of the team collapse. They are 10 seconds away from the map 1 win.
And they have pushed out massively. You can even see the players really just pulling them apart, and it has now fallen by the wayside. Clutchrayn will not win this. It will be Katana to take map number 1 here.
Sensational work in the end. A little bit of a shaky start, but after the lead at the first rotation, they never looked back. I think, you know, when we were talking about rotations and how if they do tend to find them, they tend to win games. That's at least how it feels. First rotation was kind of the opposite. They were finding first rotation, their first set of hills felt the opposite. They were finding rotations, not getting a lot with it. But in the end, when they were starting to find those rotations on the second and third time around, they were getting a lot from it. Really, really nice job from Katana to find those moments where they were able to lock it down and pick up good chunks of time. But fair play to Clutchrayn, they did really hang the majority of the way through. Just a couple of those P2s that didn't go in their favor. And I mean, I wouldn't like to say that these are definitely the stats, but it feels like the team, whoever does better at P2, typically does win Hacienda. And that was definitely the case here in this map 1 between these 2 teams.
Wow. We'll see. And I think you said it at the beginning here, we weren't entirely sure who was going to walk away with it. You know, Katana, technically the more tenured team, or some would say, or people with the players with maybe bigger names is almost the way I put it, but I don't think so. I think I've been speaking about Niall for about a decade. But Clutchrayn have had such good results recently that this could have gone either way so easily. Katana, though, just great when they needed to be.
Yeah, I mean, Clutchrayn, look, they were up in their Hardpoint last week when the unfortunate happened. And then, you know, if they're going to a last map with BBHH, then all of a sudden they could potentially be 4-0. This is why this is such a big matchup. Both these 2 teams have looked like the better 2 consistently throughout this group. But Katana Gaming just seemed to find another gear, didn't they, Brycey, over towards the backstage of that Hardpoint. And it does make a big difference between these 2 teams. The trainer dealt with. Really good job from Katana Gaming, who will be very, very happy with that one. Heading into map number 2 for me, Brezzy and Cobra. Just a sensational job throughout. Brezzy we've seen go on sprees consistently. I think the most was like 7, but yeah, the damage from Brezzy, 3-8. He is a long way away from anybody else. Nearly 1,000 more than Vortex on that roster. He is putting the bullets down.
So he was just everywhere. You got to look at the non-traded kills, all of it, the assists. He was just being a menace. Just an absolute menace. Brezzy really hitting it hard. Like I said, you are right. You think about it, you know, only 4 more kills than Vortex, but 1,000 more damage. Just kind of tells you exactly how much pressure that really puts onto the map. And that's one of the things, remember, we don't talk about enough. KD is great, and it is a very kind of surface level way of the kind of telling how good players are in that particular game.
Yeah.
But there's so much more nuance and context to just how a player is done, from quality of the kills in those positions. Sometimes in Hardpoint you can get a kill that gives you 25 seconds, and other times you can make a 2-piece that loses you spawn and you get nothing. So it's not always the stat line for the KD, but damage is another one that you can look and go, hey, that's actually pretty good most of the time, because it means being very active. And if you're putting that many bullets down but not getting the kills, it means your teammates might be, or you've pushed someone back.
Yeah, and just to kind of add to your point there, I wanted to say 28 kills, 22 of them non-traded, and they're big difference makers. You'll find multiple kills at that stage. Yeah, we'll have a little revisit of that just while we wait on this one loading up. So I think the maths are what, like 85% of his kills are non-traded. That is a deadly level to kind of be at, right? You're finding those moments where you can find 1 or 2, and then it shows that those are multiple kills coming through on occasion. You do manage to get that highest streak, though. That's definitely incorrect. I think you won a 7 or 8 at one stage. Just an all-round brilliant performance from Brezzy. Cobra, though, sitting at 23-14 as well. Not bad. And Hacienda is where we're staying, though. Search and Destroy coming up next. Vault Control after that. And if we need it, well, we'll talk about it. But it's on a game. We'll be hoping we don't. Hacienda Search and Destroy coming up. They'll be feeling very confident now, Brycey. Bit of a slow start in map number 1. As I said, found that gear and went from there. Really nice job. We just want to try and do the same thing here in Search and Destroy. Or is it the bounce back for Clutchrayn?
Well, let's find out. These two teams will not be leaving anything to chance. And also, got to remember, they've had time to prepare for this one. And, well, this is something that they've clearly had a look at. You can see Katana work being a little bit aggressive towards B. This is what I talk about preparation. Look how kind of patient they were.
Oh, the time of a twist. Oh, he holds a second later. He's all right there. Katana just get very aggressive through the middle of the map together. Okay, they give up the B side of the map, but yeah, it's no problem when you're in a 4 versus 2. You'd like to think you get this one done. Ben's then dealt with, and oh, well, they know Fibron was in and around the site, and still, look how much respect they're given. Look how much they take their time. 1 versus 4. Pressy. Yeah. Oh, you want to come check it from here? Nope. There's the round from Katana. It's a perfect round as well to kick things off.
Yeah, not a lot to kind of moan about there. I think Clutchrayn had kind of the right idea. You could see them ready to absorb that pressure. They played it very kind of passive in towards Garage. Unfortunately, the teammates went down, and while they had the bomb down, it does give you a little bit of an advantage when you have that down in the attacking position, because you can kind of play around it. 2 versus 4 actually takes that advantage away, because you kind of have to put yourself in a position to win outrageous trades.
Kicking things off here in round number 2. Let's see what they can do on the attacking side. Expecting a push to come out. It is coming. Aspect in a lot of trouble if he can find one. That's brilliant. The trade doesn't come. He was expecting it. Comes on the other side. Ben W does a really nice job. Is he going to get traded out? Yes, he is. Cover is yet. Push coming in from the mid-map. Twiz is there. Is he going to get traded out? Been working in the favor of Katana Gaming, but they slow down 2 versus 2.
Just making the way around the map here, looking for a good trade. Lord X, got timing. Finds one. Not going to get away. Down to a 1 versus 1. Nile versus Brezzy. Bomb picked up there. Brezzy will now have control of it again as Nile goes to ground.
So the advantage for Brezzy there is that he knew around where Nile was. Doesn't know where he is. No! Doesn't matter. Oh, the gunny from Brezzy. SMG helping him out. Good. I mean, that's just... Oh, he had an idea, didn't he? Oh, mate, he doesn't land a bullet until after Nile found 2. Are we living in an SMG world?
The statistics would tell you yes. As I said, they kind of alluded to this earlier, right? One of the weird things, and this is for anybody listening, this is decades plus of experience in COD esports. Usually, the game starts off, and this has been true for basically every game that I can remember. ARs are where it's all at. Players, it's AR dominated. The AR players are basically dominating everything, and then slowly, as the kind of it goes on, it switches to who's got the best fast SMGs. All the way to like the end of the season, it's about the best fast SMGs in the league, or in tournaments back in the day. This is already feels like an SMG heavy meta. We see so many good ARs struggling all over the place.
Yellow card there, I would say, from Ben W, but who am I to argue? Vortex now left in a 1 versus 2.
Speaking of SMGs, now to ARs. This man switched to an AR after it's become an SMG meta. Can't catch a break.
No, he can't, can he? Rotate it around. Oh, timing's not going to work in his favour yet. Now will be there to pick it up. Let's try and get their first round on the board. Katana Gaming. Okay, well, it came down to the wire there, but a couple of gunfights here and there over towards A, just not working in the favour. Nile gets a little bit of nice timing on Vortex around the flank. Takes him down, wins the round. Good job from Clutchrayn.
Needed that one. Get themselves back onto it. Now, for Katana, the attack. It looks like it might be a bit of mid-control. They're sending the aspect over towards A. They're going for this one very, very quickly with numbers.
Gonna try and find an opening break. No, we'll just plant the bomb. Aspect is going to walk up free of charge. Cobra with a covering fire. We'll go for the flank, and they get out as well. Nice from Katana. A little bit difficult to potentially hold this on occasion. And you can see them taking mid-map for that exact reason. Big gunfight going to go down here.
Well, he's not able to get 2, though. They have given up a little bit of bomb site control. They've got to be careful. Fabron might be the key player here. Goes for it as well, but unfortunately already been caught. 2 versus 1. Fabron, while he finds Aspect, finds himself in a little bit of a bad position. Well, I thought he was just going to try and ninja it there as well, but they are overwatching it. Fabron will run into a player, can't win it. And that plant going down at that point, well, Katana knew exactly what they wanted out of that bomb site.
Yep, get it down, and as mentioned, it can be a little bit awkward to try and hold it from the actual site. Top mid control. If you can cover over towards the windows, then all of a sudden it's a little bit easier just to lock it down from that position. And then as soon as they find that gunfight up top, Clutchrayn trying to force through the front towards fences, it's a little bit difficult. Katana 3-1 up. They're in the search and destroy. And in cruise control right now, Bryce. I mean, Clutchrayn managed to find themselves a round, but haven't really had anything to write home about in any of these moments, really, have they? Who is now trying to get something going. About that mid-map control again. That stun is just going to slow him down. Does manage to get his team forced up. Big gunfight going to go down here, though.
Vortex not able to get the second. Oh, might get traded himself here. Really sticking the pressure on, and see Vortex thought of it there because he saw the trophies and he was like, can't throw it at it. And Vortex, oh my goodness, he's dived in, and they've brought it back to 2 versus 2. They've lost the gunfight, and Katana, they had the opportunity here. Is now Brezzy looks for the players on it, finds one down to a 1 versus 1.
Time. Yes, time.
This is going to be checked. He's going to go down, surely. Ben W runs away. To be a recheck. And it's easy for Ben W. Doesn't even shoot. There we go. Back and forth. Easy. And Katana should have had that done.
Especially when Vortex finds the first one, right? Then you expect everybody else to kind of filter through. But there was a little bit of a gap, I want to say, in between where the players were and where they were able to actually cover from. I think they just probably didn't read Stevo's aggression from top window and jumping out there. Neither did Clutchrayn, to be fair. Jumps out, finds one, but Ben W, you have to give him a lot of credit. I just slide in between the double doors, find 2 of his own. He's the one that really just put it in the opposite direction. I think Vortex there, he knows one of them's weak, so he's like, yeah, I've got a child. Even if I find one, surely my team will trade. And they don't. 3-2 though. Katana still in the lead.
Oh, a lot of bullets flying here. Advantage Katana. And that advantage is now gone. 2 versus 2. Bomb is going down. Or was going down. Now it's going down. Cobra will plant.
Yeah, planting for the office here as well. So that's going to be angle they're going to try and take up. They're going to go down here. Yeah, Cobra just reads it perfectly. And now Nile left in a 1 versus 2. He'll know as well when they pushed over towards that side. He'll know exactly what's going on here. This, although with the Ammers, can he set himself up and maybe try and get them encouraged into a gunfight here? Nope.
No.
Never mind.
Can't do it. Not a great position, unfortunately. Would have had to been in a position to clear that out first, but when he found out where the bomb was, knew where the chow would come from roughly. And that'll be it. A clean round in the end there from Katana as it ended.
Just about the gunfights up top, isn't it? It always seems to be. We've seen Clutchrayn get aggressive with the SMGs, but the AR's already lost the fight then, and there was an open door for Katana Gaming to walk straight into B. Bomb goes down. Impossible situation for Nile. 4-2. 2-round difference. It can be swung pretty quickly. A lot of air control here for the side of Clutchrayn, but look at the mid-mount control from Katana. They'll be happy to give them it.
Oh, just trying to get out of there now as Katana start tightening it. Twiz getting one back actually helps them out a lot. Ben W just does not pick the right direction. And a 1 versus 3 for Twiz, who's already taken bullets, cannot win a godly gunfight. And Katana keep racking up the rounds, ton.
It's looking good from them. It's just about, I think, the Clutchrayn need to fight over that top control maybe a little bit more. It seems as if Katana are taking it a little easy. They are working from there and working very, very well. Clutchrayn now find themselves 1 round away. Dropping down 2-0. Katana been really strong here on Hacienda overall in the Hardpoint and in the Search and Destroy. Looking to close this one out. 2-0 lead, heading into Control with how their controllers looked as well. Will be a very, very nice feeling. Clutchrayn need to find a comeback.
Oh, Twiz. Big gunfight. Gives them that first blood. Cobra. All the way back. Trying to find this and has got one off platform. And Vortex will find a second. This should have not have gone this way. Down to a 2 versus 2. Resi in spawn. A might be the opportunity here. Cobra checking every angle he can.
Is he going to get called out here? Nile holding very deep over towards the B side. Resi has been able to walk up. I think the only positive for Clutchrayn is that, yeah, Cobra is not going to have a clue about this. Yeah, no clue whatsoever. I haven't seen anybody. Katana had 0 info. Now they have a little bit. Resi has been impressive. Or was at least in the hard point. Now 1-1 versus 2. They know the spot they likely want to play. So keep an eye on that bomb as best you can. Just play the corner and hope for the best. Oh, he's got him. Oh, no, he doesn't.
Oh, no! Ben W able to move with the bomb in hand to just get out of it, and that's going to be upsetting for them.
Oof. He had an opportunity there. They're still 5-3 up. I think we may well have a restart as Twiz actually managed to disconnect there, so can he get back in? I'm not 100% sure, but Katana still 5-3 up.
Oh,
He's back in. We're all right.
Oh, never mind. Or do mind. Twiz. Where from? There we go. There we go. You're right. Well, Bravo stream is ready to go, so we jump straight over. Notorious 5-3 up here in the S&D.
So this is actually another game to qualify right now. If Inglorious were to beat Notorious, then they go into a direct tie, and the tiebreaker will be won by Inglorious. Well, As our production member has actually actively pointed out to me on Discord, towards me on Discord as we communicate. Yeah, it ain't looking likely. Notorious 1-0 up in the series. Looking good here in the search and destroy, 5-3 up as well.
Flames looking for the player on the bomb here. Alex has already gone down. Glorious already defending here. With that first blood, it's kind of pushed them back a little bit.
Made them rethink. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, he's going to get caught immediately. Good hold from Inglorious.
Had the opportunity, but just wasn't able to kind of get the timing he wanted. They're still going to wrap this.
In there?
Magics.
Yeah,
Should
there's
get
no way,
this,
right?
really.
There's no way, right? Way?
2v3. And they've got to put the bomb down. They've got to commit. This is all on Mighty now as Sykes is planning in the face of being shot, and unfortunately they won't get it. The timing was not against them. It allowed Inglorious to basically dictate the terms. And there was no Cinderella story.
It was always going to be awkward, that. Notorious. Okay. Still a round away, but you're living on dangerous issue here. I think Glorious can bring this one back. Don't want to be going to a round 11, especially when this game means so much for both these two teams. Honestly, I can't believe I even missed how close this potentially was between these two teams. I thought Inglorious were dead and buried.
Oh, here we go. I was going to say, here we go. The RC card did not last long.
Almighty.
Almost died, bro.
Yeah. Let's try and stay like, oh, Aiden's Cornadox. You have to get up. You have to do something. Aiden will find him. Inglorious with a man advantage again.
There's going to be furious there, Nadox. He thought, you know, had the angle, but this is a weird camera thing. The further you are away from a wall or a corner, the better you have an opportunity to see the other person first, which is what just happened there.
As he finds another, so Notorious looking likely that they're going to send themselves here to a round 11. Haven't got things going over the last two rounds. Everything happening over towards this A side, and Glorious will get this bomb down. Najix will find another, and Mighty now left in the 1 versus 4. It just ain't going to happen, is it? Into round 11 we go.
Well, still fighting for survival, refusing to bow out here. Inglorious take it the distance on the S&D. One more round for them. If you want to keep an eye on that, of course, it is going on at Bravo right now as we go back to our alpha game.
Bear in mind, Katana Gaming were, I believe, 5-3 up. Just keep an eye on the scoreline. Katana need 1, Clutchrayn need 3. So it's back into the lobby. A bit more of a fight over towards the top side right now. See that Katana here in numbers as well. But is he going to start getting aggressive here? That nade might just slow him down. It will. And is he going to be backing out? Yes, he is. 1.5 health. Gets away. No problem. Big gunfight going to happen here. Twiz will feel the advantage is in his favor. It isn't quite there. Now will fall. Big gunfights over towards this other side. Clutchrayn will come out on top of.
Oh, Brezzy. The timing. They've backed off here. Brezzy's like, where are they? And Expert will now check this bomb side as well. He's like, they're not on B either. Clutchrayn playing this very well, though. They are in a compressed hut, which means they should get the trade, and that is horrible. God timing. Aspect will get nothing.
Ugh. Makes me sick to my stomach. Things like that. He was holding the angle he really needed to. Tries to open it up. All right, we'll have a little check. I'll slide. Oh, there's 3 of them. Oh, man. We've all been there. We've all been there.
They knew what to expect as well, but yeah. Just horrible, horrible timing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how long you wait, Brycey. It's as soon as you move. It's mad how it is actually a legit thing, isn't it?
It is. It
crazy.
really, really is.
How often it happens. mean, that wasn't even an extreme example.
Let's find out how this one works, though, because right now, Katana going for that A push again. Clutchrayn have hit B in numbers. No, nobody's there. You can already see Niall backing up massively again. They might get this flank at a great time.
Yep, Niall is the thorn in the side. Dark Katana game and ready for this one. Yeah, okay, they've seen one player at least anyway, but Brezzy is going to find one. He's reflanked them back through the middle of the map, and yeah, okay, if the flank doesn't work, then Niall is, well, as useful as a chocolate fire guard. Not going to happen. He gets taken down. All of a sudden, Ben W left in a 1 versus 4.
Oh, out of there, out of there. Isn't going to get anything, and, well, Katana needed one. They just found it, so that'll be the end of the S&D. They lock in.
Great job on the side of Katana. That's the entirety of the search and destroy. They just looked in control, didn't they? Top mid effort, I want to say, that they went back and forth on. I mean, look, it was just always Katana who seemed to be coming out of those situations. A 6-3 win is probably just about right in the grand scheme of things, and a 2-0 lead in the series. Brycey looking very, very good for Katana for that first place spot.
Certainly are, and we asked how it was going to go, and it looks like Katana might just have a little bit more horsepower than the other side. I mean, it was a pretty good S&D for them, but realistically, this is far from over, right? It's 2 maps in. We know that they can do a good job here. Clutchrayn, certainly not 18 to be walked over by anybody, and wouldn't surprise me to see it even go the distance still. I know it's kind of a weird thing to say when a team is 2-0 down, but they are very, very talented. In Clutchrayn, if there's one thing you can count on them so far in this stage, is that they are good.
No, they have been a good team, but you look at Katana and the roster that they have, they're a very, very solid outfit. They'd be one of the favorites for this entire thing at the moment. One of the favorites just in challenges in general. You know, when events get going, Major 2 coming up, it'll be a force. Well, the disappointment that reigns in the as far as how Europe has done in the challenger scene over the past couple of years will possibly haunt them. But at the same time, I mean, a lot of these guys used to be like the big boys, didn't they? I mean, you speak about Vortex, how many he's won over there, like multiple occasions. And they'll be coming for it all this season as well. Them and Notorious do seem like the top 2 teams in Europe, but Katana want to solidify it just in their group in the map number 3.
Yeah, they certainly do as well. And obviously, setting us up nicely as we kind of start to talk a little bit about playoffs more and more, as these teams are looking for that as well. We've had some kind of throw down and get themselves locked into that 4th spot. But on the other side of it, the Titans are going to war as well. And so far, Katana looking to put a positive stamp on their run into the playoffs.
Yeah, a 3-0 win up against the team who are potentially going to be second in the group is a nice way to finish off your group season, at least anyway. Vault Control coming up next, and I actually really like this map for Katana. They seem to work it so well. And then a Vault Hardpoint will be coming up after that as well. I think they'd rather just get it done in 3 though, wouldn't they? Hacienda Control was banned from the side of Katana, so a pick comes in from Clutchrayn, if you like. We go over towards Vault in just a second, but yeah, it's a long way back now for Clutchrayn, you would say. They are a very, very good team, but Vault Control coming up next. I think, had we been moving over towards something different, maybe, just maybe would I give them a shot, but for me, Katana look a solid Vault Control outfit.
So, we've had a little bit of an update on...
oh, have we?
Yes, it's in our chat. I'm just going to read you through it. So, we could technically have a 3-way tie if Notorious and Katana both win. So the rules on tie breaks recently has been updated, and we're just going to get confirmation on exactly how that could happen. So, bear in mind, we're just going to let the admins deal with this one if you are watching at home, because I'm not doing
what we did last season.
Yeah,
not doing what we did last season.
We will allow them to dictate through the rules exactly how this will work. So keep your ears peeled, and we will tell you with any updates that we have on any kind of permutations that go down, because while we can interpret the rules, that's not our job. Our job is just to tell you as we go into our next map.
Thank God it isn't our job, Bryce. I struggle with just saying words. Never mind, like actually having to figure out what's going on. With brackets and group stages and tiebreakers and map wins.
Head-to-heads.
Oh, hurts me brain. Anyway, here we are. Could be hurting Clutchrayn's brain if Vortex is able to push through quite freely yet. A little bit of noise, yeah. And you can see already that Niall has spun around. Oh, it's a big gunfight, and Vortex will win it, and all of a sudden B is under the eyes of Katana Game and Clutchrayn. Need a little bit more map control.
Right, just throwing a few shoulders here. Vortex knows he's going to be under the gun in just a few seconds. He's hoping to maybe one off and finds Niall as well. He's going to find the second no. He's going to go down. And surprisingly, Katana not got as much as I thought they would have done ton from this.
No, Ben finds 2 kills. I think a nade over the top maybe found something, and then finds a gunfight as well. So for all Katana do actually make a dent here. It is but a mere flesh wound in the side of Clutchrayn. Katana's still in a better spot as far as the lives remaining do go, but Aspect just staying alive. Situations like this is where you see these good players making the right plays while getting the worst timing on Niall and still finding the gunfight. So still that pressure is in. Does he get across? No, just trying to survive.
Oh, tries to make a big gunfight there as well. And
Twiz.
What was an incredible start here for Katana. Could have all fallen to bits realistically. Time is not with them, but they might get an extra minute here if they stack this. Brown going to try and shut it down.
Yeah, go back to the default, but the risk you play with here is that, well, you don't have a lot of time to get it back if this doesn't work. Right now, just about working. Aspect will find 2. How's that answer back for Braun from down low? It's just such a weird gunfight to have to try and take and continue to survive here as well up against Vortex. He's done so well. The contestant, though, will stop the time. And how on earth is for Braun survive that?
What a job. What a wonderful play here by Clutchrayn and Fabron. Really just made Vortex look a little bit silly. If anything, don't think they can get anywhere towards the site in 6 seconds. Cobra's going to give it a go. Cobra's gone underneath. I thought he might dive B for the timing here as nobody gets onto the point.
I think B would have been maybe a little bit quicker, but it's a little riskier, right? And I suppose for Katana there, the risk does not pay off. You push over towards B. It's hard because the carrot is somewhat dangled, isn't it? You get a little bit of control. You get Vortex over towards the back 2-story. Okay, we're in a good spot. Maybe we can get something going. You keep a couple of players alive, and you're like, okay, well, we still got a little bit of control. Still got a couple of players in okay positions. It makes everybody else still go there. And, okay, you keep banging on that door. You don't get let in. You don't get anything over towards B. All of a sudden, you only have 20 seconds to confirm something over towards A to, well, convert what advantage you have into something. And, well, you convert it into nothing. I think that was 2 ticks for the side of Katana Gaming. Bear that in mind.
Let's see. Can they do any better on the defense? Vortex laying down and getting that kill. Brian trying to make something a little bit work here. And AW with a huge flank and does find 2. And what that's done, more importantly, is made sure that Katana cannot punish them as Twiz now tries to put a bit of a squeeze on. You can see the rest of the team heading towards B. Just not winning the gunfights they need to.
Cobra on a 5 straight since the beginning of the round. He has made a bit of a difference there. He finds a kill in the middle of the map as all the pressure starts coming in over towards B and just slows Clutchrayn down. Just doing laps right now. Slaying out where he can. That's right behind the lives, but they were in the first round. But we're going to force the spawn over towards the B side. You can see plenty of players from Katana over towards that side of the map. Indeed, does seem like one of the harder gunfights on this map right now. Sitting at 7-5.
Vortex, easy for them in the end. Now trying to lock this door here. Vortex will try and find as many kills as possible off the rip and should get cut down after that one. And they have staggered them for a few seconds, but a player has slipped through. Fabron is being a pain.
In a pain, and he has getting a tick in for his team over towards B and done better than that.
He's still alive.
Was with Aspect, he's still alive. Niall was there for the cover. Still is. For Brunt, eventually he does get taken down. Is that an inroad though for Clutchrayn over towards A? No, it is not. And now they fall under the same trap. Push towards B. You've been tempted. You've been given an opportunity. You do not take it. You don't have much time to convert A either.
So we're on a 9 streak. Make it a 10 streak. That is more than a little impressive.
I don't think he's died this round.
Well, that's even more impressive.
From the get-go, he's just been putting pressure on. He's just been doing loops of the middle of the map and just causing absolute havoc. Katana, well, we thought their attacking side of things didn't work out too great. Their defensive side was, well, even better. I think that was only 1 tick over towards the side of Clutchrayn, so a 1 tick advantage for the side of Katana if round 5 comes into it.
Well, let's see now. Katana, technically advantage going into this round, but I feel like they're going to still be disappointed with their first attacking round, Ton, for Katana. Realistically, such a kind of a strong start. Just fell over, really. I mean, when you got Vortex all the way into their spawn that early into the game, you thought maybe, just maybe, it was going to be an easy attack for them.
You would have thought so, but I suppose similar situation for the side of Clutchrayn. You got a little bit of pressure over towards that side. Now you're finding through dead. If you are Katana Gaming, and this time they are not resting on their laurels whatsoever. There's one tick. Second tick about to come in over towards A. Nile already put it up. Should be dealt with by Brezzy and is. And now if you're Clutchrayn, have you put a little bit too much pressure into this? If I'm bound W, I am going nowhere near it. You go a little bit too close to get dealt with, and all of a sudden, Katana Gaming take flight over towards B. Players pushed up. Vortex causing issue. This might be the round.
Here it comes. Cobra.
Just keeping them a bit.
If anything, all he's done is put them back for a second. The Twiz tries to get there for a bit of timing. And they managed to stop this for a few seconds. Clutchrayn not out of it. Yeah, this Cobra loses that gunfight. Just too awkward. They're back onto the point, but it's not clean at all.
Vortex have been alive in their spawn for quite some time. It's 5 ticks in, and they have an entire 2 minutes to do something about this. And ever so slight lead in the lives. It is sitting at 5. Maybe more than ever so slight. You can see already Katana just taking their time. They want to pick them apart. They know they have time. They need one tick. It's one good push. They know that.
So much time to play with. Just a wave of kills. Basically nails this for Katana. They're waiting for it as well. Look at the stack coming in from Katana. 2 kills from Cobra. That might be just enough. Here comes the pressure. They dive into the point. Fabron gets one. BenW gets another one. Trying to hold on desperately. Brezzy staying alive as well. Katana cannot break through.
Can't quite get there, but they are chipping away at these lives. It's kind of a bit of an equal trade. Or pushing forward. It just seems to be them finding those first gunfights. Twiz is dealt with on the flank. Cobra's just trying to play with them. The Omni movement working in his favor. 20 and 8 out of him. LBW will seem to be answering back. Katana cannot get themselves into those back buildings, and these kills in time, the advantage is starting to shorten for Katana. Here we go. That's an angle. An aspect might just open up things here. If he pushes over towards the back, the rest of the team just not holding up their end of the bargain, though. Can find 2. Brezzy finds 1. All of a sudden, the pressure's going to start coming in, but I think they'll start spawning on that side. Yeah, they're going to. So Clutchrayn are going to be here fast, but they only have 5 lives.
4 lives. Having to dive into it as well. Aspect will quite happily pick them up, and that is easy in the end. And there's nothing Nile can do as it goes down to it, and they get the ticks. That is a win for Katana on the attack, and they had so much time and so many lives to play with, Ton. It felt a little bit inevitable because you could see Clutchrayn couldn't really push them back.
It was difficult, wasn't it? Because there's so much time that they have had. Because not only have they captured it very, very quickly, but they were on to be even faster, and they were capturing it for quite some time. It gives them so much wiggle room, doesn't it? And there's the attacking round that they wanted. Now over towards defense. Clutchrayn, I don't believe can get defense for round number 5, even if they do win this round. There'll be back-to-back attacks. I'm actually going to commit to that. I'm pretty sure they can't. Back-to-back attacks now for the side of Clutchrayn is absolutely needed.
Not going to be easy. Twiz might try and stop it here, but Cobra already finding 2.
Guys are an absolute beast.
It's really been causing them issues. And W tries to get through. Can't find anything. Cobra finds another kill. Cobra is shooting.
He's around the corner by the time he dies. That's insane.
Cobra 23 and 9, by the way.
Well, just about.
Giving him a little bit of respect here at A, though. I say that as Vortex finds 2. Nile lines up for him. Cobra comes back for Twiz. And they are about to try and punch them back into this spawn. The blender, but Brezzy's still alive, even though he's facing 3. Aspect will find 1. Bullets into Fabro. Nile goes for a challenge. Also falls down. Aspect on a 7 streak himself. This is feeling like it might be over. Aspect on 8 will eventually fall.
Yeah, this is the two on paper top teams in Group B going up against each other. Team BBHH would, of course, have been there, but a loss early on put them in a difficult position. And here we go. The artillery is coming in. Aspect just going to try and slow them down. What can he find, if anything? Just the one on the Twiz. Vortex finds one. Finds the death, I should say, actually. Not concentrating there. Looking towards what we're being told. We'll get everything clarifying on how things are going to go down. But air capture needs to come in for Clutchrayn here.
Here we go. Last ride. Clutchrayn need a miracle. They need divine intervention. They need to stop the clock. Doing it for just a few seconds. The was like, is he? Where is he? There he is. And down he goes. And down goes the game. That is a 3-0 for Katana. In pretty dominant fashion. Got to give credit to them. Players like Cobra just running up the numbers in KD. I think Aspect did the same thing as well. But a statement from Katana Gaming here in the group stages as they punch a ticket to playoffs with a flourish.
Yeah, that's a big statement when you are right. To win it, yeah, great. To win it in that fashion, though, as well. Relatively comfortable across the entirety of those 3 maps. Katana will be very, very happy with that. It's a big win for them. They head into playoffs as the first seed from this bracket. We know that for certain. We'll get it clarified of how the other seeds are looking in there as well. But that is a big, big win for them to find. And sends them into playoffs so nicely, Brycey. You know, I think we both have 2 teams in our mind of how we think things are going to break down between everybody here. But, hey, look, they look very, very impressive. And had to go through a difficult group as well. Good job from Katana.
Yeah, completely smashed that one out of the park for them as well. And looking forward to seeing them in the playoffs. I'm looking forward to find out who walks away the champions, because it doesn't feel very clear cut right now when we go into some of the big teams. And you gotta say, you know, realistically, Clutchrayn had their moments, but just not quite as good as Katana when it came down to it. I mean, you look at this, they just really were on the control, able to get that spawn trap moving. Clutchrayn not able to do the same when they had it.
I think just lacking the consistent quality that Katana have. They definitely have their moments. I mean, look, Ben W, every single time we seem to have on the screen is somebody who's lighting it up, but Katana seem to have those moments whoever you go to. They will find those finite hard players to go with and actually run away with those game-winning players over and over and over again. Just a really nice team to watch right now. It seems to be working really, really well. I mean, obviously, losing Super, I mean, that would have been difficult for them, but now Vortex coming in seems to be filling in that AR role very, very nicely. Katana Gaming look like a real threat for the title here, Bryce.
They certainly do. Well, let's have a little look at the standings so far in the groups. In Group A, we can see Team Notorious, flawless, 5-0. Then Crud Muffins, 4-1. And we've got P7 Esports, 3-2. Diswell, 2-3. And unfortunately, at the bottom here, Avenge Esports, 1-4. And Team Annex, unfortunately, not able to get a win in this stage, Ton.
Yeah, not able to get anything done over that side of things, but over towards Group B, it looks, well, relatively similar. Katana Gaming undefeated over towards the top side. But just a caveat for some of these other standings, 2, 3, and 4. Obviously, everybody on 3 and 2. As we mentioned, some of the rules have been changed on tiebreakers and such. So we will get it double confirmed and let you guys know tomorrow exactly what's going to go down. The teams will, of course, know before that, but we will let you guys know before the stream tomorrow, so we know exactly how things are going to go down. But Inglorious losing that game to Notorious Gaming, they must have lost that round 11 search and destroy and Rouse and Esport, obviously not finding themselves a win over the season. Time for those guys to go again. We will potentially see the next season, but we have our 8 playoff teams.
We certainly do, and they'll all be throwing down tomorrow. Well, not only that, but we'll want to get those seedings right, and just to kind of double down on what Ton said. Essentially, we don't want to get it wrong, so we're not going to give you the exact seedings for Group B until it's been double-checked by the admins and everything else. But if you are curious about what happens tomorrow, well, you like Call of Duty, you're going to love this even more. We have some great games going on when we throw it. Of course, you can see we're going to have the Disworld versus Avenge Esports on the schedule. That is not correct. This is today. Sorry, we're going to today's schedule. It's not tomorrow's schedule. This is what we've seen. Of course, Disworld Avenge, that went Disworld qualified for playoffs. Then we had Clutchrayn and Katana, a showdown to find out who goes top of the group. Katana got that. Now we have more Call of Duty because North America is doing the same thing. Royal Spartans versus Law Gaming will be coming up across the pond. And then YFP versus Pioneers all on Alpha Ton.
Yep. coming up in about 1 hour and 40 minutes between these teams. That's going to be super interesting as well. See who gets themselves in that good position. Over on Bravo will be Omit Brooklyn taking on D-Stroke Gaming, and Omit against Team War. I mean, that is a literal Call of Duty Challengers Org Legacy battle right there between Omit and Team War. You know, Kevin, the boys will be supporting the War roster as well, but let's see how things go down over in North America for that final day of groups as well. Bryce, see, the playoffs are incoming now. We're pretty much set up here, ready in Europe. Excited to go tomorrow. Yeah,
me too as well. I can see so many of them playing hard all the way through, but playoffs is just around the corner. Do see us tomorrow, but also stick around for North America. This has been all for Europe tonight. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
goes like.
Can't stop us.
What's up, all you COD fans? Welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers, our final round worth of Swiss action here in Season 2 of Challengers Elite. And we may have some major tiebreaker situations. We say that every season. If you've watched, you know we're going to say it again. I'm Shep, that's Study. Brother, it's been a very interesting stage. A lot of teams at the top have really separated themselves, but everyone else is still battling for a playoff spot.
Oh, yeah. What is it? Like 5 teams potentially today in Group A, all in the same group. Might end up 2 and 3 by the end of today, which is going to potentially be insane. Group A, obviously, Omid Brooklyn leading the pack. Lower Gaming losing that Game 5 last week to Omid Brooklyn to put them in this 2-2 mix fest. Cabal go 1-1. Destro go 1-1. Royal Spartans also go 1-1, but they started 0-2, and then Luxury Exotic did not have the week that they wanted last week. But they got a chance today. It's like Luxury plays Cabal, Royal Spartans play Lore, and Destro play Omid. Everybody's squaring up.
Yep, for really the kind of implications here, if you've got the 1 win, whether you're in Group A or Group A, you have to win. If you've got 2 wins and you find a way to win, you pretty much guarantee yourself a playoff spot. That's going to exist both in Group A as well as over what's happening in Group B. YFP at 2-2. They win, they're in. Pioneers need a win. 6F need a win. Otherwise, if either of those 2 teams lose and Pinnacle wins, we may have a 3-way tiebreaker to figure out who gets the final spot in that group. So, again, multiple team tiebreaker situations, often the case. This is by far the goofiest season, though, just because, again, Group A has a very clear-cut top team, and then everyone else has just been kind of mediocre, which is, I think, odd for teams like Lore Gaming, teams like Royal Spartans. You expect them by roster to do well, but they've opened the door for teams like Cabal, Destro, and Luxury Exotics to possibly find their way in. Other side of things, Amit, Timor, they've been clear-cut the favorites. YFP and Pioneers, I think, would be there in the 3-4 spot, but who knows? It's one of those things. You got to win today to make sure you guarantee yourself a playoff spot. So let's take a look at what our schedule is and what matches we'll be watching here today. If you watched over in Europe, the first matchup went pretty well, went all the way to 5. The second one was a little bit more one-sided, but Royal Spartans will be taking on Lore Gaming. Again, Royal Spartans needs to win to stay alive. Lore Gaming will win to get playoffs. YFP, Pioneers, same situation there. YFP win, they get in. Pioneers, they need a win to find themselves a tiebreaker situation.
Oh, man, those are 2 barn-burner matchups. Obviously, Lore Gaming, we know that they have the aggression with their young SMG core. You got the RCD's leadership on that lineup. But then they're also going up against a veteran lineup in the Spartans who really haven't figured it out yet. Like, you have Darkside, who's basically new to the squad, but Spartan Prelude, they've been playing alongside each other for a long time. Just last week, you take care of Destro Gaming, and you made them look stupid. Like, that series, we were able to jump into it. They took care of them with ease. But then your following series, you ended up falling short in a 3-1 fashion versus Cabal GG. We cannot have that. Now you're in this situation where you're in a must-win. And even on the Bravo stream, we got some great matchups as well, Alan.
We do, and that Crud Muffins logo is incredible. Mitt Brooklyn will be taking on Destro Gaming. Again, that's the top of the group versus a team that essentially needs to win to guarantee themselves a spot in playoffs. And then we have a battle for first place between Amit and Team Moore. Again, this is going on the B stream, so if you're watching here on main, make sure you go to youtube.com/COD Challengers and open up both tabs. Woof! I'm pumped about this one, brother. We're going to have ourselves a day. That much we know. It's going to be a day. It's going to be 2 matches of games. That's what we're going to get.
That's what I'm hoping for. At least we get some Game 5s. I feel like recently we've been getting a lot of 3-1s, a lot of couple Game 5s last week, at least the last one. But for the Spartan squad, they got to figure it out, Alan. It's as simple as that. You got players like Spartan. You got players like Prolu. Gunsy's been around for a long time. Darkside, he's a very flashy player and also has takeover ability in Search and Destroy. But today is your biggest match. You got to lock in.
And I will say, again, this Royal Spartans team started slow in Season 1. And we were like, what the hell is going on? And then all of a sudden, they woke up when it got to Week 2, smoked their Round 5 matchup, snuck into playoffs, and then did really well on the first day of playoffs. So maybe one of those same situations here again, because as mentioned, it was a slow start, 0-2, which was so odd to see, but splitting the difference from what they did in their second day of games. Yeah, like we mentioned, they've got to come out and they need to find a win today to stay alive for playoff contentions. And all 4 players, you know that they know that. I imagine they're going to turn up today.
Oh, yeah, but the lineup on the other side aren't going to give it up for free. You're going up against Lore Gaming. You got Abe, you got RCDs, you got Lurk and Merc. This is 3 of the 4 we saw in Stage 1 on that FC Stallions lineup. You take out Encourage, you add RCDs, the veteranship to this squad. And I still feel like they have it in the respawns. It's just the S&Ds where you're relying on 2 people to make plays. Like we saw it all throughout that game 5 versus Omid. It was only Lurks and Abe just consistently pushing through top hallway. If they find success, the round is yours. If they don't, you're easily getting smoked on the round. But I feel like now with a couple more weeks, with an extra week of practice underneath their belt, they know that they're in a must-win situation to obviously control their own fate. So just probably throw a couple protocols in there.
Could be what you run with. I think especially if your name is Lurks, you want that. But I was going to say, I don't imagine that many of those will come through. Actually, the Protocol Hardpoint was open, was not selected. So it's just going to be the Protocol Control that comes through. Red card to start, though, could get really interesting. I think especially if Lurks can not just get free, but also find his team controlling the tempo of the map, because that's when he definitely finds his most amount of success. So that will be something to kind of keep an eye on. Vault, Search, and Destroy, Protocol Control, as we already mentioned. Those are pretty straightforward. Head bashing in map number 2, and then spawn capping in map number 3. So, yeah, pretty even square up here for both these two squads. You got to remember that, you know, the history here, the Royal Spartan squad, who, as we mentioned in Season 1, had a slow start, made it to playoffs. They took down the core 3 of what is now Lore Gaming. Previously, it was the FC Stallions, and beat them in round 1 of the playoffs pretty convincingly. So there is something, you know, in a level of revenge that's going to be coming through here for these two squads.
Oh, yeah, you better bring it then today. Because the more that I've been playing Red Card recently, Alan, and Stub Fan Mates, the more I'm really starting to enjoy this map. And I'm starting to think, like, this is the best hardpoint that we have in the game, just because of how punishing it can turn out to be. And usually you find yourselves in situations where you're spawning closer to the hill, but that's actually not good on a map like Red Card. I feel like if you're the team that's good at trapping, setting up those crossfires, you're going to have yourself a nice little time here on Red Card. But into the map when we go with the Royal Spartans, Gunzy on the POV.
See what he is able to find, as Lord Gaming will opt to play mostly off the outside of the map. Spam shots through the door, tagging Gunzy, but he stays safe. First couple eliminations looking decent for the Houston Spartans, and 4 seconds of time will start to amount a little bit more than that. RCD's trying to hold his life over towards stage, but he gets taken down. This is a great start for the Spartans.
Oh, this is perfect. Now you already have players starting to hit routes. Lurk trying to work all the way behind enemy lines through that Eskies. But Darkside picks it up to perfection. Now you just need to hold down consistently over towards heads. You already have Gunzy pushed out towards windows. This is the perfect start to this game for the Spartans. Another 3 dead.
Yeah, sure feels that way. And that will be now a move over for Gunzy again. Trophy system already earned. Going to try to place that down. A little bit of damage from Lurks. Dance with the devil there, eventually dealt with. And that's what Lurks brings to you, my friend. A little slide out turns it into a double, and Lord Gaming will control the early time at P2.
Yeah, they will control the early time, but not the side of the map that they want. Don't want to be trapped in towards this backside, because those are easy kills there for the Spartans. Darkside on 5 in a row. Line's 3 dead. Now you know all of Lord Gaming going to be spawning all towards the back. You just need your AR, some watch over. Unfortunately, no one's able to find a kill, so Lord Gaming, find a break.
Indeed they do. Very quickly, in fact, at that split spawn situation, Royal Spartans trying to find a way to utilize that as they try to hit it both times, or both sides at the same time, rather, and that will work out to clear out the goal. Even exchange for now, but Pro will have the last word, and spawns will start to move unfavorably here for Lord Gaming. RCD's trying to force it, but he's in by himself. Test is decent. Shots are also there to follow up, but the damage just comes down to can it be converted on, and yeah, Lord Gaming from the back will find a way to break in for a small time.
Yep, but instantly only gonna get shut down. Now you gotta start to work that overextension. Warrior Spartans coming out swinging in this map number 1. You had the rotations towards two. You got Darkside cutting all of middle map. Every single player from Lore right around the corner.
Opening shots not there for Dark. The rotation looking good here for Lore Gaming towards New. But Gunzy, quick to try to contest, shut down by Mercules. Really well won. He's now on 3 in a row. RCD's the one who's really had a tough time getting things going. Just 1 and 7. No time in the hard point either. He has been absolutely smoked, and he just got pistol whipped by Spart. So now it's just down to Merc. 1v everybody here. Silver top towards P3. Able to stay alive, and an opportunity here for Lord Gaming once again to set up a natural pinch, but it's not coming through successfully. It looks like Royal Spartan should be good for the back 20.
Yeah, RCD's is just thinking about that next hard point. He doesn't want to be trapped. So the backside of the staircase hard HP. So he's already cut his losses and thought about that rotation. Should have a couple freebies lined up. At least finds the first. Teammates already hitting route, so all of Royal Spartan's going to spawn at that old hard point. Rotation is going to be won by Lore. They needed time to make up.
Yeah. Have to have this. mean, it's early days, but still, it just feels like Lore Gaming are not able to hold with what they want. A couple of nice eliminations here, though, that will just leave Dark by himself, and he's pretty far outside the picture. You're only getting the trade topside window. But again, an opportunity here for Royal Spartans to come off a bit of a split. Maybe be able to pinch up this hard point. First couple eliminations are decent. That's a 3-for-2 exchange, leaving RCDs as the last one left. He's getting tagged, forced the gunfight, and he just absolutely gets destroyed. Not a good start here for Alec.
Yeah, he knew that he had to come into that gunfight, though. There was pressure from both angles. At least they were able to hold down the time for a little bit. Spartans now work their way back on in, but you already have Lore surrounding them over towards the stage side. It's just so many players from the Spartans are now watching these crosses. ProLuke gets some bad timing. Darkside is still in.
Yeah, this has just been, again, the patterns and trends continue to turn up in favor of the Spartans. Some of that, I think, is just off the simple fact that the ARs have just gotten into great spots and have not allowed really any of the Lore setups to find much of anything. It's really just been a couple of scattery SMGs that have come in and made a little bit of a mess of the hard point, but largely speaking, the macro game has been perfect here for the Spartans.
Yeah, you can already see that. Just edging out over towards BS and D allows them to spawn on the preferred side at Cafe. You spawn trap them to the lower side of Eskies. Dark side still pushed out towards the ticket. ProLuke now is calming that I need help. They're going to start flooding their way on out. Unfortunately, Darkside has an SMG, so you can't commit on those gunfights, and at least to a Lore Gaming break.
For now, though, and again, it's just look how quickly Dark can make his way back over to the hard point. On 7 in a row. Final shots is good for 8. That gets him to Hellstorm. Spart, trying to find some sort of a follow-up, is at least able to keep the hard point neutral. And again, it's a 70-point game, 80-point game here. Not looking all that positive at the moment for Lore Gaming. Need to do better, I think, just getting themselves established on rotation earlier, flat out.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Need to start playing ahead in this HP. You're already down by 70. Keeping the time white. Royal Spartans do not have a problem with it. They are just gunning you down. ProLuke working the outskirts. You already have Gunsy contesting over towards Globe. He knows there's pressure on stage, but teammate falls. You try to play for the trade. Too many players from Lore on the break.
Well, see what they have to follow up here. Contest is in. Dark actually thought he had an opportunity to challenge. That was not really all that allowed. Follow-up from Sparto allows an opportunity for Gunsy to kind of, again, win over towards Hedges. Lore getting a little bit of chip time here on P1. Gunsy over the top, sees where the threat is starting to be established, but Lurks actually kind of pushes the fight out towards Hedges and really holds back the Spartans' attack. So, yeah, good stuff here from Lore Gaming, kind of chipping away at this lead a little bit here on the P1.
Yeah, now they just need to stay on this side of the map. Win these gunfights to trap them in towards the backside of P2, but a couple of them are not going their way. It's already 3, making all 4 dead. One player is going to be able to hit a super long route, but everyone towards the backside of P2, you're relying on Mercules to get some done here.
Dark, tagged up by nades, still able to find one in the Tross. That's going to be now leaving RCDs by himself in the front. Oh, and he's done well. Okay, nice little wake up here from Alec. Huge double for him, allows Lore Gaming to get in from the preferred side of this hard point. Stack up now for the Spartans, trying to get their setup. Good patience to try to get themselves into right positions. Hellstorm also going to be utilized to try to see if they can get this Lore setup kind of a little bit more dismayed. And yeah, there's the first eliminations. High ground control, though, still decent for Lore Gaming. Lurks just slides forward, only finds one, though. And with 20 seconds to fight for, still a question mark of who's going to own it.
Yeah, but Lore do have the positionings that they want. They'll trap them in towards the backside. You can soak up this final 15 and rotate easily over towards the new HP. At least 2 players already from the Spartans in. Sparty and Gunsy. Wrecking through the backside. Lurks knows that they're going to be on him. He was ready for the gunfight, but then he wasn't. Gunsy gets the better of him, and a 2v1 there turns it into a trade. Spartans are in.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been just, again, another kind of in a long line of good macro gameplay from the Spartans. On the backside, though, Lore Gaming able to find their way into the hard point. Couple eliminations allow them a chance to continue to fight for this, but spawns are starting to move, and the Spartans will be here to reinforce sooner. And wow, Mercules, I don't know if he was looking at his minimap or not, but never even pulled the trigger on that gunfight. Alec has done well to get himself going. Again, he was on 6 in a row there, has brought himself above positive, but not a lot of time in the hard point, really for anybody for Lore Gaming. They just can't stay alive in the OBJ.
Yeah, we gotta get to the hard point because this game is just continuously growing bigger and bigger for the Spartans. They soaked up a lot of this P3 time. You've cut your losses rotating early over towards stage, but it might not even matter Gunfight's not going your way. Now you have 2 players who are spawning out old. Hercules has to play a sweet corner over towards P2, and he's the only one that finds a kill. So now you have to find a couple more because your teammates are nowhere near you.
Yeah, it's just been another in a long line of what we've already said. It's just they cannot get themselves properly set up. It's a couple of players here, a couple of players there, but all the power positions largely have been locked down by the Spartans, and they could absolutely just kind of cruise control this thing into a map 1 winner. Yeah, it's just, again, not able to teamwork out dark side there. Sparks over the top. Cleanest shots versus Abe initially, but still wins the gunfight. Lore will get the break into the hard point, but again, the numbers are starting to amass once more for the Spartans.
Yeah, they have the cross-beam watch, so it's only 1 person in the hard point you have to take care of. Everybody else is challenging you from top edge. Prolu with the finesse. Prolu with the shots. Gets the better there of Abe. Now he has a different angle of approach, but none of his teammates are winning the gunfights through the bottom side, so Lore Gaming still holding on.
Yeah. Lurks on his backside, able to fight back Prolute for a moment. Comes back out, finds the kill. But over towards New. Spartans, more numbers already here, ready to go as soon as the hard point opens. Difficult gunfight there for Darkside. Try to find timing, and instead runs into Mercury. Lurks should be caught here at mid, but Abe finds elimination before Gunzy can do much with the position. Now Lurks on 5 in a row. Is looking for possibly his Hellstorm. That will work out to earn it, but shut down, and the Spartans can get into the hill.
That's fantastic plays right there out of the Spartans. They knew that they were a man-down situation. We just are playing to simply keep them off the hard point. But if they're just going to give us one-on-one gunfight after one-on-one, we're going to win them all. And eventually find time here at P5. Lurks forced to invest the cruise, only able to connect on 1. That's 3 dead, but the hill's still white.
Minute 40 on the game clock. Not that should come into play here, especially with the lead that's starting to amass. 1 more player to grab. That's going to be Prolute in the middle of the map through his ticket. Chased down by Lurks, but doesn't have the gun up and not ready for the gunfight. He will drop. Back over to P1. Will start to go. 70-point game. We're a little under that. More gaming. Still kind of playing over towards the outside of the map here, which will allow the Spartans to jump on for a little bit of early time. Mercury's going to be called upon to try to clear, and will be successful in that. Okay, there's 3 dead.
There's 3 dead, and Spawn's already starting to flip. He's just got to take care of Sparty. But Sparty staying alive at least allows 1 player to spawn with him. Big gunfight there. Out of Prolute to take down RCDs, but more effective trades here from Lore. You're finding all the kills. We just got to make sure we're finding them on the hill.
Yeah. Well, here comes the play. Prolute finds 2. That will keep the game clock moving. Back out of the hard point they go. Lurks looking for a pinch. Good timing. Good patience. Turns that into a double. Now Lore Gaming back out of the hard point. Traded out is Lurks. Spart also, though, finds the same result. Abe, ooh, kind of in a weird spot here. Not sure if he wants to try to push for the rotate or not. He's got good help, though. And, okay, here we go. Lore Gaming starting to really turn up.
Yeah, and Abe already knows that there's a lurker already out and about. Able to find the first, a snap good enough there on Sparty for the second. It was a 90-point difference. All of a sudden, you blink, and we're down 40. We got a chance now. Just need a couple of wave of kills to go our way. Here comes the contest. Mercury was the first. Finesse, finesse, finesse. Your teammates need to help you, and he finds the second.
Shots are good, though, for Gunzy. Doubles through. That leaves just now down to a couple of staggered spawn outs for Lore Gaming. Dark, nice job kind of controlling the pinch here up top on the sidewalk. In the hard point still are the Spartans. Mercury's just kind of full sends it forward. RC's able to find 1 trade. Abe another. That will neutralize the hard point. But in a 50-point game with 45 seconds of the game clock, whatever Lore Gaming do in this next about 30 seconds has to be perfect.
Yeah, and Darkside is already might be the deciding factor. What they can get away with. He hits the pinch, finds the kill onto RC's. Now you're spawning on the backside of BS&D. Here comes the teammates as well through the middle of the map. Now all of Lore are trapped. Someone's got to start thinking about that overextension of Mercury. He might have gotten out. He wins the one-on-one, but instantly traded.
Instantly traded, but same can be said for Spart. Spartans will have a chance to touch the zone if they would like to. Help is on the way. Contest is forward. Dark caught with an 8-out. Gunzy trying to follow up. Good for the first trade. 4 members to deal with, though, and he gets shut down. This isn't done yet. Lore Gaming still spawning relatively close to reinforce. Not the cleanest shots from Spart. Prolute down low on escalators. Able to find 1. Dark another. Numbers starting to amass. Can anyone stay alive here for Lore Gaming?
They're all spawning towards the back steps. You got to go. You can't go 1 by 1. Darkside has it cut on off. They game clock might still come into play. You cannot afford to contest here if you are Lore, but that double from Darkside might have sealed the game.
It may well. It probably does. Here comes the last-ditch effort. Mercules would have to be the one likely to touch, and he gets shut down. Everything else on the bottom staircase is absolutely red to perfection. Got a little mixy there by the end, but all things told, relatively comfortable stuff right there for the Spartans in the first half of the game.
Oh, yeah, they just dominated rotations, Alan. Dominated rotations. When they were laid off rotations, they were finding the proper picks to force them in towards the back or winning the trade gunfights to find early breaks. They just outclassed them in the fundamental aspect of that game. RCD's obviously had a slow start, started to get activated in the middle half. But the Spartans just simply outclassed them in the fundamentals. And if that's the way it's going to look like when you're playing Hardpoint on red card, that's usually how it goes. You trap them in towards the back when you take your advantage of the spots. You make sure even if you're spawning out, rotating early towards P3, you really don't want to rotate early towards P3 as well, because regardless if you die at Old Hill, you're still going to spawn at the new HP. So Royal Spartans, they just did a better job majority of the map, just dominating on the outskirts. That's usually when you want to dominate for 4 out of 5 hardpoints that we have on the map. And they were able to successfully do it there for map 1.
Indeed they were. Wow. Okay. So that puts us into a spot where the Spartans will strike first. The slow start from Arcides eventually gets counteracted, and maybe that was some of the spark that Lore Gaming needed to, again, get themselves back into this game. But again, through like the first rotation and a half, I mean, you can even see it right here, 213 to 146, and no one has over a minute of hill time for Lore Gaming. And I think that's kind of the difference maker through a lot of that first rotation, was not able to get themselves set up appropriately. A couple of trades, but largely speaking, it's like, you know, we're dealing with 3v2 situations in favor of the Spartans after the initial engagements come through. They're able to reinforce faster because it could spawn control, and that just allows them to keep playing off of the hardpoint itself. Now, Arcides finished 35 and 33, 4,100 damage, so definitely started to deal a bit of a punch there near the end. But look at the hill time, kind of spread amongst 3 members for the side of the Spartans.
Yeah, it's just not good, man. Especially when you're cutting your losses early. Like, you saw what they did from P3 to P4. You had Arcides rotate with about 30 seconds, leave his teammates in a 3v4 scenario, still contesting there at old, but you were banking on the bounce back at stage. It's just like when you were set up, you instantly got broken into. So Lore Gaming, weak once they rotated, but now they need to be able to respond in search and destroy. Well, I feel like we do watch them have a lot of success in search and destroy when their SMGs are able to get going. On a map like Vault, where it's pretty much self-explanatory, you just need to go in there and win a gunfight.
Yeah.
You need to make sure you're finding that success early on, because you can't go down 0-2.
Yeah, very true. But a hell of a start, to say the plainly, for what we get out of the Spartans. Again, kind of that late turn up in the Swiss stage. Vault, search, and destroy next, though. And like you kind of already had mentioned, you know, you got to find a way to get this thing back on the rails sooner rather than later. If you're looking at this from Lore Gaming, no better time than just kind of head bashing out the A bomb site, which is often what we get on this map in particular. But our Bravo match apparently is still going on, so we'll take a look to see how they're doing over here. Yeah, in the search and destroy, Myth Brooklyn has struck first on the hardpoint, and as we take a look at it, it will be Craze for first blood here in round number 1 on the search.
Yeah, so early man advantage means, all right, we're going to bombard our way into a site with our numbers. Icon's going to be the only player here to potentially contest them at B, and he's just going to play sneaky.
Bella for 1. Yeah, follow up here from Icons. Runs out of ammunition.
Oh my god.
Yeah, tough over the top of the bomb site. Nice little wiggle from Capsidal, keeps himself alive, and now it's just down to Sizky. And you don't feel great about his chances, especially coming from topside Eskies, and he's already been seen. Nice shots, though, onto Fellow. It'll allow him to reset as the bomb is planted 1v2.
And he has a frag to work with. He's just going to take his time, wait for the health to regen. Essentially use this frag to open up with some info. He's at least able to spot on one. Going to go for a couple wall bangs, but now you know it's most likely a double team setup.
Yeah, this crossfire is going to be difficult to break down, but good angle here. Sees one. Shots don't land, though. Now he's trying to look for Craze. Predicts the correct corner, but SMG at that range just a little bit too strong. Okay. Myth Brooklyn off the first blood. Doing well.
Yeah, I thought Icons would have made up for it, though, man. You obviously are shooting the play that doesn't have the bomb in hand. The shot's not as clean, or too much auto aim on both players. Didn't really allow him to line them both up for the free ski. But only Brooklyn secured the first round. Craze takes down 2. Now they go on defense.
See what we get. Looks like it's going to be a very heavy defensive setup through B here. Gray's popping the door, cooking up a frag, tossing it over towards bleachers, looking for some good control, but Aiden says, where do you think you're going? Easy first blood for him.
Yeah, the movement wasn't really Crazy's best friend there. Capsule trying to finesse with his life. At least all the time for Fellow to line up a double. So it was just a man advantage for Distro. Instantly turned it into a 2v2, but they're not wasting any time. They're just going to go plan it.
Yeah, Fellow didn't see Sizky in that small cross towards the backside of Arches as well, so could be possible for Distro to hold that 2v2, but as we see it, our main primary broadcast is ready to go for their search and destroy, so if you want to keep an eye on them at Brooklyn and Distro, you can do so by heading to the Bravo stream. Gunzy, okay. Instantly naded through mid. Gonna read that there's likely going to be some sort of a push through. There's the first, well taken care of. Is there a follow-up trade? Yeah, sure is. Dark is right there, and they still know that, yep, there is another player playing right through the middle of the map, and that will lead to now Arcides in what would have to be a 1v3.
Yeah, Arcides all the way deep right. Let's just pick up the bomb and potentially work the bomb plan towards A, but Arcides read that one to perfection. Prolude and Darkside are just going to play the mind games, get this bomb down at B, and Arcides might catch the timing here for some info.
Yeah, very well may. Nice shots on the first. I think you saw the other player, yep. Dive over towards Statue. Takes a long route, has the information, now trying to play over the top of the bomb. And up and over. Wow, what a prediction from Arcides. He has the angle, but just kind of dancing with him is Darkside. Stunned also does not come over the top. Shots are decent, but Dark responds and takes the round.
Yeah, good stuff there from Darkside. Finessing, 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 even though Arcides had all the info in the world. Just the SMG sometimes is still the god gun. Snap, good enough. The jump shot's good enough. To secure the first round there for the Spartans. I love how they slow down the round as well, because you're expecting, all right, let's just go get the bomb down A. No, we know who we're playing against. We know that these guys love to be aggressive. So you instantly set the tone by not matching their pace, but just being ready for their pace to take round 1.
Yeah. And I think some of that is just knowing that Gunzy is able to kind of stay alive, get a little bit of regen, find his first. Right through the middle of the map. This time it's going to be Lore Gaming very aggressively in towards A. Mercules finds the first, but traded out as there is more members than he was bargaining for, but the bomb still gets planted 3v3.
Okay, and Arcides this time he's trying to switch the roof for 2. He's trying to flip the side of the map and wins the one-on-one versus Darkside. A big gunfight there. Now all you got to do is finesse, finesse, finesse. Great shots to take down Prolude as well. Gunzy left in the 1v3. Arcides is the groundbreaker here in round number 2. He just reads the pressure on the OE, said, no, 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 they're going to bombard me. I'm just going to get closer to my team. Catches the timing onto Darkside with the head fire. And then just finesses the Jeep for the final 2 kills. Secures 3 on the round to tie the game.
Well done. Just a little bit of raw aggression. Not much to say. If you've seen the map, you know what to expect. But I think there is a little bit of something to kind of keep in mind on and put a pin in, that Royal Spartans are putting a lot of focus on the offensive side. Again, just trying to make sure there's no push through middle. But then on the defensive side, 3 different members kind of throwing their consideration over towards B Street. Trophy system denying Darkside's utility. Realizing there's going to be at least some sort of a contest up top, but it's Mercules through backside palms that finds first blood.
Yeah, now you can't flip this bomb at A. You already have Arcides on the opposing end. Watching the exit. He is able to get one, but instantly responded with the trade is Sparty. Still in the man advantage is going to be Lore Gaming. They have full A side control, and Gunzy and the boys are just going to wait for them to wrap out.
Nowhere to go there. Okay. Good response there from Lore Gaming. Kind of taking the opposite approach from what they did in round 1. Instead of stacking in through mid, they're going to get the trophy system down at top catwalk. Double stack it. Have a member that's outside looking to see if he can catch the guy behind P2, and that works out beautifully for first blood. And then from there, it just all kind of divulges.
And that's all it comes down to. It's just isolating the player over towards pool. Because once you find that first blood, you can no longer plant this bomb at A the way that you want it to. So when you attempt to hit that rotation on out, RCD sitting at the back door finds that 1 kill. And instantly shuts down that entire round. Lord now with 2 aggressive rounds. Back to back, take the advantage. Back on the offensive side they go. You're going to invest stuns over towards Stack. That is able to connect before the trophy gets down. So you have a little info that they're top mid.
Opening shots, good from Hercules. That's good under Prolute. Follow-up is also right there as Arcides will take that into a double. He's got 8 kills through 3 rounds. He is shredding this Spartans offense. And a little stab. Little poke, prod there at the end. Lord Gaming quickly after the first round, 3 in a row.
Yeah, that's not connecting right off the rip. Just threw Rory Spartans off. They're thinking, okay, we have a trophy. There's no way they should be expecting us to be as aggressive as they were, but they had 2 players this time around. If you were Lore on the post plant setup, out towards pool, waiting for the pressure through top mid, off the info of the stun. We're able to easily take him down. With RCDs again finding another 3. Dominating in this S&E 3 rounds in a row.
Look here from Spart, seeing at least one member over towards B Street. A little drop down here for Lord Gaming's defense, though, in towards Vault. Gunzy doesn't like the look of it, tries to back away. An unfortunate team kill comes through, a little bit collateral as Gunzy backed off and unfortunately found the back of Prolude's head. So we'll go 3v3, but Lord Gaming have claimed the A site for now.
Yeah, and Abe knows, okay, my teammates have B Street. They're most likely going to try to overwhelm me or hit the save bomb. So he just backs on out. Throws a shoulder. Dark side spots him. Bomb gets planted 3v3.
Well, time ticking away here. And Dark's going to find the opener. Flips away, make sure that his trade is not going to be found. Spart in a little bit of a battle here. Nice shots down towards Zabe, but can't find the kill. Mercury is also stuck over towards Palms. And the only player who's really stayed concealed at this point is Gunzy. Playing over towards the site itself. Abe is going to get stuck. Nowhere he finds a kill. Mercury's trying to force his way in, but he's going to run out of time on this play.
Yeah, just no time to look for both players. Try to secure that defuse, but the round is won when Darkside finds that kill in the 3v3, and then he gains the info onto the player on Palm, and he knows that Sparty's just killed his teammate towards top cat. So he decides to play it perfect, just lay down at the steps. Knows that neither one wants to be aggressive on that spot. And once the regen comes in, wins the one-on-one through top cat. And the 1v2, you stood no chance there. Royal Spartans stopped the bleeding, but they need an answer for this defensive side, because
Yeah,
Lower
they really
Gaming
do.
have just been picking them apart early on and then working the objective later.
Yeah, they really do. Getting shots for Lurks. Almost overstayed his welcome, but gets out, keeps his life. Need to follow just to make sure no one's inside of A with this late take towards the site. Follow up, though, looking for a contest as are the Spartans. And Lurks will be evenly exchanged. Arcity's not a part of the picture as the bomb is down. Stun will come through. Prolute will be affected by it, but there's no follow-up immediately. Nade to follow. No. Not going to connect. We'll stay 2v2.
They're on Prolute with the movement. Gains info onto 1. Also has an AR in the back pocket. But I would love to him to just stay alive in that moment. Potentially set up your teammate and Spart for that kill. And now in a 1v2 Sparty. With both players in sight.
Now, Spart gonna have to change up the angle here and try to force something with the AR pistol combination. This is taking time. It's just a double stack down low for Arcities and Mercury. Spart is hoping someone's outside the site, but that will not be the case. And he's gonna have to just force this one. We'll slide across. Nah, nothing connected. Pistol, yeah, nice try. So Lord Gaming looking still pretty clean here through the search and destroy. Gets into map point quickly. Or pardon me, 4-4-2.
Go down low. Go down low. 2-2 trade. Prolute just gets a little bit too aggressive there through top cat, knowing that he had both weapons in the back pocket. Probably just want to play for that shoulder, play for the info, and allow your teammate to assist you in that play. But once he gets taken down, Sparty in the 1v2 just wasted too much time trying to locate what the setup was looking like. Now it allows Lort now to take a 2-round advantage. Spartans back on the attack, but they only truly found success on their slow and steady. Wait for them to run into you. This time they're going to send them and match it with the pressure. Prolu lines up a double.
Problem is, Abe is still up top, though. This was a similar defensive setup that Lord Gaming played in their third attempt, or their third round, rather, their second defensive attempt. And it gets broken down largely by the Spartans, but still, 2v2. Abe Arcities working together. Gunzy Spart on the other side. And they're just going to be able to walk their way back into A here. But this bomb plant position, yep, allows Gunzy to just play this shoulder. Sees that there's one there, hoping he can find the other and will. But successfully, Abe has to force it, and he will be shut down. Spartans stay alive.
Yeah, perfect play there in the 2v2 on the post plant. Gunzy's first line of contact. You invest in nade, so you can clear out that bomb. But that also gives the info to the Spartans. Okay, they're working through vault. Don't really have to worry about our pinch. We already heard a stun. We heard a nade go off. Well, Gunzy obviously spotting the player in the corner. Overextends a little bit to take down RCDs, and then the guy tries to slide on out to play the trade. Allows the Spartans to still keep it scrappy, still keep it close. But on the defensive side, I think they should just take over pool. Just try to isolate this guy over towards pool side.
Well, it's a lot of nades through top hallway. Oh, this is different, though. RC is trying to get aggressive over towards B. He's been naded down to 21 HP. A quick kill here would be huge for the Spartans as the bomb's being planted over at A.
Oh, now you know that they're most likely going to have a double stack in towards site. You weren't able to get any info onto Mercules. So he can time this pinch beautifully. But you got to have make that decision because your teammates are about to get overwhelmed.
Mercules will drop. Abe cooking a nade, trying to play off of his own information. Slows things down, but the damage to follow up is not there. Gunzy able to open up onto Lyrics, leaving it just down to Abe. Able to find a nice cleaving over the head, but nothing else beyond that. So relatively quick on the retake. A lot of that just coming down to Arcides trying to find timing through B Street. That gets read, gets dealt with, and from there it's just raw numbers for the Spartans.
Yep, simple as that. You find that first blood. You know that they're going to be a little bit tight on their setup, especially when you kill a guy on the overextension. That means most likely there's going to be sitting someone towards pool and a double stack in towards site, but Mercules deciding to wrap on back. Gets caught. And then just simply the numbers on the side of the Spartans allow them to tie this game up at 4. Lord need this S&D.
Big time.
Need a response here.
Oh, we're going to get a battle here at middle. Big exchanges there. Pro, a little bit of extra damage with the ARs. Ready follow-up. Darkside's trying for it, but everyone's out. Smart little backup here for Lord Gaming, but it does leave the A site wide open as Gunzy will get to work on the plant.
Yeah, and you already have a player going on the pinch in Arcides. Player watching this angle is Prolute playing for the timing. I don't know if he was able to spot Alec, but Alec definitely saw him, and Prolute's just going to get on out.
Abe. Trying to make his way over, but Arcides gets found trying to clear P2. Prolute making sure that there's no action on the outside. Finds Abe, and there's nowhere to go. Wow. So after a 3-round stretch from Lore Gaming, they go back and forth once, and now all of a sudden it's been a 3-round stretch for the Spartans.
Yeah, they've been switching it up. They've been matching the pressure. Walking out with trades, and then just realizing, okay, that's how their setup is looking. There's most likely no one in towards the A site. Let's get the bomb down. And just watch the overextensions as the Spartans now with 3 rounds in a row at game point. Your lower gaming. Let's just get in towards A and plant it.
Yeah. Oh, it's just so tough. I mean, they've been trying to find these eliminations kind of around the map. And they will go in towards the more orthodoxical play, which you called for. Gunzy working with Spart to control outside of pool. No initial contact as RC is just playing inside P2. That's the door behind him, and Abe will try to set up this post plant through poolside.
He's trying to time this nade. Not going to be able to connect onto anyone. You know, the Spartan's going to waste a lot of time trying to find the players that are not in sight. Already 15 seconds gone.
Mercules trying to find his timing. Sees one on the cross. When does he choose to go? Here comes the hit from the front. Abe, nade, trying to delay. 17 seconds on the clock. Here comes the take. First shots are good. Darkside follows up, and it's just too late for Mercules. It's just too late. Someone's just got to run out and shall. There's the kill. Nade is not in a position to stop the defuse. It gets jumped on just before 7.5, and it's going to be the Spartans for 4 rounds in a row to steal away this search and destroy after Lord Gaming was cooking in the middle of this map.
Yeah, they just started to slow the game down. Like, it's as simple as that. They said, all right, no more dying in the first 10 to 15 seconds. We're not going to give them that opportunity. We will play the 4v4 retake. And it works out to perfection. Prolute again strikes for the first blood in that final round. Even though you had Mercules trying to make up for it. Once he was trying to get himself back involved to the play, someone broke a door right next to him. So
Yeah.
he was forced to now play for that kill. But wasting time there allows your teammates to get overwhelmed in towards the site, and then there's simply no one left to stand besides Mercury's in that 1v4. The Spartans with the adjustment in the S&D take a commanding 2-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker right there for Lore Gaming. And again, you got to remember, if you're joining us here late, what's at stake? Royal Spartans need to win this series to force a tiebreaker situation at worst. It'd be 2-3. This loss would put Lore Gaming at 2-3, and there's likely going to be at least another team or two at 2-3. So we often talk about tiebreakers, multi-team tiebreakers. Map count could be crucially important, and the Spartans, if they could find a way to 3-0, they would be sitting probably pretty get out of this group and find their way to the playoffs again, kind of the same way they did in stage 1.
Very scrappy, man. Very scrappy. They just look like they are on point today. Talking about map 1, just outclassing them in the fundamentals. Map 2, making those mid-round adjustments, reading those aggressive plays. But enough about that. All right, round 11 for Distro. You win and you get in. Obviously, you want to tie the series up here versus Omid Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah.
They're the team on defense.
You would love to do exactly that. Opening first blood, though, good for Capsidal. That's just an overpush, trying to find timing as Distro over towards Bleachers. RCXD was also being called. That gets destroyed in the same breath. So, woof. Not a good start here for Distro. Try to get aggressive on the opposite side from the RC. But Sizky has snuck right underneath Amit here over on the corner. Able to find one, but not a second. Numbers will stay with Amit Brooklyn.
Cassie trying to find one to make up for it. Instant 2v2. Shots good enough to at least have him weak. Now they know your position. You can already see Felony still alive. Yeah, he's putting down shots there. Let's not even mess with that. I got a lot of hedge control. Let's go over towards A.
Yep. Oh, man. Bomb plant going to go down. Aiden needs to win this first 1v1 here at mid hedges, and that's just a tough gunfight that fellow has the advantage of every day of the week. Katsy, one of the new guys in. First challenge of the league debut. Nice opening shots. A little slide underneath Craze. Would be a 1v3 round 11 winner. And I believe he's just been seen. And yep, easy follow-up there from behind at the arches. So an effort, but first blood, RC doesn't really fully work out for the side of Distro Gaming now. They're also down 0-2.
Yeah, if you were Icons there in a round 11, you probably don't want to make an individual play, superhero play on the overextension. Because then if you end up getting caught, your team are in an early disadvantage. Siski tries to make up for it with a perfect position over towards that Godheady. Just gets overwhelmed by the side of Omid Brooklyn. Too many players alive. They walk away with that round 11 search and destroy. Go up 2-0 in this series. And just another score update. Cabal GG versus Luxury Exotic are also up 2-0, Alan.
So for what was supposed to be a lot of really tight matchups, so far, all of our squads that you would have assumed would be up are up, and they're up big. Now, we've said a lot about Lore Gaming on this map mode combination. As they were FC Stallions, they were dominant here until they met the Royal Spartans in round 1 of the winner's bracket of Season 1, and they look to be finding kind of the same fate here as they cannot get out of spawn early.
Yeah, they go 4 dead right off of the rip, so everyone has to take their sweet time working out of their base. You know they're most likely going to be right in your face. Thankfully, Gunsy walks into 2 players on the side of Lore. They win the initial 2 gunfights. You find another one through mid-gun, so you have a lot of map control. Now we just got to put the game clock at a pause. Yeah, let's get on that.
So far, so good, but Spart's coming off the pinch. Be able to contest the first hit. Decent shots towards Mercules. Prelude also there to assist to clear the zone. And Merc just has to try to play his life here on 13 HP. Down towards the zone, though. Another member gets on. That's Arcides. Gunsy clears off the high ground. And Arcides has revealed his position. Nate Stun going his direction. Still finds the first win, but will not be allowed to get much more. Beyond that, as Darkside finds a second up top. They actually evenly trade each other out. But, excuse me. Lore Gaming coming off spawn. Can get back over to A.
Yeah, no, with Darkside finding that double, it still gives his teammates opportunity to still work on in, but the pitch gets shut down. And Abe was also able to find the kill, but you get a little bit too aggressive before the point is even captured. You're giving Royal Spartans another opportunity, but The nade's good enough to put you at 16 HP, not to take care of you. Time gets extended, a minute and a half to work with if you are lore. They're currently all trapped in their spawn.
15-15, though, does leave the door relatively open. And you've got, you got Lurks trying to play off the ladder. He finds one. Pinch is on the way from Dark Side. He gets dealt with by Arcides up top, leaving Gunzy kind of as the sole defender of the B zone for now. And there's a pinch on the way. Abe's going to find the kill for free. Could lead to someone getting on the zone. But no mid-map, no high ground control means that Spartan can just hang out on the ledge. And our observer seems to have crashed.
Yep.
Nope, just kidding.
Oh, no, we're good. Here we go. Still 50 seconds. Sparta, your turn to try to hold down this overextension position. Your teammates are finding kills all around the map. And Abe is still lurking. Just need to eventually put himself on the objective, though. 35 seconds. If your teammates are not finding success on the exit, like, you're not going to give them any time to even get to the point.
For real, yeah. 7v8. Slight advantage for the Spartans. Clock going to be another opponent here, though, for Lore Gaming, as they need to find a way to get over towards the zone. Please. I was going to say there's a cross here. And Dark will also make sure no one gets around the back, so this will be just be a flat-out flood. Whoa, nice shot from Dark. Abe at 1 HP will be dealt with. Awkward little finish off there. One chance for Mercules to climb the ladder, stay alive. Sees one player up top. Proloot is already behind you on your zip line, and that will be the end of this round. The Spartans only letting up 3 ticks of progress.
Hey, realistically, like, Lore gave them a good run for their money on that round. It's just such a bad start to the initial start, which going forward had instantly put it to a spawn trap, wasting about 30 to 40 seconds even working out of your base before you're able to extend the time. Then even when they do that, it's just the objective focus over towards B. Like, Proloot the entire time was just basically living in their base. No one was clearing out towards 10, and every second time he needed to develop on a pinch to make a play, he was going to find it. Goes 7-4 in round number 1, ends the round on 4 in a row. And now the Spartans prefer offensive on round number 2 because you got trophy system.
Yeah.
Obi.
Opening first blood is good. Focus is towards B here. And, oh,
Shots.
Mercules just over peaks, gets dealt with, and now the clock will come to a pause with all 4 Spartans making their way over for this setup around the B zone. This should be at least the first tick of progress.
Yeah, it's guaranteed. Need to find some mid-map aggression if you are Lore, because you see how fast these segments are going up. You do not want to make any mistakes on your approach, and that was perfect. A clean 4 dead. Now allows Lurch to start lurking. The timing might be good enough for the first kill, or is it? Because Darkside is just ready for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Abe dealt with up top. Would have liked to see him kind of play his life, but there may have been a call that there is a player up top for Mercules. And in that moment, here come the Spartans again. Darkside playing over towards the defensive building. Oh, almost gets the turnover towards Abe. Not fully there. Proloot trying to chase down the kill, and will be able to secure it, but it comes at the cost of Lord Gaming already getting over near spawn.
Well, thankfully they take care of lurks already, so now you can work your way out of 10. Gotta also take down Arcides. He's been alive the entire time over towards Hellies. Darkside finds that kill. Proloot still contesting through Grandma's. Allows time to be paused, but you can already see Mercules on the pinch, just trying to wait for the timing.
Yep. Ooh. Already able to clear out one. Follow-up is good over towards the middle of the map. This will get over towards A, and this is what you don't want. Proloot deep over towards your spawn, fucking elimination. This will allow the stack to come through freely at A, and likely for Lore Gaming with this spawn, they will have to chalk this. Just comes down to how much more damage can Proloot do around the backside of their spawn. Little dance here, little shimmy, little shake. Stays alive, has help nearby, but still dealt with, and the life count will level out just a touch here with a couple exit kills from Lore.
Yes, 16-15. Darkside already pushed out towards backside tower. Just gotta play this patient. A very crucial position, potentially line up 2, but it only expects 1. Now his teammates are in hell on the backside of their base. It's another clean 4 dead. Thankfully, no one was inside towards 10, so the Spartans get that 10 spawn and have an easy exit through the middle of the map.
Well, trades back and forth. 12v9. Nice shots from Arcides. What's about a 4 in a row? Abe also following up. 35 seconds to fight for, but again, the big news here for the Spartans is they do have that 1 tick of progression extra. Can they find a way to possibly work for more? Abe seeing if anyone comes up over towards the zip line. No contestants as everyone's dropped down low through Spiral. Spart, does he get contact? No, he will not. So now it's just down to RC's. Wow, he gets smoked there by Prelude. Abe is still on a pretty decent angle, though, to contest this zone. And in a 10v5, Lurks will be there with him. Or will he? It's just down to Abe. And hold on a second. He's got to run back over to the zone.
Yeah, he's going to get it.
Hold on.
He's going to put himself in a great position. 8v2. Abe just played his life perfectly. As he ends that round on 7 in a row. Like you said, they are down by 1 segment, so you got to make up for it here. But if you are Abe, potentially slow this one down. Try to earn that Hellstorm. Make your approach shows either one of these objectives a little bit easier, but you can't have that initial break off that we had last time. You can't go forward dead and expect to have a good time on protocol control initially to start rounds.
Yeah, yeah. Well, can Abe get himself more for the Hellstorm? That could be pivotal. He's on 7, but you can see the progress. Again, not a lot of those kills coming over the top of the objective. He's still got a little bit of work to do. Good first blood from Mercules. Abe is going to get a free route up the elevator here. He'll get all the way to the top windows, so this will allow a chance here for Lore Gaming to stay alive onto really both zones that they would like to, and it will be RCD's jumping on, excuse me, onto A.
Oh, and Abe just keeps getting bad timing after bad timing. He's just trying to find a couple free B on the kills. As soon as he hops on off, unfortunately, you're going to get shot in the back. First segment, though, here at A is done and dusted. The nade from Gunzy, the prediction from Gunzy on the 2-piece there from Top Trips is masterful, but now you just need to retake through the middle of the map. That's why you got a Sparty. Takes care of RCD, who's farther pushed up, and time is continuing to tick on down. Great shot.
Nice shots, great shots. Good prediction over towards Lurks, over the top of the site. Good onto the Mercules as well, and now the defense will fully deplete that first tick of progress at A. Still about a quarter of progress done on the B point, and these are 3 straight eliminations with the clock coming to a bit of a stall. Pro valuing his life backside staircase, and he will clear off the B point, but this is going to come at the cost of the entirety of the A zone, most likely.
Yeah, especially when that player, Gunzy, does get shut down on the pinch. Starts dark side to try to give it one more hoorah. And he jumps in at the perfect time because you at least have a couple players roaming around that mid-gun area. So time continues to tick. Only 45 seconds. Lord need one more segment here at A. And they are rallying everyone over towards Sidewalk to get it.
Yeah, you have to get this extra 60 seconds. 33 on the clock. Lore Gaming kind of taking their time here, finally jump on over. They know that there could be threats into the windows, and this back sidewalks. Arcides is low. Help from Prelude over the middle of the map, and he gets shut down. Abe also following up. This could lead to a transition quickly over towards B. Mercules is in position to do just that, and there's a 2-life lead. Big win from Abe. 21-14. He can help stack.
Arcides also finds another one on the OE. Now he's influencing the spawns, has another one lined up. Now you're spawning so damn deep. You have to try to retake from top mid. You're not finding enemies of the kills, and Lore Gaming are going to be able to almost close out the round. I don't know how they let that one go, Alan. Wow.
Yeah, they let Gunzy get 2 for free up top.
Yeah, yeah.
That should have been an absolute guaranteed round, and now things start to get into question. Now, again, 10v5, so numbers advantage is significant, to say it plainly, and the pick of progression was not depleted. RC on, jumps back over towards the staircase. Depletion coming through, but RC has found likely enough kills to make this pretty winnable, and there it will go. All 6 ticks get captured, putting a little bit of a onus of expectation now for the Royal Spartans having to respond.
Yeah, I was expecting the Spartans to like play closer around the point because we really don't want to give up an extra segment, but everyone was on the outskirts. You allowed Lore to set up the stack. Now to go up by 5 in that column.
And the better news, I mean, you have to win the offense, and that's the other thing about this, right?
Yeah, they need to obviously win the offense, do it through the segments so you can guarantee yourself the defense in round number 5. But like the way that Low were playing in their first defensive side was just annoying. Like RCD's consistently pushed out towards Heli, making your life a living hell in the overextension. Like we're not taking care of him, we're just not gonna have a good time. We gotta start killing these guys.
That's so true. Well,
Kill.
this hasn't gone well, at least to start here for Lore Gaming. Spark hanging out on the staircase. Woo! Clean shots onto Abe. The A zone still under threat as a single death has been allowed right now for the Spartans after that break off.
But look at the player going on the pinch. Look at Lurk already lurking. Give me the freebie number 1 on the sidewalk pinch. And I'll set my teammate up for a second. 2 segments do go down at that A point, but now all of Rory Spartans forced to hit that OE because you don't want to waste time, or do you? The double child good enough to take down Lurks. Now you can push on out.
Z up top, Dad. That works out well for 2. That should guarantee the extra 60 seconds of time. And the 3 life advantage on top of that. Gunzy, whoops. A little self-stun. Never hurt anybody. That's not true. It's hurt a lot of people. And does he expect this player backside castle? No, he does not. Meanwhile, though, Mercules gets shut down from playing forward in the Spartan spawn. So a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We're back to a 22 plays 19.
We're double challenging the overextension. Yeah, those are preferred gunfights for the ARs. Want to wrap back and work our way in towards trips, but now every single player from Lore Gaming are pushed up in your base. Dark side, you might just have to wrap back to your team and help them out.
Yeah, you very well may. Well, Lurks trying to hold the corner. He's got Mercules on his right. Sun comes through, and Darkside shut down from playing over towards B. So now you have to win these gunfights in the front if you're the Spartans. And, well, fortunately enough, they do gain enough space to get out of spawn. Still some work to be done here, though, to the middle of the map. RCD's good chase down on the Gunzy. Trade will be confirmed, though, and it leaves it just down to what Abe can find. A little jump peek will be the end of him, and we're under 60 seconds, 12 plays 12.
All right, just need to take care of Lurk. That's 3 players accounted for. Where is Lurk? Already lurking behind you. Spots Dark Side. Great shots for the first kill. Gives the info onto the second over towards Steps. Sets up his teammates off the respawn to find every single kill. Now Sparty, last player pushed up. 35 seconds to go. You know there's a couple players working that overextension, but you might just have to play around B.
Yeah, you very well may have to. 8v8. Good eliminations here for the Spartans to likely get them on the zone, but they're stuck over towards 10 here. So Gunzy will jump onto the point. Is tagged up, though, for Mercules from behind. Spart's trying to get to work on the spawn kills, but the problem is you just have to stay alive on the zone right here. And he knows that he's in a little bit of trouble, but there's a lot of pressure from the clock here.
There's only 10 seconds left on the round. Yeah, go back. You're on 5 in a row. It's all cool, but eventually we got to put the game clock at a pause. Now your farthest player pushed up is Prolude. He gets taken care of. Gunzy stands no chance, and Lore Gaming are able to extend this series by dominating that control. Like, if you're the Spartans, we need more objective focus.
Yeah, just a touch. I mean, it's one of those situations that, like, they do well to catch the A site, but then I think they just never cleanly get out of the spawn trap. Just too many floaters. You know, the SMGs for Lore Gaming just were too hard to, you know, get a finger on. And yeah, you had Dark kind of float and try and do the same thing. Similar situation for Spart there near the end, but they just couldn't clear out their spawn and get anyone else up forward to help out the players that are trying to put pressure on spawn. It's just protocol thing. So good stuff from Lore Gaming to be annoying.
It's tough, man, because they got one player out every time, but the one player can't solo cap it. He can't find every single kill if your teammates off the respawn aren't finding any kills. So it's multiple situations where Sparty was pushed up, Dark Side pushed up, but just not finding success in that slaying department in your base doesn't really give you a lot of opportunities to even think about that objective. So Lore Gaming, they're able to force the game number 4. As we take a look back at the highlights, I feel like the same way that we were viewing it, you can just tell by watching Rory Spartans. They're thinking, all right, that's everyone accounted for. But I guess they were just miscounting, allowing lurks every single time to work pinches. Mercules was also doing the same thing. Abe was living towards top trip windows. They just couldn't keep track of the pacing and how fast these guys tend to play, especially on a map like Protocol, which they really enjoy.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. So, okay. Nice little reset moment there for Lore Gaming. Puts them in the spot, like you mentioned, to extend this series. We often look at any time the Protocol's in the mix and we say, okay, let's watch Lore Gaming cooking things up. And boy, did they ever. Abe actually kind of the one that I thought really did a nice job of continuing to be a nuisance around the back line. Like, yeah, Lurks had a great map, but give credit to Abe. I think especially here at the end, kind of making sure that nobody could get over towards the zone. He finds that double and really secures things. So Really good stuff. Yeah, 33 and 22, 3,400 damage. Mercury's 16 assists, not to be slept on for 4,000 damage either.
Yeah, guy's putting down shots, man, with that AR. Making it easier for his SMGs to just fly on in, get free doubles, archdies. Locking the spawns, staying alive over towards Heli. They had a really good team effort there. But the series is far from over. But if we remember everything of last stage, like, we could never count out FC Stallions. We saw them reverse sweep not once, but twice in that elite stage. And they usually like to be down 0-2 with Protocol in the mix at map number 3, because then their momentum just starts to kick on it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll take a look here and see what we have coming up next. It will be a Vault Hardpoint. Possibilities of a Hacienda Search and Destroy after that. So Vault, we've seen some breakdowns on this map across both Challengers and the CDL. Again, a lot of it coming down to what happens around P2, what happens around P4. We've seen teams handshake the 60s. The other side of things is we've also had teams just dominate this map by finding 100 straight points between P3 to P4. So it's kind of one of those things that a win could come from multiple ways.
Yeah, but lore, it's not going to come if you're not rotating, because that's what we saw in map number 1. They just simply got outclassed in that aspect. On a map like Vault, where you want to have rotations for P2. You want to be the team initially spawning towards the back. You want to make sure you're dominating Art 4, P3, P4. You're usually going to rely a lot on your ARs here. So RCDs cannot afford to have a slow start. You need to make sure that your AR is hitting. You're setting up your SMGs to take these lanes away. But just rotating, man. Not dying off the rotation. Not trying to re-break your way into some of these hills that are basically impossible to do. Just kills your momentum. Stay ahead of the game if you are a lore to try to force this game 5.
Yeah. See if they can manage it. See how things go with it. Hard to say, man. We just don't have numbers. We don't have any stats to know, like, what these teams have done and what maps they prefer. So we'll come to know, we'll come to find out. It'll be the Spartans spawning on the P2 side of the map, though, so intentions would be that Lore Gaming have selected this map. See what they do on this opening breakoff. Lots of focus straight towards the hardpoint. Couple of shots, dancing with the pillars, and it'll be an opening exchange that favors the Spartans, including the shutdown on the pit.
Yeah, that's a big read right there to Spark. Instantly put himself in position to block the spawns. That's why you see Darkside getting as aggressive as he is over towards Lion. You know how I'm safe on the other end. 30 seconds still here to fight for at P1. Or trying to set up the break. Angles of approach are over towards water and right through the bottom of the middle. And they find every single kill. After Darkside, you got to slow it down.
Yeah. Well, ooh, Dark over the top, shut down. Prolud trying to follow up with this hit, though, and he's good with Gunsy for 2. Keeps the hard point relatively contested, but Arcides lurks in the last 5 seconds. Will have the final word. Spawn still good, though, for Rural Spartans behind P2. Unfortunately, teammate will weaken this approach for the Lore Gaming team, but hey, still a couple of kills come through, and Prolud trying to fight for his life. Will get one isolated. Follow-up from Spart on the other side, though, not as good, and Lore Gaming will get their break.
Oh, big double right there to Abe. Knows that the Swans are still going to be in towards the backside. Is able to line up 3. You still got a frag in your back pocket. Might want to throw a little rotor because the spawners are still going to be on you. Is able to line up the 4th, but Darkside with the trade flies on in for the double. Leads to the break there for the Spartans. I don't know if they know that the Swans are still going to be out. At least one player in the back. Now you know.
Nice shot. Yeah, great shot from Gunsy. Whoa, and the turnover towards Abe as well. Arcides able to find one win up top, but he's too weak to continue on forward, so he'll rotate back over to P3. Lore Gaming, though, looks like they want to try to contest this final 10 seconds. And in that process, they don't get the break, and they're losing on rotation. That was a costly decision there from Lore.
Yeah, we got to be able to cut your losses, but at least they know that they're going over towards P3, where the Spartans are going to put a lot more focus on just maintaining that art position. Kills go their way is when they're going to start to hop that objective, and the 2-piece make it a 3. Gunsy already on the pinch on 5 in a row. Still knows that the pressure's going to be on him. Not line up anymore. Time being white is not an issue. You still have art control.
Yeah. Prolud, little pinch setup. We'll find Mercules for free. Hit from the front now starting to develop. Lurk's able to find an exit, but the hardpoint goes neutral for now. Art. Oh, surprised here by Lurks, who's still playing in the same connector. Thought he maybe thought that Dark Side was going to clear him out. Not the case whatsoever. A couple eliminations from Hercules now on 3 in a row, and that will allow Lord Gaming to start to try to push forward.
Yeah, but they push forward right into the preem of Pro Loot. He's able to line up a double. Take him off for that junk time. This is what the Spartans were playing for so hard. While maintaining that art control. But already, Lurk's finding an opening. That guy's already going to spawn out. No, okay, guess not. He spawns it towards the back. Spartan's still holding.
I'll say, don't ever say anything. You just never know. All right.
Didn't matter.
Here's the return back. Doesn't matter, as it's an easy final elimination coming through. Opportunity possibly to try to hit this overextension through Art, but Abe is in the way, and he's playing very passively. And yeah, the cut's also been crossed off. Yeah, this has been perfect from Lore Gaming. So quick on the rebreak after the spawns look to be beneficial for the side of Royal Spartans, and they're going to take the lead.
Yeah, I think he only spawns right there because as soon as that new hill pops is instantly when he spawns on in. So front side spawns weren't being blocked. But it leads to absolutely nothing. It leads to Lore finding a full 60 on P4, just which Royal Spartans were playing so damn hard for to get. Now they have a nice little 20-point lead going into the second half of these hard points. RCD's on 6 in a row. The vet is getting active.
Yeah, I'll say. Well, good eliminations over the middle of the map here will allow the Spartans to get some early time at P1. RCD's looking to hit his route up and over through the hole, and will find another. So 7 in a row, that objective kill will get him that much closer to a Hellstorm as well.
Yep, and he's playing it perfect. Another freebie right in front of him. Hellstorm secured. That's 3 dead. We can start to soak up this hill time. There is one player going on a pinch, and Lurk is able to pick it on up. Now it's just about sinking this next wave of kills and starting to get aggressive to flip these spawns out. RC still has not died.
Yeah. 9 in a row. Imagine he calls him the chopper gunner right now.
No forfeit.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Opportunity to try to transition over to P2. Shut down as the Spartans are just going to... They're going to cut their losses here. You know, take this one on the chin. Get yourself properly set up. Take a breath. Let's get ourselves ready to go. And that's worked out nicely for them.
And that decision is already made because they earned that Hellstorm. So they said, all right, we're soaking up all this P1 time. We'll use the Hellstorm to break in towards P2. You're gaining all the info. But the Spartans are super aggressive over towards Cat. You're able to at least find 2 with the Gunny. Gunsy almost lines up 3, but that's 3 dead. Rory Spartans is still holding.
Okay. Things looking decent for now. Required time here, you would think, just based off of the spree through P4 that we got, and so far, so good. That's the case. Nice shots coming back through, though. Abe's Lurks trying to find their way in. They will get in for a moment, but a decent surround, and now the follow-up off the quick spawns for the Spartans will have Lord Gaming largely chalking this and just playing for new.
Yeah, this is perfect because they invested a Hellstorm here and got absolutely nothing from it. A full 60 hold there for the Spartans, allowed them to take the lead by a slim margin. You already have Darkside trying to get aggressive over towards Art. Not able to find any success, though. Was instantly trying to flip those spawns. And how smart. Might have just snuck his way on by. He's going to take Art control and find a couple freebies.
He's got a couple weapons to play with. Yep, there's the shutdown. Spawns will move. Dead tie game, but 3 kills in a row will allow someone, you would think, to step forward and get some time here for the Spartans. Especially with the pinch starting to develop through the middle of the map, and that will be enough for Gunsy to jump on for now. Long pinch from Darkside. Good patience. Almost able to snap up to the one up top, but still everything stays very stable for the Spartans on the left side of the map.
Oh, and Gunsy's pretty close to a Hellstorm of his own. A lot of objective time there. He's pretty damn close. He knows the pressure's going to be on him. Can't win the gunfight, though. A little bit weak from the player at top cap. But the Spartans, again, in that same situation. This time, there's still time at P3. The player contesting on the backside is going to be Lurks. The stun is able to connect. You need to find this kill because the pressure's coming on the opposing end as well.
Yeah, Spart 5 in a row. Cuts down the play in rotation. Hardpoint will open up. Spawns will be good here for the Spartans. Long trek across the map here for Lord Gaming, but now they've got Art to work with. Where does Spart spawn at? Oh, he's in Narnia. Every gunfight, a big one here for Lore on their break attempt. Probably not able to find one around the front. Now into the back door. Last shots are going to land. Not able to deal with it, though, and Lord Gaming will break P4 again in the blink of an eye. Hellstorm trying to make life a little bit more manageable for Gunsy, but the quick spawns will allow Lord Gaming to secure their break.
Yeah, and that's due to the play that Smart ended up making over towards Art. Probably just want to play that one a little bit safer, but at least it opens up a lane for your teammates now to approach from the back door. Just got to win the trades. Abe, last player in the point. You can just leave him up top. Yeah, we're in.
Yeah,
That's no problem.
yeah.
Stay up there.
Okay, a little bit of a tug of war here over the top of P4. Keeps the game at about 30 points or so. Spartans now rotating over towards P1. Lord Gaming with the setup that they prefer, which is largely just Lurks trying to throw shoulders in towards this front door. Keep RCDs on the hard point and let Lurks do what he does best. Good for the opening double. Response, though, decent, though, from the Spartans until the shutdown towards Darkside comes through, and that allows Mercury to lock down the final kill needed for now.
Yeah. All you need to do is just keep on trading. Keep being the team that end in the kill feed, and you will still be in control of the hard point as Lurks just decided to go for a super long pinch there. Now, doesn't really allow his teammates to be in that numbers advantage, but RCDs is here to make up for it. A free double, so going to be one player here to contest it. He's just going to play that through mid-arches. He finds that one-on-one, but there's only 20 seconds to fight for. You're more focused on flipping these spawns.
Yeah, you sure are. The click kills here from the Spartans has Lurks in a lot of trouble. Decent prediction, though. That gives him some space to work with. Down to 6 HP, though. Yeah, not going to be able to get through that. So that will be enough now for the Spartans to control the rotation over to P2. Darkside also on 4 in a row. Shuts down a quick play through pool.
Yeah, Lore got to figure out the way on in, because last time they even had a Hellstorm and couldn't figure it out through the front side. This is where the Spartans were able to hold it down for a full 60. You can already see the kill feed lighting up red. A 3-for-1 split forces Lurks now to slow it on down. Prolu gets some bad timing with the frag in his hand. And he also might have just got that second player weak. Yeah, free double there for Dark.
Big 1v1 though on the outside of Palms. Keeps the hard point open. Darkside, another multi-kill spree. He's on 3 in a row this life. 26 and 19. Sees one in the crossover towards Pool, but he's the only one really dealing damage right now. But he's doing a lot of it as Darkside will find 5. Pistol out, a little bit over eager. But the last 18 seconds secured on P2 thanks to the effort from Darkside.
Yep, big plays from Darkside. Just create a different layer. Catch the angles through top, catch line up 3. Now off the rotation though. Gunzy in a big one-on-one gunfight versus Lurks. Just gonna slip behind enemy lines. No point to continue to try to fight that one-on-one. My teammate is now here to assist me. You have Lurk one shot. Now I'm gonna fly in and get that kill. Arc control in favor of the Spartans.
Yeah. A little bit of a split up now, though. Pro loot, back over to the AR. Oh, nice little snap over to Arcides. Takes care of him in quick succession. That's now 2 in a row. Trying to back up towards the hard point, not going to work out. Abe would have to make this play through vault stairs. He's going to back up instead, try to push the middle map. That's where the shutdown comes through. Not good news here for Lord Gaming playing from behind the 8 ball.
Oh, you can't. You also want to get yourself to about 190 here. You could potentially have that rotation over towards Phil. Push you with one wave of kills. They're now in a position to just soak up this hill time. Spartan's going to play it a little more safe. You do have one player roaming through the middle of the map. And Darkside making another big-ass play, man. That's a big play. He's able to find a double, leads to 4 dead. And now all of Lord Gaming spawning all the way across the map. Spartans set themselves up with a dub.
Yeah. Last chance saloon here for Lord Gaming. Darkside still on his nonsense. Reduces this hit for Lord Gaming down to minimal numbers. But wait, 3 straight eliminations are going to come through here. And they're going to maybe flood. Gunzy's then trying to wiggle just a touch. Waiting for this push to come through. Finds the first, steps away. No follow-up immediately from Lurks, and Gunzy will back up the staircase. Just 6 seconds needed here. Lord Gaming would need to get the full remaining time and rotate quickly. And they're doing a nice job for now.
Real tight setup as well. Darkside trying to be the game breaker. Only able to take down one. So the Spartans might be forced to just cut their losses here. You don't want to be too aggressive and potentially spawn out at old. They're going to give it one more push here. On the overextension, Spartan finds the first pro loot on the pinch, finds the second. 2 players out. You got to go now.
It's just down to Lurks, and he's on top. Not able to stay around for the hard point. That will do it. Royal Spartans able to take down Lord Gaming. Again, not necessarily elimination for Lord Gaming, but a required win for the Royal Spartans to put themselves into a tiebreaker situation. The question obviously will be down to how many teams will be a part of this 2-3 overall record, which at least includes these 2 here with the win from the Spartans.
Yeah, that now puts the Spartans to about 10 and 10 overall map count. Lord Gaming are going to be 11 and 12. So it all depends on realistically what Cabal GG are doing. because D-Stroke can basically get knocked on out. Like, if they don't beat Omen Brooklyn or at least take it to a potential map number 5, then they might be chalked.
Very well might be. 3-1 though, the count. Who knows? I mean, again, we'll have to determine what happens with the overall standings for this group and how the tiebreakers work. The word that we had gotten was that some of the rulings on how multi-team tiebreakers happen may have changed, and you know, we're just voices. We just work here. But Darkside, we want to talk about the heroics from him. Not often we kind of mention his name as the standout for the Spartan squad. That's a hell of a pop-off in that last rotation to Hills from him.
Oh, yeah, he was doing the dirty, man. Like, I even cussed on broadcast there because of how nasty he was doing. Making clutch plays, being the aggressor with the SMG, hitting early rotations, opening up with doubles, 26 non-traded kills with only 7 assists. Like, he was just single-handedly shooting. He didn't need no help. That's what it came down to. Darkside just being a nuisance, and it works out there for the Spartans to walk away victorious.
Wow. Okay. Decent look across the board. And we look back over the total of this entire series, and honestly, it was pretty close. I mean, again, I kind of go back to map number 1. The Spartans were just kind of controlling the trends of the map, just kind of dominating on macro rotations, better than Lord Gaming were. They also held Alec to like a 0-7 start. He eventually was one of the top fraggers on the team, but still, the start from the Spartans, too much to overcome for Lord Gaming. It was at one point in time a 4-1 tally, a 4-2 tally in favor of Lord Gaming in the Search and Destroy, and then it was 4 straight rounds for the Spartans to take map 2. The control pretty calm and controlled for Lore, though. Lots of good spawn pressure, especially in that final round 4 that we were able to witness, keeping the Royal Spartans from being able to secure their second offensive attempt. But here in the Vault Hardpoint, again, just kind of the heroes from Darkside eliminates the chances of a map number 5. So, again, the big news here is that for this group, it puts a couple of teams for sure at 2 and 3. There are other squads that are very likely going to be at that tally, but we have to wait for those results to come through. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll hopefully have all those results, figure out who from the group made it into playoffs, and of course, transition to the other side as we look at Group B. Don't go far. More challenges after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're through our first block of matches, at least for now. And, well, there's at least one more match still happening in Group A. So the results will have to wait before we can figure out who makes it into playoffs. But our second matchups are just about ready to go. Here is what we know for now, though. Cabal Gaming, Luxury Exotics still squaring up with one another, which very well may lead to a 5-team 2-3 tiebreaker situation. The big news is, you know, looking at the overall map counts, again, I don't know if that's what we go off of or it's head-to-head map counts, but looking at the overalls, Lore Gaming will be at 11 overall map wins. Royal Spartans will be at 10. So, you know, there is like a level of those two teams looking pretty decent to get out of the group. It just comes down to what Cabal can do from their position, because they were 8-8 coming into today. So some work would have to be done, I would say, if you are looking at this from, you know, Distro Gaming. They would need a little bit of luck. Luxury Exotics kind of in the same situation. Yeah,
Luxury Exotic, realistically, though, Alan, it's not going to be easy, because you already said Lore have 11 map wins. Royal Spartans have 10. Cabal already have 10 in their series. So with Luxury sitting at 6 and 10 overall before hopping in that series versus Cabal, I just think mathematically they're going to be out with only 9 actual map wins, even if they do win this series. So I think in Group A we might be locked here, but Group B is still a lot to fight for.
Yeah, absolutely the case. The big news here, in kind of looking at our focus, it's going to be the head-to-head matchup from YFP and the KC Pioneers, but Amit and Team War will be battling for the first seed on the Bravo stream. Here's a look at what our schedule is. So, yeah, again, the implications are YFP, you win, you're guaranteed to be in. Pioneers, you have to win. Well, I mostly would think you'd have to win to get yourself a second win and be a part of a head-to-head tiebreaker situation. So, again, just kind of a reflection on what's been said already. There is the look at what you got in this Bravo stream schedule. Again, I'm at Brooklyn dealing with D-Stroke Gaming already, and the first place matchup between Amit and Team War are there. But here on our main broadcast, we're all about who makes it to playoffs, which is why we're sticking with YFP and KCP.
KCP need a W, Alan. You're sitting at 1-3. You go 0-2 last week. Obviously, the matchup versus Team War, we knew that was going to be a grueler. They fall short in a 4-game series. But then when you get to the matchup versus 6-As Carolina, and you get 3-0 in that series, now this finds you in a very sticky situation, because 6F, they're playing Pinnacle. You're playing YFP, who are basically sitting at 2-2, already basically locked themselves into playoffs. But you need to beat this tough team, while 6F Carolina are playing a team that hasn't won a map yet. You got players like Exceed, you got Gunless, you got Hixie, and you even got Super, who's obviously a substitute player for Miami. This team has a whole bunch of experience. Just last week might not have been their time.
Yeah, I think there is a level of trying to get familiar, you know, because, like, Pixie and Super are familiar with each other as opponents playing in Europe throughout a lot of the time. Exceed and Gunless have some experience playing with each other, but largely speaking, this is a pretty fresh squad. Other side of things, the opposite couldn't be more true. Cruz, Dak, Mamba, Wiz. Cruz, Dak, and Wiz in particular have played a ton together. Mamba, a.k.a. Big Head, has also played with these 3 guys in some regard over the course of, you know, the last couple of years. So definitely familiar with how each other play. And I would say it's just kind of one of those things, like, these are maybe like the next circle of guys that have not seen the CDL, that are just on the bubble of the conversation. Like, finding a way to make it in the playoffs and make a run here leading into Major 2 could be exactly what would need to spark a professional career for any of those 4 guys.
Yeah, I feel like it's a lot of, like, what we do here in Challenges. You win the Elite, you're going to set yourself up pretty much to get a call immediately, depending on the kind of impact that you have for the team. We see it for situations last year with 0-4 jumping in, obviously this year with Lunas and Neptune. But you want to be the team at the end holding the trophy, or the invisible trophy, because I know it's online. But eventually we will get to land. If you are Pioneers, you want to get to the dance, though. You want to make it into the playoffs, and you have to get through YFP. And I think you have to realistically do it through a majority of the respawns, because when I look at that YFP roster, they got an S&D squad. You need to make sure that you're starting off map 1 here early if you're KCP.
Yeah. Well, see what happens, because flat out, it's not easy to find predictions in this day and age. So, Hacienda gets us kicked off, and maybe not, hearing that we're going to be remaking the map. So we'll sit and talk a little bit more. Yeah, I think, you know, you're right, Jay. When we look at KCP, it's like oh, all 4 of these guys we know, all of them have seen the league. You would think that that just brings a level of significance to what the roster would do in challengers, but there is a level of, again, like not having the experience playing with one another. Like they lost a couple of bad matchups versus teams that they should beat, just based on names on paper. And now you're in a spot where like you hope you better have figured it out over the last week. Just getting ready for this week in particular, not just for today, by the way, but also looking into tomorrow and playoffs, which is less than forgiving considering that you may have to play your winners and lower round 1 matchups in the same night. You may get double first rounded.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that to be the case. If you are KCP, you're hoping that everything that we went through last weekend, where we did go 0-2, where we lost to teams that we probably weren't expected to lose to, you completely like just shaked it off and went into this weekend with a brand new head on your shoulders. Because this one match right here in front of you is going to decide if you make it to playoffs or not. You got triple Hasi followed up by a double red card. It's all about the fundamental play, at least early on in that HB. But then when you get to the Hacienda Search and Destroy, you best believe that Dak and Wiz are going to have a whole lot of different strategies to throw at you, a whole lot of different pace changes. Hacienda Search and Hacienda Control, you need the SMGs. Just speed nuisances, catch their timings. But then red card, we know what that is, man. This should be an absolute banger of a series. But if you're KCP, map number 1 needs to be the answer. I'm expecting YP to respond in map number 2. Map number 3 might truly be the deciding factor on who walks away with this series.
It very well may, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just so tough to tell, like, not having stats in front of us. It's Who knows what these teams have done to this point on any of these maps. But we will have to wait and see how things move as we go. Other side of things, again, for the rest of this group, it's pretty much self-explanatory. The only thing that could really happen here, since Pinnacle and 6F Carolina do play each other, like there is a world where if KCP loses, they would likely still get in, simply due to the fact that 3 teams at 1 and 4 would have 6F Carolina, Pinnacle below them in
Pinnacle
map
win.
count.
They're 0-12 right now, Alan.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but so like, KCP, if I'm not mistaken, they should be good to make it through if there's a tiebreaker situation. Now the problem is if 6F Carolina win and KCP loses, then those results pretty much speak to themselves. So that's what we have. Here we go. Let's take a look. See what we get.
Into the map when we go, we did just get word that Cabal GG take down Luxury Exotic in Group A, so that solidifies the top 4 on that side, but still got to figure out who's going to be in Group B. Super already starting off with the double. Team shots good enough for the 3rd kill, making all 4 dead. Spawns are still being stabilized. A perfect start here for the Pioneers.
Yeah, really nice. A lot of hardpoint time, good map control, good high ground control. Gonna force this YFP break to largely come through connector, and it's done well. Ooh, Gunless just kind of surprises Dak sitting in the corner. Cruz not able to follow up. Is there more? No, but Super's there for the trade, and KCP will win rotation, at least for now, to new, and they still get a little bit of time on hold.
Yeah, they have 2 players, at least early off the rotation, make it 3. And YFP already know that. Not going to send anyone through the front side. A stun is able to connect. I don't know how on to Exceed, but Gunless at least lines up the first through the middle of the map. He's reading the pressure, putting down shots. Teammates here for the crossfire. Already 3 dead. I just don't let Cruz sneak on by because he's going to make a play here.
Oh, nice. Little double from Cruz. Should put a bit of a block to the spawns and actually wins them here for YFP. Now the peek in towards the hard point. Ooh, Wiz able to find one from the side door for free. He actually gets both before the hit from back driveway comes through. An inexcusable, you would think there. Stun check is good. Cruz able to turn that into a 3rd. Nixie confirms his own trade. Gunless's nade also opens the doors here, leaving Mamba by himself, and that will be a quick re-break from KCP.
Oh, well, thankfully Cruz found that double and was able to get them off a little bit. Over them with a full 60 hold here for Pioneers. They're still happy, though, walking away with at least 45 seconds of it. 2 players from YFP still going to contest this all the way to the very end. You take care of Receive, but now you're simply outnumbered off the rotation. Gunless finds the first. Hixie finds the second. Pioneers right now a step ahead.
Yes, indeed. Really good transition from scrap to initial here. And the follow-up through well is looking pretty good. Super trying to find a response. Anyone over to the top on the patio, and Old challenge, to say it plainly, from Dak. Just kind of forces his way in by himself. The follow-up good, though, for Mamba initially. But as that gets dealt with, again, we're not waiting for this hit from the front at all if you're YFP, and they're going to dismantle.
Yeah, they're just bombarding their way through the front side. Now Pioneers forced to iron on up. 2 kills go their way. They have the numbers to trade out the rest. 3 for 1, 4 for 1. Holding on to the final 25, forcing YFP early off the rotation. Realistically, though, they should have gave that one more fight because you're going to be late to do.
Yeah. Well, exchange over the new time. Hasn't opened necessarily yet. Super on 5 in a row is actually really close to a Hellstorm. Timing here. Whoa! Man. The longest slide you've ever seen. Crew's able to slice him apart before the streak could get earned. Ixie from inside the hardpoint, though, shut down. And that will lead to YFP holding on for now.
Yeah, perfect rotation. So I called it to be wrong because I thought they were getting a lot of time up over towards New, but just winning that initial gunfights allows them to start off the trades. Now none of them go their way. A clean break there for the Pioneers from both sides, lead to all 4 dead. YFP cannot attack to the front. You gotta waste more time to work your way through the middle of the map. The Pioneers are just more than happy soaking up all this time.
Yeah. Unless decent damage being thrown out, finds 1 elimination, but Dak lines up 2. Scrap time looking decent here for YFP. Stun's also going to confirm that Exceed is right here at the front side of the canopies. Super for a trade, but it's pretty insignificant as YFP will get the scrap and now have the exit over towards P1.
Pioneers already controlling a lot of this hallway presence. Spawn's getting a little bit mixy. I don't know if they're going to be able to read Mamba spawning over towards well. Super actually gets a read on it. So you're still holding down this HP. You know, the pressure's going to be through open. Hixie just finessing. Unfortunately does fall, but his teammates are still trading.
Oh, little corner play here. Whoa! Another moment
What a turtle.
that 2 players just don't see each other. And all of a sudden, it's like a jump scare right in front of you. 114 to 60, 25 seconds to fight for. YFP spawning all the way deep on the left side of the map, so they need to stay alive and find these eliminations in and around Secret. Super, back and forth we go, shut down, and this will be a rotational win likely for YFP.
And YFP need this rotation. They need this time here at P2. You can see how far pushed out they are towards the front side. A little bit weak on the back presence. Wiz is about to get overwhelmed, but the stun, unfortunately, is a team stun, but Gunless is still able to walk away with a gunfight. Now he spawns all the way across the map, and Pioneers are towards the back.
Well, see how things start to develop now all of a sudden as YFP will find pretty decent response to start. Team kill from Exceed. Last word from Wiz is good. Spawns will move, though. Quick off the rotation through well. Maybe a chance for YFP to get in and try to contest this. And, ooh, quick gunfight win from Dak and Mamba. Wow, that's a 2v4 for those two. And YFP should be good for at least the majority of this back 30.
Yeah, this 30 should be all theirs. Pioneers is still going to give this one last chance. You have a player going around the back. He was able to spot Mamba, but big head making big plays. Wins that gunfight, secures the back spawn, secures the junk time for his team. What was a 60 to 70 point lead for the Pioneers is instantly stripped away off of a massive time at P2. That's all about this rotation. Wiz, unfortunately, is the only player here, but at least finds one before falling.
Well, opening gunfights, looking decent for the Pioneers. Long router on the back for a gunless. Able to help shut down 1. Doesn't expect the player in tin, though. Seed wants to follow up, but not going to be allowed to. Wiz just running circles around the Pioneers, 20 and 16. And he's been a lifeline for YFP as they look pretty solid over this next 35 seconds or so.
Oh, yeah, but they do lose presence towards top plat unless Dak is able to make up for it with a double. Now you have your teammate spawning right next to you towards the backside. Everyone else from Pioneers is going to be attacking from well. An unfortunate team kill there from Wiz. Can you make up for it? At least clean shots onto the second player. That second guy was weak, so final 15 going to go in favor of YFP. They take his lead by a slim margin. This rotation is the biggest one of the entire game.
Well, YFP going to have, let's say, even numbers here initially, but gunfight win from Super allows the Pioneers to get some time for what feels like the first time in a minute here. Seed has really slowed down from the opener, just 12 and 21. Hixie, this timing is miserable. I mean, he's got to be responsible for this mid-cross and just is not looking the right direction. Just not a heads-up play from Hixie, but gets bailed out by his teammates on the hard point itself.
Yeah, it's a big double there out of Exceed. Attack usage is massive, especially here at the P4. Finally, Super's going to come in with the trophy, but it blows up immediately. As soon as those nades get invested, now YFP have the numbers. The trophy would have been able to keep them alive. But they break on in for a good chunk of junk time. So they're only going to have another 3-second lead. A back and forth hard point. Third set of hard points. Here we come.
See what we get. Tie game once again. ACP trying to zone for the exits, and that's a nice opening double. Cruz trying to work with some space up top through the hallways. We'll find one. Trophy system down in the point. We'll keep Hixie safe for the time being. But here again, come the ARs, just kind of running things down through the open side of the hallways. Mamba for another double. Dak going to make a move around the back. Will move the spawns around just a touch, but gets dealt with quickly as the seed starts to heat up.
Oh, Wiz. Now just wants to reinforce the map, not allow time to go the opposing way. You do have Mamba still soaking it up here at P1. But the spawn's starting to get a little bit scary. If you are YFP, you have a lot of mid-map control. You don't want to allow people to slip on by. It looks like Exceed is just going to work his way through bottom secret. The timing, not good enough. He gets taken care of. YFP now in the driver's seat to hold down P2.
Key gunfights, Kazol coming through the hard point, not open, means the spawns will still be a bit manipulated. But look at the route that you've got set up here, where Cruz is so deep through P4. It's going to force the Pioneers to have to go Mamba's direction. He gets back down quite easily, I won't lie. Trophy system kind of late to the party here. Cruz coming back to repinch over through Spiral, and a lot of information being transmitted his direction. He's going to line up too, and that will wipe off the floor.
Oh, that might be a GG, though. Like, that single-handedly. Such a great play from Cruz. Set up the repinch, and he's going to do it again. Unfortunately, they read him this time around, so they found that opening kill. They know that every single player from YFP are going to be trapped towards the hard point, but they just cannot find the trades. Wiz lines up 6 in a row. Final 15 seconds going to go in favor of YFP. Pioneers got to rotate new.
Nixie for a double, though. Allow the Pioneers some space on that rotation.
Can't die there.
Mamba able to take, yeah, you really can. I mean, see just a couple of stray shots. Super able to help follow up, though. Keeps that fireplace hallway safe. Off spawn, though, for Exceed, as the hard point wasn't open yet. Can YFP use that as a chance to set up a bit of a pinch? Hellstrom going to be called in from Wiz from the back. That will lock down the spawns. Here goes the scatter for the Pioneers inside and around the hard point. 2 into connector, 1 in towards 10. The player over towards actually the well stays safe. And maybe there's a chance for the Pioneers to still find the gunfight wins. I mean, wait, how do we not know the guy's inside of 10? No one even looked for Super. No way. YFP starting to crumble here as KCP find all 4 after the Cruz was called in.
Yeah, that is the first player that you have to account for, is the player towards 10, because he's the guy that's naturally set up for pinch play. But no one turns its focus onto Super, and that allows Pioneers to withstand the Hellstorm coming in. And basically hold down this P3 for a full 60. YFP forced it early off that rotation. I'm curious if Gunless is even close towards the Hellstorm, but how much time he was able to soak there. But every single kill is a big one for this new Hill Pops.
Cruz finds the opener. 224, 233. Feels like we're going to get a photo finish here around P4. If not, potentially back over towards Fountain again. Here comes the break attempt. 2 from the front. Other 2 coming through Checker's side. That's not going to work. Where's the timing there? That just wasn't timed well at all for the Pioneers. And now you just have the game pretty much over. Gunless has to go. He's got a touch. He's held back. Mamba finds the kill. No one from the side door. I mean, we've got a perfect setup to try to break that for the Pioneers, and we just don't hit it together.
Yeah, they don't hit it today. They didn't have any tacks to try to work their way on in before committing on the gunfights. They just chose a 50-50 slide in through mid-open, and unfortunately they checked the wrong spot. The crossfires for YFP were too strong. P2 holes for YFP were way too strong. And that's basically the reason why they lose the game. Like, yep, it's as simple as that. If you're KCP, you won the rotation early on for the first P2, but then you were instantly broken. The second P2, you lost it. The third P2, you lost it. You're not going to win Hacienda Hardpoint if you're losing the money hill because you're keeping P4 scrappy. P3 is also scrappy. A majority of the time is going one way. You're just not going to have very much success if you're not dominating the best hill on the game.
I'm just so confused on. Again, I guess I shouldn't be confused. That is just an example of this team still learning to play with each other. I mean, you have two players very clearly going to hit from the front, another two through the side door. It should be as simple as the AR is taking a peek, saying, is there anyone out there? Okay, no. Then we're going to slide forward, and we're going to deal with this little crossfire setup, but it just doesn't come through at all. I mean, again, like, YFP deal with the two players through open hall, and then immediately take their focus to where they know for a fact the other two members have to be, and it's just too easy. So, not the greatest scene when it comes down to trying to clean things up there for the side of KCP. And YFP kind of get away with one there for a lot of intents and purposes. 34 and 25 though from Wiz. He was big. 24 of those non-traded.
Yeah, he was setting the tone, man. You can't even see it at the very end of the game when Wiz needs to pop, what, a 6-piece in a row towards P2 to secure that hard point still. They were just making great heads-up plays, and YFP just looked a step ahead on Hasi. You can even see it like on their initial P2 setups with Cruz all the way pushed out towards Rock. You're forcing KCP to work through well, to work through lobby, and then when you're getting all that info that they're there, okay, Cruz, just come on back. You flank them, you cop P2 piece, then we spawn them all the way across the map. I'll flank them again. It's just well played, well team coordinated right there out of YFP to take map 1.
Okay. That gets us through one of what will be, of course, at least 3. Oh, not at least. It will be 3 full Hacienda. Search and Destroy coming up next. Control right after. I'm saying these things as if you guys don't know, but of course you do. And then double dose of red card afterwards if we need it, which it feels like based on how that first map went, we very well may need at least one more, maybe. Hard to say. KCP, again, fighting for their lives, though. That's the biggest, again, this to kind of continue to hit that on the head here. They're fighting for their lives. They have to find a win here to have a chance at playoffs or hope that Pinnacle takes care of 6F and then they just win by a tiebreaker situation.
Yeah, but realistically, you don't ever want to rely on somebody else to take care of your own business. KCP obviously didn't have the best week last week. You go 0-2 in matches that you're probably expected to go 2-0 or at least 1-1. But now in this series where you know it's a must-win, you're making a lot of mistakes on your Hacienda Hardpoint, lose a very tight game, and now you're forced to respond on an S&D on Hasi versus some playmakers like Dak and Wiz. I feel like we saw all throughout week 1 when we saw this YFP roster, they just have that clutch ability. It doesn't matter if it's a 2v3, 2v4. They understand how to play their situations in Search and Destroy. I know there's certain points where we watch Exceed, not only from this title, but even the last title. He loves to be that island, super aggressive SMG at certain points. And if those plays aren't working, then your teammates are going to be in a man-down situation. So you have to be able to take calculated risks here because this needs to be a must-win Search and Destroy to stay alive in this series, in my opinion.
I agree with you, Ole. We'll see. We will see. Here's a look back over the standings with the update from Group A. And we are hearing that the tiebreaker situation would be head-to-head match win percentage first, then head-to-head map win percentage, and then overall map win percentage. So with those 3 teams that are at 2 and 3, the way that the top 4 will go is as you see it. With Cabal winning against Luxury Exotics, they lock in the 2 seed. Royal Spartans will finish 3rd. Distro Gaming finish 4th. Lord Gaming don't make it into playoffs after 3 of the 4 were 5-0 in their initial Challengers Elite stage in Stage 1.
And Distro actually beat Lore. Like, that's what it comes down to. Distro beat Lore Gaming, and now they take their spot. That's got to be so devastating if you are Lore.
I don't know if that's the way that works, because Distro has the win versus Lore, yes, but Distro doesn't have the win versus Royal Spartans. So if A beats B and B beats C and C beats A, it goes to the next thing, which is map win head-to-head win percentage. And I think it's because, Distro won 3-2 against Lore. Wait, still don't. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Because Lore lost 3-1, but won 3-2. Or lost 2-3. Oh, because they lost to both. They lost to both. Yeah, never mind.
Okay, so yeah, it's head-to-head at that point. You lost to the
so it's
Spartans,
head-to-head,
obviously, in your series. You lost to the Distro in their series. So unfortunately for Lore, that 3/4 of that FC Stallions lineup last stage, they do not make it. But over to the Bravo stream, where Team War currently in the battle for the first seed in Group B are currently up 1-0 in the series, and Pope, aka Ellie, almost has pulled out another clutch, but he does not. Team War secure the round.
Yeah, that is the confirmation that since Lore lost to both teams, that they fall beneath both.
That's tough, though, Alan. Imagine, like,
That's
you drop
real
in
tough,
courage,
bro.
you're bringing a 2-time world champion, you think there's going to be a whole lot of sunny stuff on the other side of the hill. But unfortunately, you don't even make it into the playoffs here in Elite Stage 2. When we thought that they were definitely going to be one of the top dogs, they just let themselves down, let us down, let all of the Lore Gaming fans down as well.
Unreal. So they'll have to wait to play again until Major 2. Wow.
Tough.
That's crazy scenes. Nice movement here from Yuli. Trying to take an aggressive angle quickly through top balconies. Johnny through middle of the map, though. With a little jump spot. Oh, when you can hit that jump spot, it leads to surprise moments like that. And all of a sudden, the 4v2 develops.
And DC at least able to find one onto Brack. So the bomb still being down over towards that pool side. You're on a man disadvantage. Team War are up 1-0 in that series. But we get back over to the Alpha stream, where KCP are fighting for their playoff lives. YFP already secured the map number 1 on Hasi. Now we're going on Hasi again, this time for S&D.
All right, see what we get. Will be a hit over towards B immediately. Super just kind of playing the rotational spot behind this. Wiz has seen Semtex out. Cannot stop the bomb from being planted. Hixie successful there. And now all of a sudden, here comes your pinch from Super. Yeah, timing is absolutely perfect. Just hidden down in secret. But wait, Mama's able to find 2 over the top. And now Super's got to go quickly. He's going to have to find the ace. There's skill number 3. Does he get the reset? Tries to go to the pistol. You don't need to. Just play the clock. Get a little bit of a reset. And the pistol will work out anyways. And Super's going to find all 4.
Yeah, Super picks up the ace. Just times it to perfection on that repitch. I thought he was actually laying toward the top side of Spiral Steps, but he was laying on the bottom side of Secret. Plays for the jump up, finds the initial 2-piece, and then just stays active on the map. Works his way through bottom wine. And then takes the 2v1. Even when I thought he was not going to have a lot of opportunities there with that pistol only, but you send it in, you don't find the trade, and Super makes you pay for it. An ace to go up 1-0.
Wow. What a play from Super. Rough resistance denying the opening nades. Was able to find first blood with Pioneers looking to get aggressive on their defense. Super tucked in the corner, found by Wiz. Bomb still being planted while this is all going down. Mama just a couple of spray shots to make sure no one peeks through window. And this was looking like it's going to be a flawless round. Okay. Don't know if that was necessary, but Wiz is letting them know about it. Gunless still hanging, but eventually dealt with.
Yeah, Wiz just decided to say, all right, you got an ace first round, I'll get 3 this next round. You take my ace away from me, it's all good, though. So he just finds that first one over towards B, realizes stunt connecting. Someone still has to be roaming around fences. Catches the second player onto Hixie. And then the third guy was just laid off the rotation. Turning into a 4v1. Gunless at least takes down 1, but too many players still to try to take care of. YFP tie the game. Match the aggression off for round 1. But you saw their initial defensive push. They were expecting a push over towards that A-bomb. They're trying to take away Secret. So if you are Pioneers, you probably want to go right back towards B, because if you're YFP, do the same thing.
See what we get. Once again, like you mentioned, towards B this time, all 4 members, and it's a quick exchange favoring that of the KC Pioneers. Wiz, timing here, he may be able to stop the bomb plant. No, just a little bit too late. Dak only finds 1 before dropping, leaving Wiz by himself. He's on 4 in a row. Down to a 1v2. Stray nade, not going to fully hit. Super's kind of caught out in the open, and, well, a little bit of a wiggle and a dance will keep him alive.
Yeah, right there, YFP, they just need to adapt a little bit quicker. Like, obviously, this time you do a little bit of a different setup. Not super aggressive up through top secret. You get aggressive through that B site. Then you're relying on the other two players who are camping towards office, who are camping top open, to just play their life, allow that pinch to develop. And once they both fall, you give no chance for your SMGs to set up that repinch. And just the numbers too strong. The quick decision making there from Pioneers allow them the advantage up 2-1.
See what we get now as we make our way over to what looks to be our first YFP hit towards B. Once again, the Pioneers showing aggression through A, and this is absolutely free. And they find gunless over towards top office.
At the same time. 1v1.
Hey, did I lose you?
Did you lose me? I'm still here, Alan. I think I'm still here.
Kills coming through, looking good for YFP. Hixie, the last one left, and he's got nowhere to go. So, YFP, I mean, we have been just fast and furious here through just a couple of rounds, and gets us to a 2-2 tie. Jay? Lose your microphone? I don't have you if you're trying to talk, so. He's typing. Yeah, he's typing. We'll see what he has to say. 2-2 the count, though.
Got me, Alan.
I got you.
I don't know what happened. I have no idea. Discord just said the route is not working, so we just decided to disconnect him from the call. But a different channel in the Discord still works. Still tied up at 2-2. All-out bloodlust to the top side of open. Gunless and Super able to walk away with a majority of the kills. Now it's Dak left in a 1v2.
Yes, indeed. Wow, these have been some relentless rounds of search and destroy. Just quick battles all over the place. Bomb planted at B, or will be, or should be. Moment of hesitation. And that will be enough now, finally, for the bomb to go down. Dak 1v2 from the other side of the map.
And if you're exceeded Super, let's just play back-to-back. In our corners, very difficult to find both of these kills, but Dak does have a stun and a nade to work with. Clears out towards office, realize, okay, the bomb's not planted for this side. They have to be double stack set up.
Nade cooks. Does get some damage. Tries to make that a little bit easier, but no, not going to fully work out. Heck of an opportunity, heck of an effort, but KCP too strong on the crossfire setup. We'll go up 3-2. But man, I'll tell you, Jay, I mean, are we playing Hacienda or are we playing Vault? Because we are getting some absolute beat-down 30-second rounds.
Yeah, if you're YFP, we might have to just 4-hit B site next time because that has been the go-to right now for the Pioneers. You try to at least attack it from a different angle, that time through open, but they are from gunless, hitting too strong. He was able to line up a double. Super walks away with one as well. Back up by 1 round. To the offensive side you go if you are YFP. And they're just going to try to take their map away.
First shots for Cruz are good. Gunless will drop. Cruz staying alive. Exceed trying to push forward on that same play. Hixie on the other side. Oh boy, just completely caught off guard. I mean, this is some head-bashing, ranked play style search and destroy rounds.
This is just, we're trying to get into these gunfights for 5-10 seconds. If they go our way, we're most likely going to walk away victorious. If they don't, it's a tie game. It's been a battle every single time through that mid-map. Either through open, through rock side, at time literally through the dead center. They're all tied up at 3. IFP win the trade fights to get the bomb down. Easy round there to tie the game. But this is where I expect YFP now to make that adjustment, Alan. Like, they're not going to get away with B again. Like, we can't allow that. We sent somebody top secret, but someone go get some info at B.
Okay. Mad dash towards A this time. Defense not going to be in place for this. It's just going to be Cruz. His stun actually does land. And what? Melts gunless off of an angle. Now he's looking for Super. Backs off. Doesn't realize there's a player pushing around fences, though, and that lack of communication allows Exceed to get 1 in return. Still a 3v2, though, in favor of YFP.
All right, but you have info on Exceed. He was pushed out towards Sin. You know, the last guy was on the outer fences, so you're just going to breeze your way on out. But Exceed almost plays it to perfection. Super now left in a 1v3, makes it a 1v2.
Oh, geez, Louise. Not going to happen just over the top of the bomb heady. So 4-3 will go the count. And, again, these rounds are blink and you miss them.
And the fact that you're able to open up with that first one the way that you did with your crews onto Gunless, like, that basically caused the round there because you caught them off guard. His job is to simply gain the info, allow your teammates to eventually get into play by stalling out time, invest your stun, invest your nade. But he just rips Gunless for that first blood. And allows the trades to start to go on down. And YFP just had the numbers, secure the round. Take the advantage, up 4-3. Bomb is going over towards A, and they're taking the map away again.
Dixie for first blood.
Movement.
Yep. Bomb could still be planted here at A, though. I mean, with the high ground control from Mamba, Cruz is going to feel pretty safe to plant this, especially with Dak watching his fences side. So, yeah. 3v4, the post plant's pretty solid here. Just comes down to timing as Pioneers look that they want to try to retake this largely from the front. I mean, Hixie is so far away. But he's trying to re-clear out the high ground. At least he should be. This is taking a long time, though.
He found the timing, sets him up for the double. That basically secures the round. Dak left in a 1v3. Already on the defuse. You've planted it for the spot.
Oh!
Gets the kill and gets out. Still got a shot.
Time? No, not going to happen. Super climbs the vines. Gunless hops on for the defuse. And initially, it looked like there may have been a chance here. Smooth little corner peek. Quick kill on the diffuser, but just too much time on the clock.
Yeah, and that was a big play out of Hixie because he was actually the player sitting towards bottom line, waiting for him to wrap out through mid connector. Decides not to shortcut it, take the deep route. At that point, if you were Mamba, you were watching that angle on Pinch Secret for like 15, 20 seconds. Eventually, you decide to give it on up, but you give it up at the worst time. Gets shot in the back by Hixie. Hixie lines up the free double, jumping out back towards mid. Basically secures the round there. Because we're all tied up at 4. YFP just play for the info. Pioneers try to get the bomb down insta.
Bruce going to play at a different angle here over the top of the A site. And by over the top, I mean right next to. He's going to hear all these nades going over, but the timing of his peak is going to be everything. And he will not find the kill on the exit. Oh, I was going to say maybe he tries for a ninja, but not going to happen. Not under the waiting arms. Gunless, who snaps up, finds a second. Now the retake trying to come through the middle of connector, and Gunless is on for potential ace.
Teammates might take it from him. Stacks will walk right into the free aim. Spots Gunless, puts down shots, but he rips him off a top lat. So Gunless might have been able to earn himself the ace there, and the Pioneers now put themselves at game point. Oh, Super still good. Yeah, Super. You're a bad guy. Why did you just steal that one? Yeah. that's bad.
It happens. Just trying to feel the vibes of his ace from round 1. Or something like that.
I don't know how YFP keep letting them plant the bomb the way that they do. Like,
yeah,
they're usually
a
lot more reactive to, like, these plays going down. They're reading the information early. They're deciding to play a little bit safer on their defensive side. Now you need this round to try to force round 11. Wiz almost gets caught, but is able to get out of dodge.
Important to keep his life here as the rotation towards B is underway. Mamba's going to track behind this play and make sure the pinch stays safe, which he may get some action here. Where does he decide to play this from? He's just kind of holding out in the open, if I'm being honest. Post plant looks like he wants to set up over towards office. No one's seen anyone yet.
Oh, but Dak has a read on it. At least 2 players sitting towards bottom line. Wiz eventually strikes. Dak, it's your turn to come alive. He finds one. Cruz finds one. Now Gunless left for a potential 1v4. Makes it a 1v2.
5 in a row for Gunless, but no, can't get around the corner over towards 10. Shut down up top on the patio. That works out relatively nicely now for around 11. Just like that. I mean, this has been, again, like we mentioned, fast and furious. I'm just curious to see who's going to start off on offense here, because it feels like the offense are the teams that are really finding a lot of the preference with these free bomb plants.
Yeah, man, we can't allow this bomb to go down the way that it is. Now, all of a sudden, we're in round 11. We're just not getting info early on. If you're YFP, I think right here, you're just taking away Secret. You're sending 3 players towards the top right, 1 player towards the left. You're accounted for on both sides, but KCP, right back to B. This is their fun zone.
Pixel peek this time from Mamba. Nades will hit him over the top. He has to be careful from being challenged. Not actually contest the bomb plant. More stuns and nades coming through. Trophy keeping it safe. Is there any eliminations off the exit? Wiz trying to force it forward. Dak right there with him. Cruz also trying to push up, but KC Pioneers are the ones finding eliminations. Now you got a long wrap developing as well from Exceed. He finds Cruz. Mamba by himself. He's been good in these moments before, but not this time. KCP find the win in round 11.
Yeah, I don't get it again. Like, that time, YFP, they were ready for the push at B, but still allows that bomb plant to go down. You don't watch the cross through the bottom little crack underneath the doorway, but at that point, you were still ready to send every single player in to retake it. It's just Super pops a double. Like, 2 players try to turn that corner. Super was prepared for the aggression as soon as they jumped on towards the site. And they just didn't really have another answer for that defensive strategy. Every single time Pioneers got the bomb down, they most likely walked away with the round. And you go all the way to round 11, you allow them to get the bomb down, even though you know where they're going, and they still break you down in your post-plant attempt. That's a tough one there, but KCP, definitely a response that they need.
Okay. Look back over the highlights. As Super started us off with an ace to get us going. How important was that in the scheme of things, considering that KCP was able to win in round 11 just to get there in the first place? Dak with his attempt at 1v2 doesn't work out, but a lot of this was just quick hits, either to A or B. Bombs being planted, lots of quick post-plant breakdowns. This moment from Hixie looked pretty solid as well, leaving Dak into almost a near heroic moment, but the final retake attempt over towards B does not come through. KCP big in round 11.
Yeah, you can see, like, when they were set up even in the 2v3, you're playing it patient because you know there's at least 2 players on towards the point. But KCP had 3 players alive. 1 player just goes for a repinch, catches that player over towards Boat, and then in a 1v3 left for Mamba, he stands no chance. So all tied up at 1. We're going into another Hacienda, this time for Control. It was a respawn won by YFP. Great setups off the rotation, but Hacienda Control is all about finessing with your life. If you can manage to stay alive for as long as you possibly can, just roam their base, have them consistently thinking about you where you potentially are. That's when you're winning the micro game. You said before the series started that the map 3 would be the map that decides the entire thing. I just thought it would be on the opposite side. YFP taking the S&D and not the hard point, but yeah, regardless, we're here.
Head over to the Bravo stream. Again, these are 2 teams at 4-0 in their groups, and Timor are up 2-0 right now in this series. Looking pretty good over the top of this control point at A as well. 19 playing 19 minutes 24 on the clock here. So again, it's one of those moments where you look at the submit team and what would be, again, a battle just for seeding. And at the moment, this is all Team 1.
Yeah. Currently up 2-0 in the series. Minutes left to work with for your pressure here at B. Illy from top art. Just wants to try to contest down B Street. You already see the time is starting to dwindle on down. You do have 1 player on the point, and he actually does win a 1-on-1. Might force Illy out of a position, but the wall bangs to the toes. Good enough there for Johnny.
Rack able to find 1 coming off the spawn. Trophy system down, looking for a couple of the crossers. Clean shots from Brack. Sandy holding off at least 1 player over towards Vault Stairs. And that will be Assault, who is dealt with quickly. And Standy's not done here from this position. He's still trying to wiggle and work over the tack side of the B Street. Johnny following up for his trade. Pope on the corner, looking to see if he can catch anyone on the cross. I don't know if he saw Yuli or was just kind of throwing a couple of spray shots just in case. Doesn't make a difference. Yuli's found a couple. Yuli also shut down, leaving 2 real to try to be the last one standing. And, well, I'll put it plainly, Amit is in a really good spot to deal with this.
Oh, yeah, without question. You already have palms control. Brack getting aggressive on the OE. Finds at least the first. Sets up his teammate for the second. That's a clean 4 dead with no more respawns on the side of Team War. I don't know if they're going to have another opportunity to even get close towards the point, but round 1, Omit.
Unless, no.
Nice try. Nice try there, Alan.
You just have to throw in a little bit of spark, you know? Okay. And all things told, not a bad opening offensive attempt. To be sure. This comes down to, can that match come through? You'll have to find out. We'll leave you with that little cliffhanger as we jump back over to our third Hacienda in our main broadcast matchup. KCP YFP now on their control and KCP on the opening offense.
Alrighty, so let's see what their initial break call is going to be. We're going to instantly go over towards A. You got one player challenging towards open. He's going to get overwhelmed. Exceed with the AR in hand. Knows that there was going to be pressure from mid connector. He finds that freebie, but Wiz making up with it out of the double. Forces him to get off that A point, but Exceed again with the AR. Right back on it.
Not going to be able to stay on for too long on the A zone, so Gunless will jump on and try to get the clock paused at B for now. Defense moves quickly, though, to deal with this. He's already been tagged over. Yeah, there's just no way he's going to stay alive. So depletion will occur onto really both sites. Dak tried to play for the spawn, though. Not going to work out. And so things will reset for a moment as Exceed is behind enemy lines and will find a free opener and try to get back over to B.
Yeah, if you're YFP, last player alive was Gunless. Someone needs to now focus on the players that are coming off the respawn. If you put someone over towards that rock position, you're watching your overextension, and you basically have them trapped in your base, but you let them out, and now you are paying for it. That's a clean 3 dead. Everyone coming off of the respawn. First segment locked, second segment guaranteed. The 3 stack good enough now to extend the game clock. YFP now need to clutch up in fights.
Yeah, super almost with the transfer for 3. Nixie looking to follow up on the damage. Good for 1. Not quite the second, though. That was Dak, who was at full HP. Gunless, though, working on the A zone. It's at just about the halfway for the first tick. Super off spawn, getting some high ground control, and we're playing for spawn kills here. 20 plays 13. I mean, there's a chance to at least get at least 2 members onto this zone, but pressure's on the kills in the life department, which we'll see if that choice comes back to bite them.
Yeah, we just keep on giving them opportunities. Even a team kill happens like, guys, we need to start to stack this damn point. I don't know what it is about challengers. They always want to play for their stats. Like, the numbers is cool and all, but if we can beat a team in 5 minutes of control, that's even better. Another 3 dead. We got another player only pushing for the spawn kills. 1 player on the objective. Stack the damn point, please.
Look at 2 on now. Exceed loses a critical gunfight, though. Now all of a sudden, 2 progress is all that will come through. They clear it. 13 plays 6. Still plenty of time on the clock if Pioneers want to try to TDM this, but they're losing map control very swiftly, and they're going to have to take the overextension. This is going to take a lot of time.
Yeah, this is going to take a lot of time when the round could have already been done, but thankfully Gunless is playing it patient over towards Spiral. Already slips by at least 1 player. And now you know. You're the guy coming off the respawn in Dak. Yeah, take your time. They're most likely going to try to hunt you down. Wins the one-on-one on towards Gunless. And now you just got to take your time in your base because you know they're in it.
Oh my God, Jay.
This is terrible.
I know it. It's just, we've not seen a single team try to do what Pioneers just tried to do. Get spawn kills from the offensive side. When you've got the A zone right behind you that you can stack up. And now you got Cruz behind you. And he's going to pull back a couple of members. Wiz able to follow up behind this. An absolute breakdown, Jay. Absolute breakdown. This should have been an offensive win without question.
This is disgusting out of the Pioneers. Like, these are not the plays that you need to make to have the professionals look at you and think, all right, they should take a chance here. Because this round should have been over. 5v4, 4v4. Only 2 players left to try to hop on the objective. Cruz is watching over with the AR. You knock down the first. Last player falls, and Pioneers, yeah, that's awful. You do not play control like that. It's as simple as that. I know it's cool and all. You want to get it flashy. You know where they're spawning. But, bro, come on, man. We got to stack the point when we're getting 3 kills. The round's already going to be done. And now, unfortunately, you're down 0-1.
Yep. Yeah, man, what do you say? That's just annoying, I think, more than anything else.
It is. Without question, Alan.
Oof.
That's probably why they're in this position now, because they're making plays like that. Instead of playing for the W, we're trying to play for standout players or standout stats. I want to look good on breakingpoint.dg. I don't understand how that works, but now you got to make up for potential with a shutout defense here.
All right, see what we get. Opening first blood good, up towards top. Wiz trying to feel things out over on the fences. Dak following up. He's on 5 in a row now. Hold on a second. If he gets number 6, that's an objective kill. He's getting close to a potential hellstorm. Help from Mamba nearby, but predicted by Gunless, and he will clear out 10, and the KC Pioneers will get to work reclaiming ground in front of me.
Always only able to take down 1 from top flat. Now Cruz knows the pressure's going to be on him. Trigger finger good, but the movement better there out of Hixie. And now the Pioneers sort of have them trapped. Exceed. Going to line up a free double. Shuts down an initial play push. You do have Dak all the way pushed on out, but his teammates just need to get a couple kills before he gets into the play again.
Yep. Excuse me. Here we go. Super from top window, just trying to get in. No. Wow, lots of damage. Desperate pistol shot's not going to land. On an SMG underneath him. YFP are stuck right now. Good clearance over towards the top side of window, but they need to start getting some work done at B. Unless unsure about where exactly the rotations come through by Mamba. On the zone, 2 players stacked. Second tick is good. Third looking to be on the way. Here comes the champ from KCP on the challenge, though.
Oh, at least Mamba before falling does take down 1. You want to have yourself in an ideal situation and just simply getting outnumbered, though. Is YFP. Cruz going to give it one more chance at this B point. He knows there's still 2 players lined up in front of him. Sets up the second player.
Oh!
Turns and burns onto Super. He might single-handedly get this done.
He very well may. Help is on the way. He's just trying to wait for his teammates to clear out Hixie, which they will, and they'll get the extra 60 seconds. Dak quickly over to A and through it. Mamba working on the extension through P4. He's able to find one at a Hixie. Follow up into the open hallways. Goodbye, Cruz. And again, if we find this kill, we should jump on and try to stack this.
You still have Dak, though. Trying to play for spawners because they know they're still trying to locate one player. Exceed again. Just being a nuisance. A gnat on the side, unfortunately, doesn't win the gunfight. So YFP now have a lot of map control and already at least 1 player on the objective.
Unbelievable. There's no way we're witnessing this happen. 9v9. Cruz through bar. And back over towards the zone. 1 player in front of him. It's Exceed. Even damage on both sides, but no. Sliding through KCP will find 3 straight eliminations. 7v6 now. 30 seconds on the clock.
Oh, Wiz, unfortunately, the timing isn't going to go into his favor. No, it is not. Exceed slips right by him. Cruz tries to make up for it. 6v4. No more lives remaining. 20 seconds. YFP working the OE.
Gunless for 1. Cruz trying to get up towards secret stairs. Finds the seed. Not able to get the second, though. Now it's just got to be down to Dak. He needs to touch the zone. Finds the second elimination. Jumps on to pause the clock, but does not expect that Hixie's playing towards open hallway. So KCP will counter with the defense of their own.
Yeah, good stuff there from KCP on the defensive side to just stay aggressive, create layers, to not allow them to have full setups off of their push. The only reason why they get those 3 segments at B is because Dak stayed alive for so long from top flat. Almost single-handedly secures it there for his team before they get back into the play, but at least you do earn 3 segments. You are down by 2, though, if you're YFP, but Pioneers, we have to obviously learn from round number 1. Stack the damn point, please.
Yeah, please. All right. Going to be a break-off 2-2 split here for the Pioneers. Ooh, Dak tried to follow up, but his own stun gets punished. And now Wiz is kind of left by himself at top hallway. He's also been stunned. Gunless tossing a nade his direction. Ixie pushing through. Decision does he make? The opening tags come out. Actually, under 2 players, but no gunfights are won. The pinch is good. It's a full 4-man wipe.
And now we got to go cut rock. Immediately, that should be your first cut. Well, at least someone put themselves in a position. Mamba gonna go play for the corners over towards Spiral. Dak watching the overextension, only able to take down one. Might set up Wiz for a free hit, 2-piece of his own, but he's only able to find one. Another trade on the side of Mamba. Keep on trading if you're YFP, but now no one watching over towards Well is going to allow Pioneers to pause the game clock.
Yep. Well, that corner should have a line up here, and does. First tick is all that will be earned for KCP. And now they're really stuck into their spawn. Spawning P2 at all things as well. Wiz getting a read at this. Looking for timing on this cross. Sees one. There's the second. Good trigger discipline. And he'll know that there's a push around the back.
Yeah, he knows that there's at least 2 in his base because the seed also just picks up a kill. So now Wiz trying to locate these players towards bottom line. Super trying to be sneaky. Catches him as he's trying to open that door. But Exceed has put the game clock at a pause. At B, he's taken care of. And with only 20 seconds left, we got to go B. We don't really want to commit on A here.
Yeah. Another moment where 2 players just kind of walk right by one another. It'll be Hixie who stops the clock at A for now. Caught on the rotation back over towards B as he knows he can try to help stack towards Super's direction. Follow up from Exceed as good as Cruz is caught on reload. Second tick now locked. Third on the way. Is there going to be a commitment? Sure looks that way. Contest is already in, but it was just Dak who committed to it. So as he drops and nades get tossed, all of a sudden YFP are going to get away with one. Contest is in the last second. Super trying to deal with this, and Exceed will be the one who finds 2. A chance to get the lead back and possibly rotate into it.
Yeah, leaving Exceed alive is what caused them to have that issue there. Now they have an extra minute to work with. Thankfully, Dak and Wiz off the exit are able to find 3. So you're already contesting the players coming off of the respawn. Hixie now has to get himself back into the play, and at the perfect time, opens up Rock, and also has top open. Wants that one back onto Mamba, but 9v12, 45 seconds still to go.
Opening shot's good for Mamba. Followed up, though, as Hixie finds the trade. Gunless also there with him, and nice predictive shots from Cruz. Still, though, 7v10. Couple of members of the Pioneers still working through. Dak, hoping, praying he can find elimination. He will tally one onto Gunless. Exceed stays alive, playing over towards Office side. And he takes down Cruz. This is a big gunfight here, which Super's able to win. Now you should be able to get onto the point here for KCP. Wiz just slides by Hixie. No trade here, not immediately at least. And Wiz has just snuck through. He's got to look at Exceed. This should be a free clearance, and it is. Anyone else going to be able to touch? Gunless going to try to give this a go, but Wiz has shut down any support, and that will clear out the round. Just the 3 ticks at B lock.
Hey, great plays there from YFP. It all starts with, obviously, they give up that B capture, but all the exit kills go their way. You're just creating layers in their spawn, just not allowing to fully set on up. Wiz, again, just being a nuisance. Just finessing with his life. Does it over towards Seeker for the first kill. Gets out. Finds Exceed on towards the point. With Super doing all of this over towards B. Still does not lead to a W there for the Pioneers on their attack, but it did show us that they're pretty good at defense, so we're probably going to go round 5 here if they can shut them out.
Yep. We'll see, though. There were signs of life in the first offensive attempt for YFP. And they're going to do a similar breakoff that they did in the first time. Fire control. Wiz has a read, but Hixie slides through it, finds the kill. Gunless also clears things out from the high ground, leaving him and Super to deal with the remainder of this hit, which they do very swiftly. Wow, Super just bold to take that challenge. Hixie off spawn, caught with the knife out, though, as there's going to be an extension play around the backside, trying to get some top offense control of your YFP.
But only one player does commit to that angle. Now Dak a little late to the party, and everybody else off the respawn for YFP are just getting trapped and absolutely gunned down by Gunless. Finally, someone's able to get a trade. That leads to 3 dead off of the respawn. You have finally cleared out your base, but by the time you even touch that B point, there's only 30 seconds on the round. You got to go.
Yeah. It's going to be designs towards B. Dak has high ground control. This is a big fight here, which is going to take versus Super. Follow-up, though, not going to be there as Hixie finds his kill. Nades from him from top window. A couple of shots in towards the point. He's on a pinch. And he's going to be good for 2. One more to grab, and yeah, it's absolutely perfect for the Pioneers. So they're looking like they're going to get round 5 defense. unless YFP can manifest something on this play through P4.
I don't know. We've always seen these late round heroics, especially on Hacienda. 2 go dead. Super at 48 HP in a dream. He is also going to fall. They're not hitting the rotation over towards B, though. They have a solo stack on towards A, and I don't know what the hell that is. Like, what is this? 2 go down. They're still on the point.
First tick at A is going to be locked. 3 members now stacking. Or 2. Is it just the 2? Hard to say. Well, now it's at least just the 2. Super off the pinch, gets a read. Second tick is locked.
No
Super's
way.
cleared things out. I just don't know why you don't rotate through top right there and get on to B. We've seen that be the linchpin for success for so many squads. And as the last member will drop, it will be a KCP advantage going into round 5.
Yep. Now they have defense. That's 2 blender rounds out of both teams. Obviously, KCP in round number 1, and right there to YFP. 3 kills go your way. You know, the last guy alive is in your base at gunless, but you might just have them shook with the way that he's shooting on this map, but they didn't even want to contest them. You got to be able to realize the situation at hand. We get 3. Last player over towards Outer Fountains. We trade him. They're swanning all the way at Bo. We can get segments at B. We potentially add extra game time to the game clock. But they put all their commitment over towards that A point. Walk away with 2 segments, but leads to absolutely nothing. You're back on the attack here in round 5.
This time it's going to be a 3-member stack, and there's no trophy. Wiz has got one, did not place one. Jay, it's getting frustrating. I'll tell you that much. It's like we've got a 3-man break off towards B. We're not putting trophy system down. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. This is why, you know, we're in challenges. These guys are trying to make it to the big leagues. Some of these places they are making, it's not really leading to a lot of success, but still 50 seconds here to play with. Gunfights all go in their favor of YFP. Super the only one able to contest here. And if you're Cruz, it's cool though to play for these spawn kills, but that time's still getting away from me, brother. We got to go to B.
Yeah. It's going to be Wiz on for now. Help from Mamba, and Dak will actually clear things out through the open hall, but he can sprint his way over. Mamba gets 2.
Go.
Whoa.
There you go.
That's a heroic play from Mamba, shutting down the play over towards topside patio. And so we're going to get 2 players on now for this stack at B. Dak, the one responsible for this top office rotation. He's found some good information. Just has to keep his life, though, as the second tick's going to get locked behind him.
Giving them opportunities by simply not stacking. Like, why are we not stacking?
Again.
Why does everybody try to play kills?
Know.
Doesn't make sense. It turns into another one-on-one. You're going to get overwhelmed, and now there's only 40 seconds remaining on the round. Like, you know that they're trapped in towards the backside of boat. But now you're just putting yourself in a situation. If you don't get the kills, you're forced to hit the reset. 30 seconds to go. YFP got to get this last segment at B.
Yep, you got Wiz that will get control of 10. That will clear out fence with that elimination. Get on with him. Get 2 players on the point. Should be an extra 60. And it looks like it will be. Goodness gracious. Feel like I'm having an aneurysm in real time.
I can understand your frustration. I play this map every single day. Even my stuff fan members know. Okay, we get 3 dead. We're stacking it. We need to try to extend the game clock. 13 to 14 in lives remaining. You have at least one player from YFP. Push that into your spawn. But Dak gets caught by gunless. Now everyone's trapped in their base. You're going to waste a lot of time just getting out of here.
Yep. Cruz trying to come back to the play. A couple of attacks over towards the Zig area of the map. Pixie able to finally get felled. Super has been seen towards well side, but Cruz gives up on it and is now trying to play for some high ground control. He's got Exceed waiting for him. Yeah, perfect elimination there. 38 seconds of the clock. 10 plays 9. Advantage to KCP in the lives.
Man, they're trying to work this overextension on towards Rock. It's not going to be easy to take down Hixie in that position. Big kill though out of Mamba. To take care of Exceed. Now 25 seconds. We got to attack through open. Effective on the trades. 3v2. You have the numbers. Let's get on the objective.
Yep, need to get on now. Super trying to play her on the wrap. Ixie's got a similar line of approach here. Hasn't seen the player inside the zone yet, though. Finally able to track him down. 7 plays 7. Hixie almost good for 2. Not quite able to finish off the second kill, though. 6v7. Pause now again at 13.7. Exceed flushes him out of the zone. YFP still playing for eliminations top side of the map. They are not on with numbers. Cruz is going to try to come back to the zone, but it's just too late. Now it's just down to this hit from the front side. Trophy system still in place. Exceed deletes it. 6.7. Second tick of progress being locked. Super clears out the open hallway. Second will be locked. 4v3 situation. Can they flush them out of the point? though? Yes, they can exceed. Able to find the final 2 eliminations, and the Pioneers will take map 3.
Yeah, Pioneers take map 3 by the grace of God, because both of those teams deserve to go back to practice. Like, that was the worst Hacienda Control I've ever seen, Alan. I'm telling you, it doesn't make sense. This should not be that close of a game. You have 3 kills, stack the damn point. Where you're the team pushing on their base. You see what Super was doing. The only reason why KCP won that round is because Super was making it a living hell trying to leave the spawn. But other than that, like, the objective focus both teams, the way that they decide to play it, yeah, go back to practice, bro. That's not how you play the map. It's not how you play it. Yeah.
Well, regardless, 2-1 to count the maps.
2-1
for the highlights. And honestly, all these 3 maps could have gone either way at this point in time. An absolute tug of war back and forth from the Hacienda Hardpoint. That was narrowly inched out. It was like a 250 to 224 round 11 affair on the search and destroy, and then just nastiness all over all 5 of these rounds here in the Hacienda Control. So we will at least get one more map as we swap off the Hacienda triple spree and we go into a double dose potentially of red card next. And I don't know about you, Jay, but I just have a feeling we're going to come down to a parking garage final hard point with the clock ticking away.
I can see it.
I just have that feeling. I don't know why.
I can see it. A whole lot of whites on here on red card Hardpoint. I can definitely see it. You know, everybody wants to hold the power position. Be laid off the rotation. Screw it. We're going to spawn in the back anyways. Red card Hardpoint is going to be that map 4. If you are YFP, though, you did show some great plays in the opening HP. For the money hills you prioritized, you were able to dominate them. Like, if you can do the same thing on a map like red card, where you basically want to set up to trap them in towards the backside of P2, trap them towards the backside of P3. P4 gets a little bit mixy, but those are the 2 hills that are the deciding factors usually on red card. You can chain them towards P2, trap them towards the back, even though when you find those next wave of kills, they're going to spawn at the back of that new hard point. That's realistically what you want to happen. So YFP just have to stay ahead of that, because if they get to that game number 5, they better be making better SD plays if we get there, without question.
Agreed. We're going to do a quick break, though. Both these 2 teams kind of getting themselves reset up, so we'll step away for a breath. We come back. It's red card Hardpoint after this. Welcome back, everybody. We have what could only be labeled as just an absolute slapper of a match.
Yeah.
I was going to say a pillow fight, but it's not. It's a little more aggressive than that. It's just a really sloppy battle between these two squads. Lots of action, been quick. Again, tight maps, though, overall through our first three. You see it up top. KCP up 2-1 at the moment. The biggest thing about this is the Pioneers have to win this series if they want to get themselves into a potential playoff situation. With just one win to this point, it doesn't look likely that there's going to be a multi-team tiebreaker situation at 1 and 4. So they would have to force a multi-team tiebreaker situation at 2 and 3, which is their best case scenario. On the other side, YFP, if they were to pull off these next two maps, a win and they're just guaranteed in. And if the results stand between Pinnacle and 6S as they've already started, it would be likely 6F to make it into the playoffs instead of this KCP squad. So that's what's on the line here.
Wait, so because 6F did 3-0 Pioneers, right, Alan? Since they do have that head-to-head, does that go first?
Well,
They beat them 3-0 last week.
yeah, the thing about it is, like, Pinnacle would have to beat 6F and they're down right now.
No, not Pinnacle. 6F Carolina are looking for the final playoff spot. So Pinnacle, they do win a map there. But 6F, they're up 2-1 in that series. If they win that series, they'll be 2-3 with a head-to-head victory over Pioneers.
But not against YFP, so it'd be down to map percentages.
Okay, yeah. So
I
they're
think.
down by 2 maps, I believe, right now, which is tough.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
There you go.
YFP and Pioneers. Pioneers backs against the wall. Basically, you win and you are in this situation. YFP trying to force a game 5. Can't change anything with their seeding. They'll basically be locked in at that third. But here we go into the map 4 on red card.
Again, Jay, I'm just going to say it, and maybe I'm going to be some sort of a prophet, but I have a feeling this is going to come down to a garage hardpoint game clock.
How many people have 40? I'm thinking at least 3. I'm sure 3 per team.
3 per team would be nuts.
Yeah.
Well, it's a perfect break off here for YFP. They're going to find every single elimination. They start to move the map around just a touch. Off the respawn, though, KCP right back in towards Ticket.
Yeah, they're trying to get on in. Exceed knows I can't work this pinch. They have that angle covered. I have to jump back on out and rely on my ARS to open up a lane for me. They do go trade for trade there. 17 seconds though for YFP. Off of E1 is not too shabby. Now you want to try to fight for the stage control. They have the numbers on that side of the map. Great shot. Stay out of Super. Still here to contest hedges, but YFP should be in a position to trap them towards the backside of P2.
Yeah. It just feels like I don't know if what is causing this, if it's just the new team or if someone's trying to like prove themselves. I just feel like every time we watch someone, it's like kind of the same situation we were talking about, like Neptune from like last year or the year before, where it's just like you want a good first gunfight. You know that there's a player towards stage, but you have an SMG. Why are you trying to challenge an AR at that range? Like, just wait for help. Wait for your teammates to teamwork them out. And that elimination leads to YFP from the front, getting into the hard point early and finding some significant time. So it's just, I don't know, man. This gameplay feels very greedy.
Yeah, I know. It's a whole lot of, let me just go get a kill. And then hopefully it all works out from there. Because YFP right now are getting their kills, but they're getting them from the objective. Mamba's able to line up 5. Fortunately, he is going to get taken care of. And now Pioneer's able to flip the map on its head. Only 15 seconds, a clean 4 dead. It should allow you to win a rotation over towards new. Don't let anybody from YFP on out.
Yeah. Dixie. Does he get a sound cue reach? Sure does. Nice little centering as well. Snaps onto Dak. So this will lead towards some very good opening time. Exceed still working on the cross-up from the old spawns for YFP. Gunless stealth, though, outside the staircase. And Exceed still just being held back. Wiz is just allowing him to kind of stay a part of this. Spawns will move, though. Mixy battle for the remaining time. YFP in for now, but KCP have numbers.
And Pioneers are chopping towards the back, though. Thankfully, Hixie is still alive, roaming through top mid. Does get taken care of on 5 in a row. YFP still spawning out towards the front. Just looking for one wave of kills to go your way. Gunless with the nade. Yeah, it's going to come right back at you, buddy. But Hixie is there to keep you alive. Again, another massive double. Allows his teammates to soak up this remaining hill time and already contest with the spawns that new.
3 in a row. Just red. Dak looking for a double. He's trying to follow up on this play, but there you go. The good help coming through. Eliminates him out of the picture. And we can rotate over towards new with some really good space in front of the hard point here for YFP, including a potential pinch from Cruz. Yeah, YFP are fully aware of where the spawns are, so good reads here, and the first 2 kills are perfect. Cruz coming up from behind, very well made to find the next one. And yep, that will allow an opportunity here for Gunless to kind of just establish who's fighting in what corner.
Yeah, now if you're YFP, though, all you have to do is stun it into your cross. Watch your cross for your teammate on the objective. You take care of Exceed, who's trying to contest it from top side. Now here comes Hixie, not able to find anything. But still YFP soaking up a lot of his time. You got to get in. They're just not making it easy for you.
No, not at all. Gunless trying to use the pistol, not going to work out. YFP starting to gain a bit of space now on the scoreboard. Nice double from Hixie. He's going to try to force the next one. Oh, team nade.
Nade.
Yep. Unfortunate scenes. So Wiz will stay alive. Help is on the way now from the rest of YFP, and they will get the scrap time as they make their way over towards bleachers.
Yeah, now they're fully set up over towards new. You just want to make sure you dominate over towards BS and D. There is one player who's going to contest it in Mamba. Going to take a super long route. And I don't know if Hixie's going to be in a position to at least read this. You find this kill into Hixie, you set up a natural pinch, but you walk right on by him, and that's the worst case scenario. Now Hixie's going to shoot you in the back. You're still going to spawn over towards Esky sides, and Pioneers should have soaked up a lot of this time now.
Yep. Looking good for it. A little bit of a convoy line coming out, though, here for YFP. Nice shutdown from Wiz on 7 in a row. That will help him for the Hellstorm as well. Oh, Exceed just running forward gets 2, though. Wiz still dancing and kicking around over towards Ticket. Hardpoint stays neutral for now, and Wiz is on a 9 spree. Finally shut down from double digits, but it's a lot of damage dealt. Just doesn't really lead to much time for YFP is the problem.
It don't matter how many kills he was finding there. You know, once you get in those BS&D spawns towards Cafe, they just immediately are spawning up into crossfire angles. So Pioneers walking away with at least 20 seconds there at P5. Basically a tie game as we hit the reset on the hard points. Fight for the battle here at Hedge is currently won by Hixie. Again, another double opens it on up. Now the hill being white. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I don't know. We might get closer.
Mamba's double allows YFP to stay in the hard point, though. Tight game, though, to this point. Really, it's Wiz who's been the top performer at 17-9. Hixie's gone well at 18-12. Just on the other side for KCP. Back and forth kill feed we go. Nice response from Dak. Able to allow YFP to try to make their way across the map here, but no control over Ticket. Hixie will use that as KCP will clear the hard point, and they still have numbers over towards new.
Yeah, they are bombarding their way through Hedge's sides. The one player uncontested is going to be Wiz. He just wants to stay alive over towards stage side, but still spawns coming in for Pioneers. They're going to have angles to approach from the back end. You already have a pinch on the cards here for Exceed. He's going to time this to perfection. Freebie for the first.
Yeah.
Knows there's still going to be pressure on him, but his teammates, your job is win me stage. I should be good.
Yep. That's exactly what Super's trying to do with these balls. And so now Exceed tries to hit the sidewalk route. That's going to just shut down. Gunless catches one off of the unfavored spawns through arches. Keeps the hard point open. 117 to 103. YFP, more opportunity to jump into the hard point, though, for now. And the gunfights are also tilting their direction. One more to grab. That's Super, who's not willing to challenge at the moment. 30 seconds to fight on the hill.
You have to get in, though, if you are Pioneer. You can't give up all this time. No, you don't have those spawns that you currently want. You're also not finding any kills. They're going your way to make this easier on the approach, and Wiz is just doing whatever he wants. Another 3 in a row. Usually finds a lot of success with that SMG in hand, but taking over so far with the Amos. It's bad timing there, but YFP, you will take that. That's like 35, 40 seconds off P2, and they were contesting the entire time.
And you trap them long enough to at least get one more member to spawn up towards new. And you have an opening gunfight from the front wind that comes out. I mean, Dixie just dives on forward and gets completely reduced. Wiz shut down, though, and wow, KCP, that is really solid from the front. Do they get a read that there's still one more member backside plus, though? Doesn't look like it. And Mamba will allow his teammates to come out from the favored, or from the backside of the spawns and re-wrap the hard point. 162, 110. And YFP with numbers.
Yeah, shout out to the COD guys there for Mamba to get that spawn out towards stage. Makes it count with a double for his teammates now to still hold on to today's HP. Wiz dancing, not able to find the kill. 2 minutes left on the game clock. I'm telling you, Alan, it is bound to happen. We are getting closer and closer. Just need a little bit more white time. 45-second lead, though, for YFP. Do not have the rotations over towards Noon. Pioneers have an opportunity to get back in this game.
No way you're sitting here rooting for that now.
It's going to happen, dude. Tell you.
We head to stage. KCP going to be here first, but 2 eliminations for YFP have them quick onto the contest, and they also clear out Super. Exceed caught at mid-map. YFP a full surround of the middle of the map. And this is some significant time starting to be amounted as the hunt is on for Dak, and they are not able to get him here in this top room.
Yeah, because they know how Dak has that crossing angle. We need to take control of top trip's window if you want to have any chance here contesting over towards stage. Wanting towards soccer. Both those players get taken care of. Now Mamba to check both sides of the street. Realize, all right, the pressure's on the other end. The test is good enough, but you need time. Pioneers find that kill onto Wiz. Final 15, theirs.
Looking good, looking solid. Shots over the top. Working out, at least for now. Oh, nice back and forth, though. KCP, can they get this limitation onto Wiz? Yeah, that will clear out a lot of space through the executive box. Now it's just down to can you win ticket. That will allow you to get on for some time. Dak, the last one standing, and he will only be standing for a small time. Wiz proactive here on this Hellstorm. That will keep the hard point open for a while. Super actually able to find one with the nade before the Hellstorm drops in, though, and I'm not really sure if that Hellstorm was worthwhile. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, no, well, at least you do it so they don't hot on the objective. Well, IFP finally able to chain a couple kills to get on towards the hard point. They eventually hop right back off. It's like P5 and challenges. All white time. Only a minute 20 left on the game clock. I'm telling you, it's going to happen.
Looking pretty like it, Jay. Looking pretty like it. See if that ends up happening. 203, 137. YFP gaining some significant space here. So maybe not. We'll see. Pioneers fighting back. 141 to 206. Cause for concern starting to brew here, though, if you're KCP. You're running out of game clock and you're down about 60. So this P1 to P2 has to be clean from them.
You have to get in the objective. At least it started off. Thankfully, they combined 3 kills. Recruit finds 1, and now someone's got to fill that gap. All of YFP swanning over towards Eskies. Down by 50 is the Pioneers. Exceed's going to have his hands full. Nading himself on the Mamba is also going to help. That's 3 dead, but you do let one player slip over towards stage. Don't worry, Hicksy's got you covered. A perfect setup so far from Pioneers, getting himself back into this game.
Yep. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Here we go, Jay.
Hell yeah.
May happen. May happen. Exceed trying to take more space, shut down, seeing if they can win these spawns open before P2 opens up. Ixie trying to hold the front line, maybe shut down, but again, KCP have been in the time for a long time. Super can't switch through the mid doors. No follow-up from Exceed immediately. He only finds 1 elimination, and Hixie will drop very quickly inside the hard point. So here comes YFP from the front. KCP spawning up, trying to deal with this, but it's going to be a 4v2 situation. Super trying to challenge, and that's not going to work.
Yeah, this is what YFP soaked up a lot of the time. Like, they can still win it here. If you're Pioneers, you have to get on out. You don't want to keep on funneling your way from the backside of this P2 HP. You need someone to open up with a kill. Hicksy and Gullis, though, combined for 2. That's already 3 dead. Every single player from YFP now spawning towards the back end. Pioneers now in the driver's seat. Need this 20 seconds, though.
Picking up a couple eliminations. Super just kind of reducing this hit. Isolating who comes in one by one. Mamba, backside hot dog, only able to find 1 elimination. Big fight here. On rotation, Wiz takes down Exceed. So that will back up Super. A little bit of scrap time for YFP. 37 seconds on the game clock. 231 to 200. Wiz still alive in ticket. Inside the hard point, though. Super, a little bit of an extra slide. Gets him 1 elimination. Mamba trying to follow up, but doesn't expect that 2 players are there. And here we go, Jay.
Pioneers are in. 3-for-1 trade, making it 3-for-2 trade. All right, Wiz, your turn to get something done. Only able to find 1. The clock starts going red. This is when people start to panic. Both teams are just going blow for blow right now, but Pioneers are in.
Yep. You just have to make the call here. If you find a breakage or YFP, you just have to stay onto the hard point, but they're not able to get on anywhere near it. So now it's down to 220 to 234. Gunless, a good nade, stalls out the play through the front side of parking lot. Wiz and Mamba open up some space and try to rewrap this hard point. from the high ground. Another follow-up from Cruz, who gets into the time. 234 to 230. Mamba outside. Bus only finds one. Hardpoint's still open, though. We have to rotate to new. Pioneers are going to be there first, but they only have 2 members alive.
Oh, where did those 2 players spawn? At the old HP, so you're going to get overwhelmed here by the players on the side of YFP. The pinches are here. Gunfights are not being won, and they are able to hold on in the 2v4.
Exceed on the cross, finds one. 235, 234. YFP back in. Exceed. He's going to challenge, but they don't have the lead. You've got to find the kill on the player in the hard point. They don't find the tick. They don't find the segment, and not initially. There's the kill from Super. Do they decide to hop off?
Get out!
236. They do jump off. Pioneers are going to win it to the game clock, and I might be a prophet.
What a game, Alan. What a game. KC Pioneers down by 60 points. Needed to make up for it with a lot of time off of P1 the way that they did. Even though you get put into that trap there at P2, you make P3 scrap and you find an early break. But just rotating early over towards P4 in a 2v4 scenario, both players are able to win one-on-one gunfights. It turns them now into a 2v4 because your teammates are now off the respawn back into the play. And they're just able to trade out more effectively, close out the map, close out the series. Thank you, Lord Jesus, that one is over. And the Pioneers are able to move through.
Holy smokes. Wow. I mean, take it as you will, right? I mean, it's just one of those matchups that is just super crazy. But KCP needed to win. They do win. And now that puts us into another multi-team situation at 2 and 3. But based on what we had figured kind of leading into this, Jay, I mean, it should be YFP and KCP that make it through. 6F, I don't believe we're going to have enough map wins to get through this.
Yeah, I don't think so. Because they were sitting at 4 and 9. They're currently in a Game 5 versus Pinnacle.
Oh, yeah.
So just based off of that, we already have our top 4 solidified as the Pioneers walk away victorious in this series. I don't know if they move up to the 3rd seed or stay stuck at the 4th seed. But thankfully, they're able to get through this series, Alan. I'm telling you. I don't know. Thankfully, they got through it.
I think they do move to the 3rd seed.
Because they're
I don't think it's the head-to-head. I think it's just because they're going to have 9 map wins. And YFP's only going to have 8.
Yeah, you're right.
And 6F would, if they win, they would only have 7. So I believe that's the way that works. Wait, no, it'd be head-to-head map count. So if that's the case, here's me doing the thing I say to never do on the calendar's broadcast. 6F took a 3-0 win versus KCP, a 1-3 loss though to YFP. So KCP should get through because KCP had a 3-1 win here, 0-3 loss. They should be tied in map count, actually. Wait a second. They may not make it through.
Uh-oh. All right. Well, obviously,
I don't know.
6F, they're in a Game 5. So if they win, obviously, it gets even more mixy. If you are Pioneers to control your own destiny, I'm going into whatever chat that they're in, and I'm spamming all my Pinnacle emotes. Because if they can win that Game 5 and secure at least 1 dub here in Elite Stage 2, that guarantees Pioneers getting in. But right now, these are what the group standings currently are. Obviously, Lore do not make it through Group A. They get edged out by Distro, losing in a Game 5 on Week 1. Team War actually dominated Omit in a clean 3-0 to take the #1 seed in Group B. Pioneers, we just finished watching their matchup between them and YFP, and the final one, Carolina versus Pinnacle, 6F. They are currently in a map 5. So, still a couple of results we're waiting on.
Still waiting on a couple of results, yeah. But if I'm thinking of this correctly, I actually don't know what happens here because total map count for KCP in the head-to-head is 3 and 4. YFP's is 4 and 4. And 6F's is 4 and 3. So I actually don't know if KCP get through because of that.
Oh, hell no. You telling me that we just watched that series right there? They just played that series and they might not get in? That's got to be
know.
devastating if you're Pioneers. We don't know. We don't know, Alan. When we find out, we will let the people know. Pioneers did win their series. They did what they needed to do. Now they're just praying that Pinnacle figure it out.
Indeed the case. Okay, so first and foremost, 6F have to win that map 5, which that's currently going on Twitch. Our boy Major Chafing is streaming that, so you can find that at twitch.tv/major_chafing. Never thought I would say the word chafing live on broadcast with any sort of sincerity, but apparently I just did, Jay. What world do we live in? It's 2025. Why not? But he's one of the boys, one of the EU boys. He's grinding the late hours, so give him some love over there. Yeah, that's all about 6F have to win that map 5. And then again, I don't know for sure, but based on what we had seen from earlier today, KCP, who lost 0-3 to 6F, but won 3-1 here, only have 3 map wins. YFP have 4 map wins. 6F would have 4 map wins. So tune in tomorrow for final confirmation. Nice little plug from our producer there. We got playoffs. It's going to be winners round 1, losers round 1, winners round 2 action. 3 matches. It'll start at EU, of course. Same schedule, same breakdown, and then right back here. Same time, same place for North America. See you then. Bye-bye.